The Spirit Walker, Book 4 of the Tessa Lamar novels written by Kathryn M. Hearst. Narrated by Holly Adams. Chapter 1. Someone was going to die today. I knew it the same way Grandma felt bad weather coming in her knees. Only my aching and stiffness didn't go away with a hot shower or cold compress. My pain rested square in the center of my chest. Death was nothing new in my world. After all, one of my husbands was a homicide detective, and I worked alongside him as a part-time victims advocate and part-time psychic advisor for the Orange County Police Department. I'd seen more corpses than I cared to count. But this was different. This wasn't another case. This wasn't someone else's grieving family. This wasn't a stranger, lying dead in an unfamiliar house or street or field. The Grim Reaper would visit someone I loved today, and frankly, his timing sucked. My entire family, including the ones I hadn't seen since my wedding, was coming to celebrate my great-grandmother's 88th birthday. I didn't have time for someone to die. I had beans to bake, eggs to devil, and a gigantic cake to frost. Mommy, Grandma sent me to check on the macaroni salad. Jolene tilted her head and studied me with the same Caribbean blue eyes as her father. What's wrong? I wiped my cheeks with the back of my hand and lied. It's just pregnancy hormones. The former mini beauty queen glanced from my face to my swollen belly and back again. What's really wrong? I should have known better than to fib to a girl who spoke to spirits the way most people spoke to themselves. I'm not sure. Just a feeling I get sometimes.
Tessa, where's the charcoal? I've looked everywhere.
Aaron stopped in his tracks.
Why are you crying?
As if the two of them weren't enough, Bryson burst into the kitchen and headed straight for the refrigerator.
Is the yellow barbecue sauce in here? I can't find it.
When I'd walked down the aisle to not one, but two men, I'd imagined a life filled with love and laughter and double the sexy time. Sure, I had all of that, but I also had twice the honey, where's my, twice the laundry, and twice the chance of falling into the commode when one of them left the seat up. I forced myself to smile in hopes some of it would seep into my voice. It's on the door between Darlene's breast milk and the ketchup. He made a sour face.
Why is your mother's milk next to our condiments?
Grandma's fridge is too crowded. My voice went warbly, forcing me to clear my throat. Holding the sauce in one hand and a beer in the other, Bryson gave me a quick once-over.
Something wrong?
She says it's hormones. Jolene folded her arms and gave her fathers a smile that made me wonder who was parenting who. My men exchanged glances. They'd developed an entire language of nothing more than facial expressions, dimples, and non-committal sounds. Unless I missed my mark, they'd flipped a mental coin to see who would deal with the crazy pregnant lady. I'm fine. Jojo, go tell Grandma not to worry. Everything will be ready on time. I tossed the dish towel on the counter. Bryson, you should check the ribs. Smells like they're burning. Aaron, I need you to carry the coolers to the tent. All three stared. Aaron stepped forward and kissed my cheek. One hand on my belly, the other on my shoulder, he whispered,
Are you sure you're okay?
Peaches and cream, now go. I turned to the stove. Jolene, bless her heart, gave me an unexpected hug. The gesture left me struggling to hold back a fresh set of tears. Lord, I have no right to ask this, but please, don't take her or Bryson or Aaron or the baby I'm carrying. I bit my lip and added Dottie and Grandma to the list of people I couldn't live without. Aaron gave Bryson a quick nod and headed for the door. Rather than turning to face my remaining hubby, I busied myself by stirring the green beans. I'm not kidding. There's smoke billowing out of the grill. Grandma will have a fit if the meat is charcoaled.
Erin's taking care of it.
Bryson moved behind me and took the spoon from my hand.
Talk to me. What has you so upset?
Dodging the question, I said, "When did you decide who was taking care of what?"
Around the same time we decided I should be the one to find out why you're upset.
He wrapped his arms around me and rubbed my belly.
It's more than hormones. I can sense your unease in your spirit animal. Tell me what's wrong.
The warmth of his chest against my back soothed me in ways I still didn't understand. We were more than husband and wife. We were the last of our kind. Mates. Two magical beings that up until a year and a half ago I'd thought only existed in Cherokee fairy tales. As per usual, Bryson was right. My spirit animal, the firebird, hadn't so much as uttered a chirp since my premonition of an impending death. Normally, physical contact with either of my mates brought her to the surface, but today was far from normal. "Someone's going to die today." My hands flew to my mouth as if to keep more words from falling out. Saying them out loud made them real. I'd given them power by releasing them into the universe.
People die every day.
He turned me to face him.
But that isn't what you mean, is it?
"No." I nuzzled into his shoulder and breathed in his scent. Beneath the smoky smell of the grill lingered hints of sandalwood and fresh-cut lumber. "I can't explain it, but I'm never wrong. The last time was the day Charlie—" Bryson's arms tightened around me, but he craned his head toward the kitchen window. I followed his gaze to Erin and Jolene chasing the chocolate lab away from the barbecue grill. Beyond them, Grandma and Dottie hung sheets on the line to dry. Butterflies fluttered, birds sang, and the sun shined in a crisp blue sky.
Do you know who?
His voice came out as breathless as I felt. "No, it doesn't work like that." I eased from his embrace. "We shouldn't mention this to Grandma and Dottie, or anyone else for that matter. We have a party to pull off. We'll deal with whatever else lands in our laps when it happens." A slow grin crossed Bryson's face. I had the feeling I was the punchline in his private joke, but I couldn't resist touching his dimpled cheeks. "Something funny?"
That's a new way of looking at the world for you.
His deep brown eyes twinkled with amusement. "You're always telling me to stop borrowing trouble." I hitched my shoulder. "I thought I'd give it a try."
Good.
He kissed my forehead.
Erin and I will finish cooking and decorating. Go take a nap. I'll wake you before the party.
I wanted to argue there was too much to do, but my back hurt. Plus, I was pretty sure my feet and ankles were swollen, though I hadn't seen them in weeks. "Promise you'll wake me up if anything goes wrong. I want this day to be perfect for Grandma. She's getting up there. God knows how many more—" He pulled me back into his arms before I could finish the sentence.
No matter what happens today, we'll get through it.
I eased back and frowned at the wet blob of snot and tears on his shirt. So much for not borrowing trouble. Without a word, Bryson scooped me into his arms and carried me to the master bedroom. "Oh no, put me down!" I couldn't help but groan. Don't get me wrong, I loved getting swept off my feet as much as the next girl, but I'd gained almost 30 pounds during the course of the pregnancy. "You're going to throw your back out."
I've got you.
He shouldered the door and laid me on the soft mattress. Gazing over my extra curvy body, he grinned again, only this time his eyes held something other than amusement.
You're beautiful.
You could join me. It won't take long." Between the way he stared and his purred words, I forgot about the to-do list and the party and death. I felt like a beached beluga with the sex drive of a rabbit, yet more proof that Mother Nature had a sense of humor.
"Tonight."
He pulled the blanket to my chin and kissed my lips.
"Graham May would beat me with a switch if I jiggled the baby loose on her big day."
He had a point. Chapter 2. "Tessa?" My mother's idea of a whisper had a lot in common with jackhammers. She touched my shoulder. "Tessa Marie, are you awake?" She'd pulled me out of such a deep sleep I didn't know how to answer the question. My brain sat at the crossroads between dreamland and reality, unsure of which way to turn. I concentrated on keeping my breathing even in the hope that she'd give up and go away. "Poor thing, she's exhausted," Darlene murmured. Two things dawned on me. She'd brought someone else into my bedroom, and I couldn't lay there playing opossum all afternoon, no matter how tempting. I had a party to host. "I'm up. What time is it?" "It's 3:30. Darlene planted her backside on the edge of the bed. "You remember Auntie Edna, don't you?" Sitting up, I locked gazes with the elderly woman and struggled to place her name. With almost 50 cousins and second cousins, more cousins once or twice removed, I couldn't keep track of everyone without consulting Graham May's family Bible. Auntie Edna smiled. "I haven't seen you since you were knee-high to a toadstool. I'm Jed's mama." "Nice to see you again." Jed. I hadn't seen my third stepfather since I was in grade school. The woman hadn't liked me back then, so much so she'd forbidden me from calling her Grandma. Thus the Auntie Edna business. Why on earth would she pay me a visit today? I gave Darlene a quick what-the-heck glance. My mother lifted her chin. "Sorry to wake you, but this is a matter of life and death." Oh, boy. To Darlene, a matter of life and death could mean anything from chipped nail polish to cancer, but it usually involved money. "Okay." Edna's voice softened. "It's Jed. He needs a new liver. The doctors say it's from too much salt." Nodding, I struggled to keep my eyeballs from rolling in their sockets. In the 6 months my mother had dated, married, and divorced Jed, I couldn't recall an instance when he hadn't had a drink in his hand. I highly doubted excess sodium intake had pickled his liver. Darlene set her hand on mine. "The family can't afford the medical costs." That's awful. I can talk to Bryson, but I doubt we have any herbs or tinctures that can heal a failing liver. As the last of the Nunnehi, the Cherokee version of fairies, we'd served as the medicine man and woman for the local tribe for nearly 2 years. However, I doubted our magic could cure advanced cirrhosis. "Oh, no, that's not the sort of help we need." Darlene laughed too high and too loud. "We need you to help us find something." Edna said, "My husband, rest his soul, hid our retirement money. The man didn't believe in banks." Uh-huh. I seemed to recall Graham May going on about my step-grandfather's shenanigans. He had believed in banks all right, but his withdrawals allegedly involved ski masks and shotguns. "I'd love to help, but please, you're our last hope." Edna's voice rose. "Your mama showed me your wedding video. I never would have believed it unless I saw it with my own 2 eyes. She's talking about Charlie's ghost raising your veil. Darlene beamed with the sort of pride most parents reserved for winning spelling bees and high school graduations. I needed 4 more hours of sleep and a pot of coffee before I had this conversation. Yes, the spirit of my deceased grandfather had walked me down the aisle. While most of the guests couldn't see him, everyone present had witnessed my veil mysteriously rising and settling back into place when he'd kissed my cheek. All you have to do is reach out to the great beyond and ask a simple question. Darlene's voice held an edge of irritation. I could do a summoning spell, ask the man where he'd hidden the money, and send him back. Only nothing involving magic was as easy-peasy as it seemed. 1, I had mixed feelings about finding stolen money. 2, spirits didn't always cooperate. 3, I'd promised Bryson I wouldn't use magic until I had the baby. I'm not sure I can help you. My mother's eyes widened. Why, ever not? Even if I did reach him, which I'm not sure I can, there's no guarantee he'll share his secrets. Regardless, you have to try. She spoke as if the matter were settled. You can't go and do something spooky in front of all those people and turn around and pretend you aren't a channel. Her word choice surprised me. Alarm bells went off in my head. Channel? Yes, that's what people who talk to the dead are called. The technical term is channeling psychic forces. My mother stiffened her spine. Some people are downright jealous of your powers. The alarm bells turned to tornado sirens. Of course, she had it all wrong. I was neither of those things. But I couldn't set her straight for several reasons. 1, we weren't alone. 2, the I'm not human talk would lead her to learning she wasn't my real mother. 3, I didn't have time for this. Thankfully, Edna interrupted. Wringing her hands, she glanced from me to my mother and back again. Jed will die without a new liver? I'm sorry, but I can't. Darlene flubbed her lips. Tessa Marie, you've talked to spirits since you were a little girl. You've found missing kids and solved countless murders. When will you start believing in yourself and your abilities? Mama. I scooted to the edge of the bed and pushed to my feet. I didn't want to have this conversation at all, but I certainly didn't want to have it while in bed. My mother stood and smoothed her too short skirt over her hips. If you can't do it, I know someone who can. Jolene. My adopted daughter had more psychic talent in her pinky toe than I did in my entire body. But I'd be damned if I allowed Darlene to drag her into the drama. No way. You leave her out of this. We've worked our butts off to give her a normal life. Darlene lifted an eyebrow. I recognized the expression as an ultimatum. One way or the other, she intended to get her way. What are you getting out of this? She laughed and waved her hand. That's none of your concern. I turned to Edna. You promised her a cut of the money? The elderly woman pressed her lips into a thin line. My spidey sense went from a tingle to all-out electric shocks. How much? The women exchanged glances. Darlene frowned. Fine. She's given me 15% of the loot. I'd planned to give you half for my soon-to-be-born grandbaby, a college fund. I met Edna's gaze. I'll do it, but you can keep my cut. Darlene bristled but remained blessedly quiet. The older woman sighed as if she'd set down a heavy load. Against my better judgment, I found myself feeling sorry for her. I couldn't imagine losing a child, even one that had knocked back a bottle of whiskey a day for half his life. The thought stopped me cold. Could Jed's situation be the cause of my premonition? Would he make it to see another sunrise? Technically, he was family. I doubted a former stepdad would count, but a girl could hope. Not that I wished for his death, but if I had to choose... Edna pulled an old bandana out of her handbag. This belonged to my husband. I saw one of those psychics on the TV. They needed a personal item to contact the spirit. I took a closer look at the fabric and cringed. Holey and faded was one thing, but it looked like it hadn't been washed in decades. Is that mud? Blood? She shrugged. He had it on him the day he died. I took an involuntary step back. Thanks, but all I need is his full name.
Tessa?
Aaron stood in the doorway, staring between me and the bloody bandana.
People are starting to arrive.
I could have kissed him for saving me from Darlene and her ex-mother-in-law. Instead, I plastered on a smile and turned back to Edna. Write his full name on a piece of paper and leave it with Darlene. I'll see what I can do tomorrow night. Why not now? Once again, the pitch of my mother's voice made my molars ache. Because tomorrow is a new moon, and the spell will work much better. I lied through my teeth. Human magic relied on moon phases and candles and props, but I wasn't human. As a Nunnehi, my powers were as much a part of me as my heart or lungs. Aaron folded his arms and studied the women as if daring either one of them to say another word. He'd always been protective of me, but since we'd learned I was pregnant, he'd gone into Papa Bear mode. Thank you. Edna stuffed the bandana back into her bag and headed for the door. Darlene, on the other hand, smirked and shook her head. Honestly, Tessa Marie, would it kill you to make a little money off your God-given abilities? It just might. I flashed her a grin. We better get out there before Grandma comes looking for us. She huffed and eased past Aaron. He waited until she'd left the room before whispering,
What was that about?
They want me to summon the spirit of a bank robber and ask him where he hid the money. He gave me a yeah, right look. Holding his gaze, I remained silent until he shook his head.
And you agreed to it?
Darlene wasn't going to take no for an answer. I walked to the dressing table and pulled my hair into a messy bun. Stepdad number 3 needs a new liver, and the family can't afford the medical bills. Besides, my mother threatened to get Jojo involved. He made a sound far too close to a growl for my liking. Relax. I slid my arms around him and rested my head on his chest. I'll give it a shot. The chances of actually getting information from the spirit are slim to none.
Bryson isn't going to like this.
Neither do I, but it's a teensy little spell. I'll be careful. Aaron embraced me.
Promise me you won't exert yourself. Magic comes with a price.
I promise. I eased back and stared into his blue eyes. Kiss me. I need strength before I face the insanity known as my family. He brushed his lips across mine.
All families are crazy. We don't get to choose them. All we can do is love them for who they are.
I admire your optimism, but I'll consider the day a success if we get through this without anyone calling 911. Chapter 3. By the time I made it outside, the yard resembled a colonial-era battlefield. Besides the large food and drink tents, several people had brought smaller canopies to fend off the afternoon sun. Though the calendar read October, autumn hadn't quite made it to Florida. Most of the partygoers were related by blood or marriage, but rather than gathering under the larger tents, they stayed in small encampments. If I had a giant magic marker, I could draw enemy lines on the grass. This half didn't speak to that half because of a 20-year-old feud. Others didn't give a flying fig about the larger feud. They disliked both sides. The fact that so many had turned up said a lot about Grandma. A shiver shot down my spine. What will happen to the family when she's gone? Please, God, don't take her tonight. She's the glue that holds us all together. Anyone else would have asked what I was talking about, but not Aaron. He brought my hand to his lips.
Yes, she is.
I tugged my elastic waistband up over my belly for the 4th time in 5 minutes and made my way down the porch steps. Leaning close, he whispered,
You look gorgeous.
I squelched the instinct to point out I was huge and tell him to have his eyes checked. Instead, I soaked in the compliment and squeezed his hand. Thank you. The woman of the hour stepped out from the food tent and grinned like a dog in a boneyard. There you are, sleepyhead. My smile came easy. The journey to her open arms did not. I started with a jog and ended up holding my chest with one hand and my belly with the other. Happy birthday! You shouldn't be running. Laughing, she embraced me. Or tried to. Between her short stature and the baby getting in the way, we did a sideways half-hug. I won't do it again. I leaned closer to whisper, I think I sprained a boob. My great-grandmother smirked. Wouldn't surprise me. Those things are as big as the footballs the boys are tossing around. Now that's a dirty joke waiting to happen. Aunt Dottie laughed and slung her arm around my shoulders. I glanced between the two most important women in my world and blinked back tears. I'd never known my biological mother, not unless speaking to her spirit now and then counted. Darlene? Well, was Darlene. She hadn't been around much when I was growing up. Most of my life, I'd resented not having a normal mom, so much so I'd failed to realize how truly blessed I was. Dottie and Grandma had not only raised me, they'd taught me what it meant to be a woman. I couldn't lose either of them. Not now. Maybe not ever. Dottie dried my cheeks. Oh, honey, those pregnancy hormones getting you again? I was just thinking how much you both did for me when I was growing up. I laughed, but it came out more like a sob. How much you still do for me. Grandma tilted her head, likely sensing my half-truth. Why don't we go sit in the shade and have one of those husbands of yours fetch us some sweet tea? Still sniffling, I nodded and followed them beneath the tent. Tessa, my lord, you are gigantic. I recognized my cousin Lulu's sing-song voice instantly. Rather than faking a smile or exchanging niceties, I chose to take the high road and ignore her. Instead, I sat my ever-expanding backside in a lounge chair and propped my feet up. Grandma set her hands on her hips. Lula Rose, I know your mama taught you if you don't have anything nice to say, keep your mouth shut. The woman had the good sense to dip her chin and murmur, Yes, ma'am. As if sensing my frustration, Maddie, our chocolate lab, bounded over and sat beside me. Scratching the dog calmed my nerves and gave me an excuse not to make eye contact with my obnoxious cousin. If I ignored her long enough, maybe she'd take the hint and go away. Lula Rose had married my cousin Tank 6 years ago, 5 months before their son TJ was born. Since then, She'd bounced in and out of their lives and into more men's beds than I could count on two hands. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't understand why Tank continued to take her back. The odor of alcohol, sweat, and cheap perfume accompanied Lulu as she plopped into the chair beside me. "When are you due?" "Not for another 6 weeks." Saying the words aloud made my feet hurt. Another month and a half seemed like an eternity. "Are you sure you aren't carrying twins?" She cocked her head, shrugged, and guzzled half a beer. "I mean, you do have 2 husbands. What if it works like dogs and you're pregnant with one from each of them?" I swallowed back a mouthful of words that would send Grandma running for the Ivory soap and patted myself on the back for acting like a grown-up. "There's only one. How's TJ doing in school?" "He's like his dad, easy on the eyes but not real bright." Like a shark scenting blood in the water, she circled back. "Which one of them is the father?" I couldn't decide which bothered me more, her insulting her husband and child, or questioning the paternity of mine. "It doesn't matter. The baby will be blessed with 2 wonderful fathers." Dottie stared down her nose like Lulu was something stuck to the bottom of her sneaker. "If you say so." She finished the Bud Light and tossed the empty container under her chair. Maddie walked over, sniffed the bottle, and sneezed several times. As if on cue, TJ ran into the tent screaming like the devil was on his tail. Tears left twin streaks down the dirt on his little red face. "Mama, a bee! I got bit by a bee!" Lulu held her arm up to prevent him from climbing into her lap. "Go find your daddy. I'm in the middle of an important conversation with Tessa." There goes her Mother of the Year award. I wiggled around in an effort to hoist myself out of the chair. "I'll take him inside and make sure the stinger's out." "TJ, I said go find your daddy." She shot me a warning look, as if daring me to contradict her. Without a word, Grandma stood, took the boy's hand, and guided him through the onlookers to her house. I closed my eyes and counted to 10. When that didn't help, I counted to 20. Everyone had their own parenting style, but Lulu's tap-danced into the realm of neglect. Someone needed to make a law that required people to take classes and get a license before they were allowed to give birth. Just when I thought the conversation couldn't get any worse, Lulu rose, pressed her fingers to her temples, and stared off into space as if listening to some unseen force. She nodded once, smiled, and turned her attention back to me. "My guardians tell me he wasn't stung. He fell and landed on a sand spur." Maddie growled, and the hair along her spine rose. My mouth fell open. I had a million questions and snarky responses for her, but nothing would come out. Sand spurs hurt almost as much as bee stings. Dottie shook her head and followed after Grandma. "Maddie, come." The dog remained between me and Lulu. I blinked a few times to restart my brain. I knew better than to ask, but my curiosity got the better of me. "Guardians?" She grinned like a gator with a full belly. Crap. I'd fallen into her trap. "Yes, guardians." Lulu rose, stared off again, and chuckled. "You're not the only one in this family with psychic abilities. I've been taking classes. My mentor says I am the most gifted student he's ever taught." Dollars to donuts, she's sleeping with her so-called mentor. I nodded, not in agreement, but because I had no idea what to say to her. Darlene had mentioned people were jealous of me. I should have assumed she meant Lulu. While the two weren't besties, they did hang out at the same bars. TJ ran into the tent with a clean face and a shiny new Band-Aid on his thigh. Balancing on one leg, he lifted the other to show off his battle wounds. "Grandma fixed me up. It wasn't a bee." Rather than acknowledging her son, Lulu Rose smirked at me. "I told you." I held my hands up. I didn't say a word, but boy, did I ever have a few choice ones for her. It occurred to me that I could kill 2 pains in my backside with 1 stone by telling Lulu about Mrs. Clemens needing to contact her dead husband. Unfortunately for me, I didn't feel right turning her loose on an unsuspecting elderly lady. Besides, it looked like justice was about to be served. My great-grandmother marched across the lawn to Tank. She jutted her chin forward and set her hands on her hips, classic lecture posture. From the looks of it, the conversation set his blood pressure into the stratosphere. People always say that karma will come back and bite the assholes of the world, but Grandma worked much faster.
Lulu Rose, a word in private.
The man reminded me of a bull, a large, pissed-off bull ready to take down 6 cowboys and the rodeo clown. Much like she'd done with TJ, my cousin ignored her husband. "My mentor says everyone has guardians, but most folks don't even know they are there. Mine came to me the first time I meditated. Do you speak to yours?" I watched the oncoming argument like a slow-motion car crash. Tank leaned close to Lulu and lowered his voice.
We should go.
Her eyes widened. "I'm not going anywhere."
You're drunk.
"Screw you!" She slapped him so quickly I barely saw her hand move. He took his wife by the arm and lifted her from the chair. Maddie inched closer to me but remained silent. Weird, considering she'd given Lulu a warning growl a few minutes before. "Get your hands off me!" She jerked and wiggled like a fish dangling from a hook. "I'm not drunk, and I'm not going anywhere with you." The big guy glanced around at the growing number of spectators, released her, and lowered his voice.
Get in the truck. Now!
I eased myself out of the line of fire. The way these two were glaring at each other, I feared it wouldn't be long until the situation disintegrated and someone called the police. Thankfully, I had my own personal detective on the premises. Aaron appeared out of nowhere and placed himself between me and the feuding couple. Using his official police voice, he said,
Is there a problem?
Lulu's expression went from angry to triumphant, to something akin to a beaten puppy. "Thank God you're here. He came out of nowhere and manhandled me." Crap. She'd not only taken things out of context, she'd forgotten to mention who landed the first blow. Aaron folded his arms.
Look, this is a family party. I'm sure neither of you wants to see the other arrested for assault.
"You're going to arrest my mama and daddy?" At some point during the drama, TJ had wandered into the fray. Lower lip trembling, the boy glanced from his parents to Aaron.
Not if I can help it.
He set his hand on TJ's shoulder. "Oh, yes, you are. I absolutely want you to lock him up. He's bruised my arm." Lulu made a show of wincing when she touched the alleged injury. "It might be broken." Double crap! She'd left me no choice but to get into the middle of it and in front of her kid, no less. She slapped him first, and I highly doubt she'll have a mark, let alone a fractured bone. Frowning, Aaron turned back to the couple.
Is this true?
Tank nodded and Lulu glared. I'd heard the expression, "if looks could kill, you'd be 6 feet under," a million times, but at that moment, I felt it in my gut. Worse still, My Firebird responded to Lulu's energy as if she were a physical threat. I wasn't imagining things. The woman hated me. As if things weren't tense enough, the damned dog launched into a series of deep, thundering barks. "Maddie! Down!" I reached for her, but she darted to the left, keeping Lulu in her line of vision. Likely feeling my magic rising to the surface, Aaron grabbed my hand.
Like I said, I'm not interested in arresting anyone at Grandma's birthday party. I suggest one of you go home and cool off.
TJ ran to his father and wrapped himself around Tank's legs. "I want to stay here with Daddy." "Fine, whatever, I'll go." Lulu held her hand out. "You two find a ride home, I'm taking the truck." I bit the inside of my cheek and waited for someone to mention she'd sailed past the legal blood alcohol limit several beers ago. Tank, bless his big heart, handed her a ring overloaded with keys. "Wait." I drew a breath and gathered my courage. She's in no shape to drive. Lulu went from 60 to 0 quicker than the time it took me to blink. 1 second she glared, red-faced and angry. The next, she stared, as if she were looking right through me. No emotion, no reaction, nothing. It scared the willies out of me. I'd dealt with enough psychopaths to recognize something wasn't right in Lululand. Maddie must have felt the shift in her energy, too. The dog let out a howled whine.
Give me a sec to get my wallet and I'll drive you home.
Aaron patted his leg.
Maddie, come.
Thankfully, the lab hurried after him. Tank knelt in front of TJ.
Everything's okay now. Go play with JoJo until time to eat.
Lulu Rose turned and embraced me. The Firebird burned inside me, begging to be released. Whatever my spirit animal sensed, she didn't care for it. Not one bit. A reckoning is coming, and I can't wait to watch you bleed. Lulu Rose pulled back and flashed me a smile. Chapter 4. Since my grandfather had passed away, I'd learned I wasn't quite human, had died twice, faced magic-wielding murderers, run-of-the-mill serial killers, ghosts, wolves, snakes, and all sorts of tribal politics, but I'd never been this terrified. Around me, people ate, drank, and celebrated my great-grandmother's birthday, but I stood dumbstruck, watching Aaron's car bounce down the uneven driveway. Bryson set his hands on my shoulders and turned me to face him.
What did Lulu say to you?
She threatened me, said there was a reckoning coming and she wanted to see me bleed. My knees turned to jelly. Holy crap on a cracker! My husband had driven off with a crazy woman. Aaron shouldn't be in the car with her. She's dangerous. Bryson blinked, seeming to take in what I said. Call him and tell him to come back. My voice thinned and my panic thickened. The Premonition! Call him! Bryson's jaw tensed, and magic buzzed beneath his skin. I wasn't the only one having a hard time controlling my spirit animal. The longer we stood there, the longer Lulu had to do something horrible to Aaron. I patted my pockets in hopes I'd remembered my cell. I hadn't. Give me your phone. We have to warn him.
You need to sit.
He guided me back to my lawn chair, pulled out his phone, and made the call. Keeping his voice low, Bryson said,
Be careful. She threatened Tessa.
Tell him to come back. Someone else can drive her home. I chewed my thumbnail and waited for my world to shatter.
We'll be here.
He nodded at me, went silent and disconnected. I stared slack-jawed. You didn't tell him what I said.
He'll be okay. He's dropping her off at that dive bar on Main Street.
Bryson crouched in front of me.
Should be back within 10 minutes.
My chest tightened, making it hard to catch my breath. Fireflies danced in my peripheral vision, and my skin felt too tight. I leaned forward in an effort to put my head between my knees, but my baby bump got in the way. Bryson wrapped me in his arms.
Easy. Focus on the sound of my voice. Breathe in and out. I got you. I'm not going to let anything happen to you or Aaron.
The physical contact with my mate helped the panic attack to ebb enough for me to speak. Can't promise that.
You're right, but Aaron can take care of himself.
He cradled my head against his chest.
And no one would be stupid enough to try to hurt you when you're in my arms.
He had a point. 2 points. But I'd learned long ago that bad things happen without warning. No one planned to get hurt. Or worse, a male cleared his throat to my left. I lifted my head and met Tank's gaze.
Are you all right?
He might have been built like a linebacker, but under the muscle and redneck bravado beat the heart of a teddy bear. I'll be okay. Sniffling, I pulled away from Bryson. What's going on with Lulu? He shrugged.
She's drinking again and not sleeping much. The doctor says she has sleep paralysis.
Sleep what? The title seemed fairly self-explanatory, but I had to ask.
It's when your brain wakes up before your body. She's aware of what's going on but can't talk or move. It freaks her out.
Bryson said,
I can put together an herbal tea that will help her rest. I'd appreciate that.
His shoulders slumped.
I'm worried about her. She wakes up in a puddle of sweat and smells awful.
I knew all about night sweats and B.O. Did the doctor check her hormones?
Hell if I know.
I'm sure he ran tests. Hormone imbalances and sleep deprivation both can cause mood swings. I strongly suspected Lulu had bigger problems than not getting enough shut-eye. He glanced around before leaning closer.
She's been hateful toward TJ.
So, today wasn't an isolated incident? The more I thought about it, the more I kicked myself for not realizing something was seriously wrong earlier. Lulu Rose cheated on her husband as often as most women cheated on their diets, but she was a good mother when she was around.
She's been like that for a couple months now.
Tank took his ball cap off and wiped his brow on his sleeve.
I hate to say it, but I think she's stepping out on me again.
I had the exact same thought, but I knew better than to comment. Instead, I glanced away.
Would you mind keeping TJ tonight? Things might get loud at home. No problem.
Bryson spoke without hesitation. No surprise, he'd do anything to help a child. It was one of the things I loved most about him. Mommy! Jojo waved her arms as she ran in our direction with TJ on her heels. From the looks of it, both kids had gone for a swim in a mud puddle. Half her hair had escaped from her braids and stuck out in all directions. It's time! It's time! Clueless, I plastered on a smile. Time for what? TJ rolled his eyes. Don't tell her. It's supposed to be a surprise. Bryson chuckled.
The surprise has to wait until Aaron returns.
Both kids' facial expressions deflated like balloons in a needle factory. I nudged his side. What's going on? He dipped his chin and ran his hand over the back of his neck. I couldn't recall ever seeing him look so bashful. It shocked the worry right out of me. Don't tell her or Grandma will take a switch to your backside. TJ grinned. Ooh, maybe you should tell her. It'd be fun watching you get a whooping. Bryson's laughter brightened my mood better than a double shot espresso on a Monday morning. The only one getting a whooping around here's name starts with a T and ends with a J. Tank wrangled the squirming boy into his arms. A piece of my heart chipped off. Lulu's behavior didn't just affect me. These two lived with her, relied on her, loved her. How could she not see it or not care? Daddy! Jojo spotted Aaron's car and took off like a misfired arrow. He barely managed to open his door before she grabbed his hand and dragged him toward the dessert tent.
That's our cue.
Bryson helped me to my feet. Tell me what's going on. You know I don't like surprises. I batted my lashes. He slung his arm over my shoulders.
You'll see.
Uh-huh. But what if I'm so surprised I go into labor?
Not going to happen.
He tugged me close and kissed the top of my head. We joined Aaron under the tent, and I stopped dead in my tracks. While red and white streamers and balloons decorated the rest of the property, this area was done up in light blue. It's a boy? Nodding, my men grinned like a couple of kids at an all-you-can-eat candy buffet. We'd had 2 sonograms, but disagreed whether we should learn the baby's sex. They wanted to know. I wanted a gender reveal party like they did in the movies. We'd all gotten our wish. Aaron motioned to the far side of the tent.
There's more.
I didn't think my heart could handle much more. We were having a boy. Exactly what I'd wished for. One of each. A little brother for Jolene. Gift-wrapped boxes covered a long table in the back. That poor thing practically bowed under the weight of the presents. But the banner hanging from the posts stole my breath. We'd tossed around so many baby names over the previous months, my head spun. In the end, we'd agreed they'd choose a name if it was a boy, and I'd pick if it was a girl. Someone special, someone dear. Quincy Emmett Charles will soon be here. Resting my hand on my belly, I whispered, Quincy Emmett Charles. I love it. It's perfect. Thank goodness. These two about drove me crazy trying to come up with something. I had to step in and save the poor child from a lifetime of teasing. Grandma pulled me into an embrace. Wait. I glanced from her to my husband's and back. You named him? I sure did. Her eyes twinkled with mischief. These two were set on a mishmash like that Bradgelina or Benifer. I furrowed my brow, trying to think of how in the world they'd combine Aaron and Bryson. Arson? Or Briar? Several of my family members burst out laughing.
Briar.
Bryson cleared his throat.
Grandma helped us come to our senses.
Aaron chuckled.
It's Quincy after my father, Emmett after his, and Charles goes without saying. We thought we'd call him Quinn for short.
Grandma said,
I hope you don't mind sharing your baby shower with my birthday party.
Once again I fought back tears. She'd not only named my baby, but had done all of this for me. It's perfect. All of it. Thank you. I thought you said men at baby showers was against nature, Darlene called from the crowd.
Even an old woman can change her mind.
Grandma jutted out her chin.
Bryson, it's about time to pull the chicken out of the smoker. Aaron, go inside and get the baked beans from the oven. Everyone else, line up and get it while it's hot.
A chorus of yes ma'ams rang out. 2 things my family could agree upon, food and following Grandma's orders. My mother waited until the others had gone before she approached me. "There's been a heck of a lot of drama for a party. More than normal, even for this family." She slipped me a piece of paper. "His name was Ezekiel Clemens, but he went by Zeke. I meant what I said. There are no guarantees, but I'll give it a try on 2 conditions. You leave Jolene out of it, and you promise to knock before you come into my bedroom. Done and done." She cracked a half smile. "How are you holding up?" I hitched a shoulder. "Honestly, I'm not sure." She tucked a curl behind my ear. "Want to talk about it?" This side of my mother always surprised me. I was used to stunts like her showing up in my bedroom with random people and coercing me into finding money. The kinder, gentler side of Darlene hadn't emerged until she'd met her current husband, Stone. Having my little brother had softened her up even more. I drew a shaky breath. "Mama, do you think Grandma did all of this because she knows she won't be around to see little Quincy grow up?" She glanced away. "I do, but think of it as a blessing. Not many babies get the chance to meet their great-great-grandmothers." "You're right." Her words touched me, but they did nothing to ease the tightness in my chest. The baby wasn't due for another 6 weeks, and I knew, as sure as the sun would rise tomorrow, someone I cared about wouldn't be alive to see it. "Of course I am. Fathers may know best, but mothers are always right." Darlene patted my shoulder and walked toward the food tent. She couldn't have gone more than 5 steps before she turned around. "Don't forget to bring the sheets in before dark. It's bad luck to leave them out." "Yes, Mama." I rolled my eyes. Southerners had more superstitions than storm clouds and raindrops. My mother pointed a bony finger in my direction. "Sass me all you want, but don't come crying to me when you wake up with a boo-hag riding you." Chapter 5. The rest of the party had gone off without a hitch, thank goodness. I didn't think I could handle any more surprises, good or bad. I planted myself in Charlie's old recliner and turned on the television. My body craved sleep, but my thoughts rattled and spun like an unbalanced washing machine.
I'll get TJ into the shower and JoJo on standby.
Aaron gave me a drive-by kiss on his way to wrangle the kids. "Make sure you tell him to wash both sides of his head." The last time the little bugger had spent the night, he'd managed to shampoo the left side of his hair, leaving the right side smelling like swamp water. Maddie trotted out of the kitchen and curled up in her dog bed. Her behavior with Lulu earlier in the day bugged me. She'd only acted so aggressively once, and I couldn't blame her for that. Having the ghost of a murder victim show up in my bathroom hadn't sat well with me either. Bryson set a mug of herbal tea on the table beside me.
How are you feeling?
"Tired, but my brain isn't ready to turn off just yet." I took a sip of the steaming liquid. Maddie was acting weird around Lulu earlier. Or it might be accurate to say Lulu was acting weird and the dog responded.
Weird how?
I explained about TJ, the bee sting that turned out to be a sand spur, and about Lulu allegedly talking to her guardians. The thing is, Maddie started growling when Lulu did her mumbo-jumbo.
Maybe Lulu was communicating with something.
Could be. All I know is she scared me today. She was angry one second and stone cold the next. It was like someone turned out the lights. That's when she threatened me. He went quiet. So much so I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from feeling the silence.
I knew something was wrong when I felt the Firebird rise. At the time, I thought I was responding to your magic, but now
Bryson sat beside the dog and idly stroked her back.
I lowered the wards for the party, but I'll put them back up first thing in the morning. If Lulu is channeling something who means you harm, she won't be able to cross them.
I remembered the scrap of paper in my pocket. There's something else you should know. His shoulders tensed. Darlene asked me to summon the spirit of her third husband's father. Seems old Mr. Clements buried some cash, and his widow needs it to pay for my ex-stepfather's medical bills. He quirked a brow, likely trying to make sense of who was who. I sighed. Jed, my former stepdad, needs a new liver. Evidently, he's in bad shape. There's not much time.
I don't like it. You're too far along to risk exerting yourself with unnecessary magic.
Aaron sighed from the doorway between the living room and the hall.
Unnecessary magic aside, it's a bad idea. You're talking about recovering stolen money.
Oh, great. Now both men were telling me what to do. I have to do this. I couldn't live with myself if Jed died because I refused to at least try to help. Aaron frowned.
Can it wait a few weeks?
I said no at the same time Bryson said yes. Baby Quinn chose that moment to land a ninja-level kick to my bladder that left me wincing. I pressed my hand to my belly. Oh, no. Don't you start weighing in on this, too. The guys laughed. It's a tiny bit of magic. I doubt I'll even reach him, but at least I can say I tried.
Do what you think is best.
Aaron gave me a quick nod and turned for the hall.
DJ, you have to dry off before you put your PJs on.
Another sharp kick stole my breath. Ouch! Bryson placed both hands on my belly, leaned close, and spoke to the baby.
Time to settle down tonight, little one.
I ran my fingers through his long, dark hair. I love his name.
I'm glad.
He glanced up at me and smiled the sort of smile designed to melt a woman's heart.
It meant a lot to Graham May to surprise you today.
My throat tightened. If I didn't do something quick, I'd turn into a sobbing puddle of tears. Go help Aaron with the kids. I have a mushy made-for-TV movie with my name on it.
Already? I thought the romance movie marathon didn't start until the holidays.
I DVR'd them last year. I might have married 2 men, but I refused to give up my favorite guilty pleasure. Besides, I didn't complain when they spent hours and hours watching sports. He kissed my belly, then my lips.
Aaron can handle the kids. I'll be in the kitchen if you need me.
I hit play and settled in for an hour and a half of a cotton candy love story featuring a city girl set on selling a farm and the cowboy determined to show her the virtues of country living. About 30 minutes into the movie, I caught Aaron leaning against the wall staring at the television. You can watch it with me if you want. I paused the movie. He startled.
What? No. I'm just waiting for the kids to go to the bathroom one more time before I tuck them in.
Uh-huh. I stared until he slunk away. A few minutes later, he returned.
The kids are clean, teeth brushed, and tucked in.
Thank you.
Anytime, sweetheart.
Aaron kissed my cheek and headed for the kitchen. I thought he'd gone to help Bryson put away the leftovers, but caught him standing in the doorway watching the movie again. Seriously? I couldn't help but laugh. There's no shame in embracing your feminine side. He squared his shoulders.
Okay, but who's the blonde and what's she doing in the guy's barn?
I hit pause. His ex. She's conniving to get him back.
Gotcha.
He glanced from me to the couch, as if considering the logistics of snuggling with a pregnant woman on such a narrow space. Don't get any ideas. Last time we tried to watch a movie together, we ended up naked and sweaty.
What's wrong with naked and sweaty?
He gave me his signature boy-next-door grin. I'm immune to your charms, Detective Burns. My butt isn't leaving this chair until the credits roll." He chuckled and stretched out on the couch. 5 minutes later, his snores had me increasing the volume on the TV. Bryson emerged from the kitchen. The mountain of dirty dishes he'd climbed had left his T-shirt half soaked. He took one look at Aaron and sighed.
Should I wake him? Or let him sleep out here tonight?
I paused the movie for the umpteenth time. At this rate, it'd take me 4 hours to get through it. But I didn't complain, nor did I care. Family drama and impending death aside, I was one heck of a lucky woman. Leave him be until I'm ready to turn in.
Need anything before I get a shower?
I have everything I could ever want or need.
I feel the same.
Bryson tilted his head and took me in for a long moment before walking down the hall. I'd no sooner hit play again when Aaron kicked the arm of the sofa hard enough to rattle the end table. Holding my breath, I waited to see if he'd wake. He muttered something and rolled over. Grown men having puppy dreams amused me, unless, of course, they knocked over a lamp. I pointed the remote at the television and cast a quick glance in his direction. Nothing. No snores, no twitching, no donkey kicks. Let's try this again. I hit play. He shouted,
"The hell happened here?"
I opened my mouth to wake him, but he started to snore again. No, not snoring. The sound he made reminded me of a toddler with a head cold struggling to breathe around the snot. The next time he hollered, I couldn't make out his words, but I could feel the magic inside him rising. More troubling, a fine layer of sweat broke out across his face. Fever dreams? I wiggled forward and pushed down on the footrest with all my strength. It took 3 tries, but I managed to collapse the darn thing and stand. "Aaron? Honey, are you okay?" He mumbled something about a murder victim and calling for backup. I placed my hand on his forehead, expecting to find him burning up, but his skin was cold. Too cold. "Aaron, wake up!" He exhaled a stuttered, rattling breath, and the tension left his body. He left his body. My heart slammed into my sternum. No! I shook him hard enough to crack his molars. Aaron didn't respond, but an odor like 3-week-old potato salad in the sun filled the room. "Bryson!" Resting my head on Aaron's chest, I listened for a heartbeat. Nothing. "Bryson, help! Oh, God, no, not him." The feeling of doom I'd carried with me all day washed over me like a tidal wave. Knees shaking, I leaned over him to listen and watch for signs of respiration. "Please breathe. Please."
What's wrong?
Bryson skidded to a halt beside the couch.
What's that smell?
"CPR." My brain spun out of control, but I couldn't put together a coherent thought. "Floor."
Step back.
Bryson's magic exploded through the room. The force of it staggered me. He shoved the coffee table out of the way and jerked Aaron's lifeless body to the ground. "Mommy?" Jolene's voice pulled my attention away from my mates. The girl stood in her pink polka dot pajamas, watching as one father tried to determine if the other was breathing. I hurried to her and blocked her view of the horror. Struggling to get past me, she screamed, "What's wrong with him? Why isn't he waking up?" Bryson shouted,
I'm going to bring him back, Jojo. I swear it.
Chapter 6. "But he's not dead." Jolene broke free of my grasp and darted to her father's. I couldn't find the words to tell her the truth. Not that I knew what the truth was. Bryson had brought Aaron back from the dead once before, But he'd shared a piece of his soul to do it. Could he do it again? Could I help him, share my magic? We were stronger when we worked together, but would it be too much? Would it endanger the baby? Jolene placed a hand on each side of Bryson's face and forced him to look at her. He's not dead. I don't see his ghost. Bryson stilled. I couldn't see his energy with my eyes, but I could feel it fanning out over Aaron's body.
She's right.
He sucked in a breath.
There's still a spark of life inside him, but...
But what? My knees threatened to buckle. I had no choice but to sag against the wall.
His spirit is... missing?
Bryson glanced from Aaron to me, and finally to Jolene.
Can you call to him?
The girl nodded and closed her eyes so hard her nose wrinkled. Daddy, you have to come back now. A gust of icy air lifted my hair. Jolene had split the veil between the physical world and the one beyond, wide open, something I didn't have the ability to do if I wanted to. Her power scared the ever-loving crap out of me. We had no idea what she was truly capable of, not to mention any number of ghostly creepy crawlies could come through the tear. Two things happened. The horrid smell left the room, and Aaron gasped as if breaking the surface of a phantom ocean. It was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. Bryson let out a choked sob.
Welcome back.
Jolene threw herself against Aaron. She'd put on a brave face, but now that the crisis had ended, her tears flowed freely. The girl had been exposed to more death in her 10 years than most adults, including her mother's murder.
Hey, what's all of this about?
Aaron draped an arm around her and lifted his head.
Did I roll off the couch? Something like that.
Bryson helped him sit upright.
How are you feeling? Like I had a good night's sleep?
Furrowing his brow, he took in the scene around him.
What happened?
Bryson and I exchanged glances. I didn't quite know the answer, nor did I want to discuss it in front of a child. Jolene, on the other hand, had no qualms. You left your body? Most of you, anyway.
Uh-huh.
Aaron glanced at me.
What exactly does that mean?
I'm not entirely sure. You were having a nightmare. Next thing I knew, you stopped breathing and I couldn't get a pulse. He ran his hand over his head.
I was dreaming about a crime scene. It felt so damned real. It sounds like you were dreamwalking.
Bryson's jaw tensed.
Has this happened before? Dying in my sleep?
Aaron barked out a laugh.
Not that I'm aware of.
You didn't die. Jolene yawned. He gave me a wide-eyed stare over the top of her head. A cry for help if I'd ever seen one. Now that we know everything's okay, it's time for bed. It's been a long day. I held my hand out to the girl. Come on, Jojo. I'll tuck you in.
I have her.
Bryson stood and scooped her into his arms. She groaned. I'm not a baby. I know what you're doing. You're using code for you'll talk about this after I'm not here. Aaron burst out laughing, the second sweetest sound I'd ever heard.
You're right, but it's way past everyone's bedtime. We'll talk about this in the morning.
I sank onto the couch and closed my eyes. Suffering from an adrenaline crash, I didn't have the strength to hold back my emotions. Much like Jolene had done moments before, I let the tears flow.
Hey.
Aaron sat beside me.
Sorry I scared you. That had to be rough.
Terrifying. I've been waiting for someone to die all day. When I couldn't wake you, I curled against him. It's probably a sin to say this out loud, but I'd rather someone else bit the big one. He lifted my chin. Smiling when I met his gaze, he whispered,
I'm not going anywhere.
I nodded rather than outright lie by agreeing. People always said that, but we both knew no one could promise such a thing. Aaron's phone vibrated in his pocket. Much to my frustration, he ignored it. You should get that.
Whoever it is can wait.
He pulled me closer. The cell vibrated again. It could be the station. I eased away. It's past midnight. Technically, we're both on call. He checked the screen, frowned, and hit redial. Detective Burns. I couldn't make out the caller's words, but Aaron's expression told me it wasn't good. He stood and walked toward the kitchen. Bryson returned to the front room and folded his arms. We'd lived with Aaron long enough to recognize the signs. Clipped responses, tight expression, stiff spine. Aaron had a new case. A homicide.
Text the address. Be there in 30.
He shoved the phone in his jeans pocket.
Tessa, they need both of us on this one.
Bryson hung his head.
It's the middle of the night, and she's pregnant.
I'm standing right here, and I'm not deaf or an invalid. I felt like death on a cracker, but I had 4 more weeks before my maternity leave kicked in. Besides, working beat the heck out of sitting up all night waiting to find out which one of my friends or family members had kicked the bucket.
Between the budget cuts and the hiring freeze, there isn't anyone else available.
Scratching the dark stubble on his jaw, Aaron glanced from me to Bryson.
I'll have a uniformed officer bring her home as soon as she's finished speaking to the victim's family.
Bryson walked to me and pressed his brow to mine. A slow but steady stream of magic passed from him to me.
Forgive me. It's been a stressful day.
Thank you. My energy level improved. I felt like I'd had 8 hours of sleep and 2 cups of coffee. I'll be back before you know it. Dressed in maternity khakis and a tent-like Orange County Police Department polo, I kissed the kids and Bryson goodnight and headed for the door. Aaron patted his back pocket for his wallet, front pocket for his phone, and double-checked his sidearm and badge. He furrowed his brow and turned for the bedroom. I knew his ritual well enough to know why he'd turned, and jangled his keys to get his attention.
Thanks, but don't think for a second you're driving.
I tossed the ring to him. I know. It's the age of equality, but the guys will never let you live down your wife chauffeuring you around.
Damn straight.
He walked me to the car and opened my door.
Age of equality or not, chivalry isn't dead.
Yeah. Let's get this over with so I can get home before breakfast. I fidgeted with the seatbelt until my belly poked out the space between the lap and shoulder restraints. We rode in a comfortable silence until my stomach growled. He laughed.
Hungry?
A little, but I don't want to eat until after I leave the death scene.
Good idea.
He didn't say it, but the twinkle in his eyes told me he was thinking about the number of times I'd hurled on the job in my first trimester. Is this a victim's advocate case, or should I keep my supernatural eyes and ears open? I glanced at the GPS display to see where we were headed. I recognized the street name. Definitely the bad side of town.
I'd rather you not use magic on my watch.
I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. I don't need to do anything special if the ghost comes to me, nor do I use magic to read objects. It just sort of happens. He must have picked up on the frustration in my voice because he winked and flashed me a grin.
Great. Then I'll take any and all help you can give. It's a possible DV.
I loathed domestic violence cases. Other than dead kids, there was nothing worse than working with someone suspected of murdering their spouse. Peachy. He turned onto a dirt road. 2 blocks up, red and blue lights flashing marked our destination.
Just to be safe, stay in the car until I send someone out to escort you to the family.
Okay. I leaned forward to get a better look at the area. Even in the alternating light, I could make out a few dilapidated houses and trailers. Thankfully, the one with the squad cars out front looked better cared for. Aaron pulled into the driveway and hit the brakes hard enough my seatbelt engaged.
Shit.
I followed his gaze to a Ford F-150 with monster-sized tires and a specialty license plate. My breath caught in my throat. The truck belonged to Tank. Chapter 7. I threw the door open and darn near strangled myself and my unborn child with the seatbelt. Fumbling with the release, I struggled to keep my emotions from running down my face. Aaron took my hand.
Tessa, wait, you can't go in there.
Like hell I can't. The buckle unlocked and I hit the ground running. A car door slammed behind me, but I kept moving. He'd have to tackle me to keep me out of the trailer. Given my delicate condition, I doubted he'd try.
Damn it, Tessa, will you wait a minute?
Aaron clamped a hand on my shoulder.
Tank's truck is at a crime scene.
Ignoring the wide-eyed stares from other officers, techs, and nosy neighbors, I spun to face him. And he leaned close.
It's against department policy to work a case involving family.
I know that. Not that I intended to let the rules stop me from finding out what the heck had happened. We're babysitting his son. I have to know if he's... Aaron put his face in my line of vision.
Listen to me. We don't know whose house this is.
You're right. We don't. I've never been here before. Grandma mentioned something about them moving a month or so earlier, but it's not like I visited Lulu on a regular basis. Even when I babysat, Tank always brought TJ to me.
We go in, we get a look around, and we get out. I'll notify the chief of our conflict of interest once we know if or how Tank's involved.
Okay. I glanced from him to the front door. Someone had left it wide open. Light and voices spilled out. Under different circumstances, I would have thought there was a party going on. I followed Aaron into the crowded trailer. The place stunk to high heaven, but I couldn't place the odor. Not old booze or cigarettes, not the coppery sweet scent of blood, not urine or feces. None of the typical death scene aromas fit the bill, but whatever it was, it made my stomach roil. Aaron nodded to his partner, Detective Richard Samuels, a good man on the inside, and a just-the-facts ma'am man on the outside. Samuels frowned when he noticed me.
Sorry to drag you out this late, Lamar.
It's my job. The second I opened my mouth, the foulness in the air hit the back of my throat. I hadn't puked in months, but I had a feeling I was about to end my vomit-free streak. Aaron handed me a clean hanky.
Use this to block the smell. It'll help.
Nodding, I pressed it to my face. The familiar sense of home, laundry detergent, and cedar wood from the dresser calmed my gut. However, it did nothing for my nerves. I didn't have the patience to stand around and make small talk. I needed to know what the hell had happened.
Body's in the back.
Samuels motioned down the hall.
Where is the family? Tessa needs to do her thing and get home.
He glanced around the room, likely searching for personal items that would confirm our fears.
Gone. One of the first responders said the guy vanished while they were securing the scene.
Samuels smirked. Guy? Maybe it's not Tank in there. Is it Lulu? Before I could sort out my thoughts, Samuels and Aaron headed down the hall. I followed. Aaron turned to me.
Stay here. I'll be right back.
I have to see. Samuels lowered his voice.
Lamar, there are things you can't unsee. This one tops my list.
Several others nodded in agreement, and one tech shuddered. Rather than agreeing, I nodded. A horde of stampeding elephants couldn't keep me away from the body. I'd known the day would end in grief since the moment I'd opened my eyes. I had to know who'd died. The men turned and walked down the hall. I counted to 10 and followed. The lack of family photos or personal items bugged me. I peeked into a small bedroom and noted a twin-sized bed and dresser. No toys or books or anything that told me who the room belonged to. Techs filled a second bedroom. Some dusted for prints while others collected fiber samples from the carpet and blankets. Once again, I found no personal effects. I closed my eyes and focused on the trailer itself. Funny thing about homes, they have an energy all their own. It's like the walls absorb bits and pieces of the family that lives there. I'd long suspected the phenomenon led to the phrase, "It feels like home." The trailer had no energy. None. Not a zipperoonie. How was that possible? Heart racing, I made my way farther down the hall. People came and went from a larger room. It was too small to be a real master, but larger than the first two. I couldn't get a good look at the bed or the body lying on it. An investigator shoved a navy blue comforter into an evidence bag, while another placed a pillow into a plastic container. Both men stepped away, and then I saw what appeared to be a slab of beef. Pink muscles and white tendons glistened in the too bright light. I couldn't make sense of it. That is, until I glanced further down at the victim's foot. Oh, my God. I wanted to close my eyes, to turn away, to leave, but I couldn't move. The victim's skin was missing. All of it. My brain refused to process the visual info, so much so I couldn't make sense of the scene, let alone understand the feeling something was off with the entire situation. Aaron stepped in front of me, spun me around, and all but shoved me into the hall. Normally, I would have argued, but I'd never been so grateful to be manhandled in my life.
What are you doing back here?
The edge in Aaron's voice didn't match the lost look in his eyes. As a homicide detective, he'd seen the worst of the worst. But Samuels was right. This case topped them all. Was that Tank? He sighed.
No. The Vic is a woman. It'll take time to identify her.
How could someone do that? I couldn't get the mental image out of my brain. Something was wrong besides the obvious. Something about the body didn't make sense, but I couldn't hold on to a thought long enough to sort it out. Lulu?
No telling.
He glanced around at the others, took my hand, and didn't stop walking until we'd reached his car.
Something strange is going on.
You think? I rubbed my forehead. The oddity I couldn't put my finger on came to me like a bolt of lightning. Holy crap! There was no blood!
Perps have been known to move bodies, especially if they want to stage them.
Aaron sighed.
But that's not what...
That didn't look staged. The fact that the body in the bed most likely belonged to Lulu hit me like a bullet between the eyes. Who called it in? It had to be Tank. We have to find him. Oh no, TJ. He's lost his mama.
We don't know that yet.
He lowered his voice, likely hoping I'd do the same. That's Tank's truck outside. Who else could it be in that bed? Listen to me. He took me by the shoulders.
This is going to sound nuts. My dream. It smelled like Tessa. Thank God.
Tank's voice drew more than my attention. He staggered from the crowd of onlookers. The officers in the front yard turned and stared. I choked out a sob and hurried to him. I saw your truck and thought... Tank wasn't a hugger, but he broke his rule and held me so tight I thought my amniotic sac would burst like a water balloon. Rather than diving into the hard topic right away, I hedged. When did y'all move in here? I didn't see any of your stuff inside.
Last week.
Lowering his voice, he spoke without looking me in the eye.
Landlord at the last place threw our stuff out.
Property owners can't just toss your personal belongings. I swallowed hard. They had been evicted. Did you lose your job? Tank shook his head.
Lulu was in charge of the money. She spent darned near every cent I made at a fortune teller in Orlando.
Ah, yes, her mentor. I'm sorry, Tank. Let me know if you and TJ need anything.
Thanks.
He hugged me again.
Were you the one who called 911?
Aaron asked. Tank took a step back, glanced toward the trailer, and dipped his chin.
Yes.
Why'd you take off? The officer said you ran while they were securing the scene. Not for 1 second did I think he'd killed his wife, but leaving made him seem guilty. Where did you go?
I had to clear my head.
He shoved his hands in his pockets.
Lulu,
I'd blown it. The man's wife had been horrifically murdered. Rather than comforting him, I'd assaulted him with questions. I know, and I am so sorry. What happened in there? Aaron held his hand up.
Don't say another word until you sit down with someone else to give your statement.
Tank nodded, but I was having no part of it. Since I'm no longer here on official police business, he can tell me whatever he wants. I pointed at my husband. You, on the other hand, have a definite conflict of interest and a badge to think about. You need to walk away.
Tessa, you could be subpoenaed to testify. Wait, you don't think I did this?
Tank went ramrod straight.
No, but it's not my call.
Aaron turned the full weight of his stare on me.
Darling, we're both treading on thin ice here.
I ignored him, grabbed Tank's arm and pulled him to the other side of the car. Tell me what happened. Muttering something under his breath, Aaron dialed his cell phone. Lucky for him, the distance I'd put between us swallowed his words. Tank hunched his shoulders and tucked his chin, as if trying to make his 6'4" frame smaller.
I came home. We argued, had make-up sex, and went to sleep.
Nodding, I motioned for him to continue.
I woke up to take a piss, and she was...
His voice cracked.
Skinned. Like a deer.
Mental images of the body inside the trailer stole my breath. I couldn't imagine that happening to one of my men, let alone waking up beside the body. You didn't hear anything? He shook his head without meeting my gaze. How much did you have to drink? He wiggled his fingers as if adding up the total.
Including the whiskey after I called 911?
Oh, Tank. I closed my eyes and counted to 14. Aaron was right. The deeper I dug, the more it felt like doing a triple axel on a half-frozen pond filled with gators. Listen, you have to tell the police exactly what happened. Don't lie. Don't guess. Don't embellish. Tell them what you know and stick to it. Got it?" He nodded, but still hadn't looked at me. In fact, his body language reminded me of TJ's the time I'd caught him polishing off an entire pie. Covered in blueberry filling, the boy had made his entire confession and heartfelt plea for forgiveness without once taking his attention off his sneakers. Lifting my chin, I did my best Grandma imitation. "What aren't you telling me?" He glanced up for a split second and shuddered.
You're gonna think I'm nuts?
That was the second time someone had uttered those words in the last 5 minutes. "Try me." Tank swallowed hard.
I swear on a stack of Bibles, a monster left the room with Lulu's skin.
Chapter 8. Questions buzzed around my head like flies on a rotten watermelon. Exactly how much did you have to drink? Are you on drugs? What kind of monster? What do you mean it took her skin? Was it in a big pile, or was it hanging over its arm like an overcoat? Thankfully, Detective Samuels joined us before I managed to utter a word. Stiff spine, tense jaw, narrowed eyes. The man looked as if he'd marched into a street fight instead of a conversation.
Would one of you mind telling me what the hell is going on?
I deferred to Aaron with the sweetest smile I could muster under the current circumstances. My hubby hitched a shoulder.
I asked the chief to take me off the case. I got that much.
Samuel's face turned ruby red. If someone didn't de-escalate the situation, I feared he'd have a stroke.
Tessa and I are related to the Vic. How could you possibly identify it?
The detective's attention shifted to Tank. He cocked his head for half a heartbeat before the light came on behind his eyes.
I remember you from the wedding. You live here?
Shoulders slumped, Tank nodded.
I called the police.
Samuel's expression changed from curious to cop face.
The officers tell me you left the scene.
I stepped forward. No one told him he couldn't.
Tessa?
Aaron's voice held an edge of warning. Don't Tessa me. It's true. I focused on Samuel's. Tank didn't do anything wrong. Between waking up next to his dead wife and the stench in there, he needed some air, but he's ready to give his statement now. Tank looked anything but ready to give his statement. In fact, he looked like he might run away, throw up, or both. Samuels motioned to a uniformed officer.
This is the witness. Escort him to Helms.
The younger man widened his eyes.
You're not taking his statement? I thought you were on the case. Would I ask you to take him to another detective if I were on the damned case? I'm related to the victim by marriage. Chief put Helms and Jankowski on the case.
Aaron stared until the officer took Tank into the trailer. Samuels studied us for a long moment.
Either of you have an idea what the unholy hell happened in there?
Aaron glanced away so quickly, I thought he might have sprained his eyeballs. He knew something his partner and I didn't.
Not a clue, but it's time I get Tessa home. Cut the shit, Burns.
Well, I wouldn't have used those words. Samuels had said what I was thinking. You've been acting strange since you walked into the trailer. What's going on?
Nothing, other than I'd rather not have my pregnant wife at a death scene, let alone one as gruesome as this.
He motioned in the general direction of my belly.
It can't be good for the baby. I agree. This is no place for you, Tessa.
Folding his arms, Samuels locked gazes with Aaron.
But I'm calling bullshit. We've been partners too long to start lying to each other now. You know, or strongly suspect, something.
Aaron glanced over the yard.
Nothing that will stand up in court. Let me guess. It has something to do with magic?
Samuels smirked.
Yes and no.
He sighed and lowered his voice.
I saw the murder in a dream.
I took a step back to steady myself. I'd seen and heard a lot of crazy things since rising from the dead, but he'd shocked me. After the whole soul-sharing incident, we knew Aaron had inherited the ability to boost mine and Bryson's magic, but we didn't know he had any special powers of his own. Samuels remained quiet for a long moment, seeming to digest the new information. Did you see who killed Lulu? I wasn't sure I wanted an answer. Unless he could ID a living, breathing person, nothing he said would clear Tank. I mean, it's not like we could haul a skin-stealing monster into a court of law.
Not a who. More like a what.
He shuddered, as if the memory had cost him.
The thing that killed her, looked like a skinless corpse.
The blood drained from Samuel's face.
Animated dead. Are we dealing with some sort of zombie? I wish I knew.
Aaron turned to me as if expecting an answer. I've never heard of anything like this. The closest I'd come was a skinwalker, but despite the name, he didn't do anything with his actual skin. He'd used dark magic to either shapeshift to look like someone else, or to inhabit the bodies of other people. Aaron pressed his lips into a line and nodded once. Bryson may have some ideas. I wished I could reassure him, but the more I thought about it, the more the entire situation freaked me out. It might have been selfish, but all I could think about was the skinless bad guy realizing Aaron had witnessed the killing. Samuels ran his hand through his bristlebrush hair.
Do we need to stake the Vic?
No, I said, quicker and louder than I'd intended. She's not going to rise as a vampire or zombie or whatever. Is she? It might have been a sin to speak ill of the dead, but Lulu had been a nightmare when she was alive. I refused to imagine what she would be like as one of the undead, if there was such a thing.
We should go speak to Bryson.
Aaron took my hand. But, Tank, we can't just leave him here.
Go get some rest.
Samuels nodded to the car.
I'll give him a ride to your place once he's finished giving his statement.
They won't arrest him tonight, will they? I'd been on quite a few murder cases. I should have known the answer. But truth be told, I'd never paid attention to the arresting part of things. I focused on helping the surviving family members or speaking to the ghosts of the dearly departed.
It's doubtful, but possible.
The older detective scrunched his face while scratching his forehead.
He smells like a brewery, and he left the scene.
I opened my mouth to protest. Samuels raised his hands and walked backward toward the trailer.
I know. I'll see what I can do, but it'd be a hell of a lot easier if I was still on the case.
Aaron slung his arm around my shoulders and guided me to the car.
I hope I didn't make a mistake telling him about the dream.
Had he mentioned it to any other non-magic user, I would have worried. But Samuels was a believer. He'd witnessed ghosts punching me in the nose, dragging me through a death scene, and feeding me information. Heck, he'd all but seen me shift into the Firebird. Other than making an art form of telling bird jokes, the man hadn't said a word. He won't tell anyone. I pressed closer to him and drew a deep breath. Normally, his scent alone calmed my nerves, but not tonight. Tonight, he smelled like roadkill. You stink. Please tell me my hair doesn't smell like that god-awful trailer?
We should shower when we get home.
His words came out matter-of-fact, a far cry from his usual teasing, eyebrow-wiggling self. I understood. For once, the last thing on my mind was sex. Instead, I focused on the case, specifically the odor. It had struck me as familiar when I'd first walked through the front door, but the thought of my cousin lying dead in the next room kept me distracted. Now that I'd come down from the adrenaline spike, it hit me. God in heaven! You smelled like that when we couldn't wake you. Aaron nodded. A nod? He knew and wasn't freaking out? What aren't you telling me? Aaron tensed but remained quiet until he'd helped me into the car, slid into the driver's seat, and put some distance between us and the flashing lights.
That thing Bryson said. Dreamwalking. What do you know about it?
Absolutely nothing. But Bryson sure seemed to know what was going on. Middle of the night or not, we're having a family meeting. I pulled my phone from my purse and called home. Chapter 9. The good Lord doesn't give you more than you can handle. I mentally repeated Grandma's go-to phrase over and over, but it didn't help. In fact, I strongly suspected God had better things to do than to throw trials and tribulations at unsuspecting folks. Not to say he didn't care. In my experience, when I found myself buried under a big steaming pile of manure, God would throw me a shovel and tell me to dig. That night, I needed a bulldozer. I sat on my hands and bit the inside of my cheek to keep from interrupting Aaron while he told Bryson about the dream and the murder and the monster. It killed me to wait, but we'd get nowhere if I blurted out questions like a hyperactive 3-year-old.
Have you had this sort of dream before?
Bryson flipped through the pages of Charlie's spellbook.
About a homicide? No.
Aaron frowned at his hands.
But my dreams have been more vivid lately.
Between his tone and the faint blush on his cheeks, I had a good idea of the content of his dreams. We didn't have time, and I didn't have the energy to tease him about it. Instead, I forced my mind out of the gutter and focused on the matter at hand. Anything about dreamwalkers in Charlie's book?
No.
Bryson sat back and dragged his hand down his face.
And you two are sure the odor at the crime scene is the same?
Absolutely sure. It was very distinct. I brought a clump of my hair to my nose and sniffed. It smelled like shampoo. I scooted myself to the edge of the sofa, or tried to. Between my belly and the soft cushions, I fought a losing battle. Dang it, I give up. Aaron, come here a sec. He stood and offered me his hand.
Need some help?
No. Lean down here and let me smell your hair. He raised a brow, but didn't argue. I sniffed him. Though the stench had faded since we'd left the murder scene, enough of it lingered that my stomach turned. Yep, still there. We were in the trailer the same amount of time, but I don't smell it on me. This caught Bryson's attention. He stood, scented the two of us, and furrowed his brow.
She's right.
Tank said something about Lulu smelling awful, too. I tapped my lips. It must have something to do with the dream, but how's that possible?
I don't know.
Bryson glanced at the clock.
I'll make some calls in the morning. Let's try to get a couple hours of sleep before the kids wake up.
Kids. I'd all but forgotten TJ was sleeping over. Call me a coward, but I didn't want to be the person who told him his mother had died. I turned to Aaron. Shouldn't Samuels have dropped Tank off by now?
Yeah. I'll find out what's going on.
He pulled his phone from his pocket, dialed, and waited.
Samuels isn't picking up.
Bryson yawned.
They're probably on the road.
Aaron drummed his fingers on his cell.
You two go to bed. I'll wait up for him.
I need a few minutes alone. Though exhausted, I highly doubted I could sleep. My brain didn't come with a power button. Plus, I wanted a little while to sit and think through the events of the previous 24 hours. Lulu wasn't my favorite person, but she was family. Her death would hurt people I loved, and the way she'd died would haunt me for the rest of my life.
Damn.
Aaron sat beside me.
We barely acknowledged the fact you'd lost your cousin tonight.
The tenderness in his voice undid me. My throat tightened and my vision blurred. We didn't get along. Bryson moved to my other side.
But you cared about her, and you loved Tank and TJ.
What are we going to tell him? What about Grandma and Dottie? They can't find out the details. It's too awful. My voice cracked.
These aren't our decisions to make. It's best that we follow Tank's lead.
As always, Bryson supplied the voice of reason in my emotional meltdown. You're right. I wiped my eyes and sat straighter. Between the tears and the snot, I needed a tissue. Aaron handed me the box from the end table.
Sweetheart, let's take a shower. The hot water will help relax you.
Hiccuping my words, I said, Okay. Need to wash off the crime scene cooties. His phone chirped.
Hey, Samuels, do you have an ETA on Tank's arrival? We're heading for bed.
Aaron's wide-eyed, open-mouthed expression sent my heart into palpitations and my mind racing. Had the monster returned? Did Tank run off again? Did Lulu rise from the dead? I pressed my hand to my chest and mouthed, What is it? He held up a finger.
It's premature, no?
Taking my free hand, Bryson whispered,
Breathe. Yeah, okay. I'll tell the family.
Aaron disconnected the call. I wanted to holler, but I didn't dare wake the kids. Tell us what?
They arrested Tank.
He stood and paced a few strides, then turned back.
He didn't take your advice when the officers questioned him.
Blood roared behind my eardrums. Oh, no.
He mentioned seeing a monster carrying Lulu's skin.
Aaron sighed.
They're placing him on an involuntary hold.
He's in the psych ward? I lost the battle to keep my voice down. I need to get down there. I can talk some sense into him. Bryson squeezed my hand.
Tessa, it's 5 a.m.
And? Aaron knelt in front of me.
And he's being charged with murder. He won't be allowed visitors.
I can talk to the psychiatrist. Malcolm Alexander works some nights. If he's on call... High, shrill, and filled with urgency, TJ's scream ended the conversation better than a tornado siren ended a walk in the rain. The boy bolted into the living room with Jolene on his heels. Pale-faced and eyes as big as silver-dollar pancakes, Jojo glanced between us. Bryson shot to his feet.
What's wrong?
Aaron didn't wait for an answer. He headed for the back of the house, likely expecting to find an intruder. The girl chewed her lower lip. I saw someone in the bedroom.
Stay here.
Bryson followed Aaron. She met my gaze, and I knew what she'd say before she opened her mouth. A ghost? TJ wailed again. This time he sounded more like a basset hound than an air horn. No, this can't be happening. I needed to call the men back into the room. I needed to comfort the kids. Heck, I needed to corral the spirit before she did something that would put TJ in therapy for the rest of his life. But the wiring between my brain and my mouth short-circuited. Lulu Rose's skinless spirit hovered beside her crying son. Chapter 10. This is all your fault, Lulu launched herself at me. On an intellectual level, I doubted her spirit had the strength to harm me, but my fight-or-flight instincts disagreed. I tried to stand, but it was no use. She was quick and pissed and out for blood. Thankfully, her ghostly hands passed through my neck. That, however, did nothing to deter her. She tried to claw and scratch my eyes out. The chilly, yet sticky sensation reminded me of walking through spider webs. It gave me the willies more than the darned ghost. "Stop it!" I batted at her icy fingers. "Bryson!" TJ fell silent during the otherworldly catfight, or so I thought. In reality, he'd taken a break to gather his strength. The boy opened his mouth, threw his head back, and screamed loud enough for people 3 counties over to hear him. Hands covering her ears, Jolene shouted, "Hush!" The commotion distracted Lulu's spirit long enough for me to roll my pregnant body away from her and scramble to my feet. Unfortunately, the child didn't hold her attention long. This time she came at me, fists swinging. "You did this to me!" "Calm down." I dodged her attack. "We need to talk." "Screw you!" My husbands ran back into the room like a couple of Keystone Cops. That is, if Keystone Cops were hunky and anxious and ready to kick some serious butt. They took in the scene. One kid screaming, the other yelling for him to stop, and me fighting off an unseen foe.
Tessa?
Bryson shifted his weight from one foot to the other as if trying to decide which way to go. Very upset spirit. I had much more to say on the matter, but I didn't dare in front of TJ. Aaron gaped like a fish hooked up to an oxygen tank.
Holy shit! How do we stop her?
"You can see her?" I bobbed when I should have weaved, and Lulu's ghostly hand slipped through my belly. Quinn reacted fast and furious. It felt as if he stretched to his full height inside me. Wombs were round. Babies were meant to curl up inside their mothers. That's why they called the fetal position the fetal position. His reaction to the spectral hand left me seeing stars. Cradling my unborn son, I went to my knees. "Stop! Please, stop!" Lulu didn't stop. She'd found my weakness and exploited it. An ice-cold fist shot through my lower back, stealing my breath. The baby jolted again. Only this time he fought harder and longer than the first. A scream tore from my throat before I could stop it. Jolene shouted orders, TJ wailed, and I braced myself for another attack. Bryson and Aaron moved close, but only one of them could see what was happening, and he wasn't the one with the power to send her away. "You're going to pay," Lulu's voice rang in my ears. "A life for a life." The warmth of my mate's hands helped to ease the pain, but they did nothing to quell my fear. I tried to speak, to tell Bryson to do the spell, to beg Lulu Rose to stop. But I choked on my own spit. Or maybe it was the air. Either way, I couldn't seem to get the words out. Bryson and Aaron chanted a spell I recognized from our previous dealings with spirits. However, it didn't seem to weaken Lulu. She continued her tirade at the same ear-piercing volume. My only saving grace was the men had formed human shields around me, making it impossible for her to strike out at our child again. And then the noise stopped. Confused, and more than a little terrified, I lifted my head. Jolene stood in the center of the living room with her arm outstretched toward the far wall. Eyes narrowed and mouth clenched tight, she took several halting steps.
Not sure how long she can hold her.
Aaron nodded toward the spirit. Hold her? I turned and stared, not believing my eyes. Lulu Rose reminded me of a butterfly pinned inside a display case, but far more gruesome. On second thought, she looked more like a ball of bacon in a dress than a butterfly. Glancing at Bryson, I said, "Someone has to move. You have to go." His voice joined mine.
You will go in the dark. You will hide in the day. I send you away back to where you were. Through paths not walked, with eyes not seeing. I send you away. This is said. This will be.
Our magic merged as we repeated the spell 2 more times. Lulu Rose rolled her lidless eyes. "It ain't working." "Mama?" TJ moved from behind Jolene. The living adults in the room stared at the boy. It seemed none of us had any idea how to handle the situation. "You can see her too?" It occurred to me I'd asked a really stupid question. Of course TJ could see her. What else would have caused him to scream bloody murder earlier? I turned to Bryson in hopes he'd have an explanation, and caught him staring at the spirit too. "Wait, everyone can see her?" Without taking his eyes off Lulu, he whispered,
I can now.
"What's wrong with her?" TJ's voice came out in a squeak. "It's me, baby. Come closer so I can get a look at you," Lulu cooed. A puddle formed around TJ's bare feet. The poor kid didn't seem to notice as he shook his head and backed away. Keeping the spirit pinned in place, Jolene said, "That's not your mama." "Like hell I'm not." The spirit's face turned a shade of red that reminded me of fresh venison. Jojo twisted her hand, and Lulu's mouth froze in place. TJ whimpered, "It sounds like her." Jojo shook her head. "It's a monster playing a dirty trick on you." Jolene had lied. Bryson drew a deep breath and met my gaze. His heartbroken expression told me he knew the score. Jolene had to know the truth, but she'd tried to spare TJ. Aaron cleared his throat.
We need to do something, quick.
He was right. Jojo couldn't hold the spirit back much longer. Her control slipped, so much so Lulu could move her hands. "I have an idea, but I need to—" I met Aaron's gaze and prayed he'd get the hint. "I need salt. Could you and TJ run to Grandma's and get some?" He raised a brow.
We're out.
Bryson all but growled the words,
Go.
Aaron stood, scooped the child into his arms, and hurried out the door. That he hadn't as much as batted a lash at TJ's wet pants made me love him a little more. The poor kid's hell had only just begun. The last thing he needed was a side of shame to go with his grief-seasoned shit sandwich. "Mommy, hurry!" Jojo's outstretched arm shook. I rushed to mine and Bryson's office and pulled down an old cobalt blue bottle, a baggie of grave dirt, and a large container of holy water-infused salt. Seeming to read my mind, Bryson took the blessed salt and formed a circle beneath Lulu. I managed to get half a cup or so of the grave dirt into the bottle instead of the floor. It'd have to do. Turning to him, I offered a weak smile. "Ready?"
We're not taking any chances. Give that to me.
For once, I agreed. I handed him the bottle and focused on the cold ball of magic deep inside me. Unlike the primal heat of the Firebird, this power came from another source, something darker and scarier that allowed me to commune with the dead. I nodded for him to step into the circle. Bryson knelt and touched the salt line to form an impassable barrier. I couldn't see the magic, but I sure as heck felt it roar to life. "Black Crow, I beseech you, come now and bind this restless soul. Place her in the vessel and show her peace. I beseech you, come." Bryson's voice rose.
Don't put her in the bottle, Tessa. Send her away.
No, we need answers. I repeated the incantation.
It's too dangerous.
Send her away, Mommy! Tears streamed down the girl's face. She might have put on a brave front for TJ, but Lulu had scared her. I couldn't do it. Not if it meant Tank could go to jail for a murder he hadn't committed. Not if it meant TJ would grow up without either parent. Not if it meant whoever or whatever was out there could do this to another family. I had to keep her on this side of the veil, for the time being, anyway. I repeated the incantation for the third time. Bryson scowled and raised the bottle to just below Lulu's feet. It seemed like an eternity passed before anything happened. A gentle breeze blew through the room and swirled around the spirit. Bit by bit, it picked up speed until wind and the ghost became one inside a miniature tornado at the top of the bottle. A heartbeat later, both disappeared inside the dark blue glass. Bryson clamped his hand over the opening.
Get a piece of aluminum foil and a rubber band.
I turned quicker than I'd intended and wobbled when the room kept on spinning without me. Jojo rushed to my side and guided me to the couch. Are you okay? I think so. Just tired. I forced a smile. The foil is in the pantry, rubber bands in the junk drawer. The girl darted for the kitchen. Still holding his hand over the bottle, Bryson sat beside me and offered his bare arm. The skin-to-skin contact helped, but I feared nothing short of 8 hours of sleep would cure my sudden fatigue. The baby isn't hurt. I can sense his energy. He nodded once and frowned.
No more magic until he's born.
I did not have the energy for a lecture, or to argue for that matter, but I couldn't let it go. It wasn't the magic. It was her. She tried to hurt him to hurt me.
I saw her.
He shuddered.
I thought we'd lose.
I have this stuff. Jojo glanced between us. The conversation ended, but I knew what he was about to say. I'd thought the same. Our unborn baby was in danger. How can we protect our children when we have no idea what we're protecting them from? Bryson secured the foil over the top of the bottle, stood, and walked into the office. When he returned, he glanced between Jolene and me.
Neither of you are to open it.
Part of me wanted to argue, the pig-headed part. The saner half sighed in relief. Agreed. Lower lip quivering, Jojo nodded. He drew her into an embrace.
It's over now. I'm proud of you. You kept calm when us grown-ups didn't.
I stroked her hair. Thank you for what you said to TJ. He's too young to understand the truth. She furrowed her brow. It wasn't a whole lie. That got my attention. What do you mean? His mama's in there, but she's not alone. She had a monster with her. That's why everyone could see her. I focused on the residual energy in the room. Sure enough, a dark, oily residue hung in the air. How had I missed it? Better question, what would have happened if Jojo hadn't stepped in? So much for giving her a normal life. Chapter 11. To appease my overprotective husbands and daughter, I spent the rest of the morning in bed. It had sounded like a grand idea at the time, but there was one problem. I couldn't sleep. 3 hours of Googling monsters who steal human skin later, I gave up. Mostly I'd found lists of creatures from Dungeons and Dragons, but I followed the path down the rabbit hole anyway. I figured whoever created the imaginary beasts might have based them on something tangible. I was wrong. My searches produced abso-freaking-lutely nothing useful, unless Lulu was a seal shapeshifter called a Selkie. Considering we lived in Florida, that was highly unlikely. The internet also got it all wrong about skinwalkers. I'd dealt with one of those before, and I didn't want to again. Just for fun, I looked up Nunahi. Oddly enough, most of the information hit a little closer to home than I would have liked. Aaron eased the bedroom door open and peeked inside.
How are you holding up? The situation with Lulu was intense.
I'm okay, I guess. No one deserves to die the way she did. But at least I'm not holding my breath waiting to see who's going to die.
There's that.
He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, a sure sign the topic made him uncomfortable.
Did you get any rest?
Nope, but I can name the top 10 most terrifying mythological creatures of all time. I tossed my phone aside. And none of them skin humans alive. He grimaced.
You shouldn't be reading that stuff.
I narrowed my eyes. So help me. If you tell me it's not good for the baby, I'll strangle you. Then we'll have a conversation about how it's not good for the baby to be born in prison. He scratched the side of his head.
I was going to say, it'll give you nightmares.
I drew a calming breath in hopes of settling my ki or aligning my chakras, but all it did was remind me I hadn't eaten in hours and I had to pee. How's TJ?
The same as the rest of us. Scared, confused.
Isn't that the truth? I motioned for him to come closer. How much does he know? Aaron stretched out beside me.
For now, he thinks there was a monster in the house. We thought it best to wait until you woke up to tell him about his parents.
Gee, thanks. I rolled to my side and rested my head on his shoulder. He ran his hand through the length of my hair.
You are licensed to handle this sort of thing.
Yes, but I worked with adults, not kids. I paused, dreading the answer to my next question. What about Grandma and Dottie? Did you guys tell them? He dipped his chin.
Only the basics. No details.
My throat tightened. I can't do this.
It'll be okay. You did a great job with JoJo when she first came to us.
I know, but this is different. My eyelids drooped. Something about him playing with my hair always put me to sleep. Besides, an actual nap would buy me time before I had to answer questions about Lulu's murder. Did Bryson find out anything else about your apparent dreamwalking?
Not yet. We've been busy dealing with other crises.
We'll figure it out. I tried to sound reassuring, to smile, to hide my concern, but it felt like a lie. Too much had happened too fast for us to play games. I hope.
He said he'd make some calls once things calmed down.
If things calmed down. Is he still upset with me? Aaron's hands stilled.
Yes, but he understands why you did it.
Frowning, I lifted my head. Do you?
I'm torn. I'd rather you sent Lulu and the evil spirit far from here. But I want justice for Tank.
He kissed the tip of my nose.
And I'd like to make sure whatever killed her doesn't hurt anyone else.
I'd planned to wait to bring up my concerns until Bryson joined us, but I needed answers. Aaron, in your dream, did the thing that killed Lulu see you? He tensed.
Why?
I wanted to tell him never mind, blame my fear on soon-to-be mom-itis and talk about happy things like baby clothes and maternity leave. Unfortunately, I had two problems. Now that I'd mentioned it, he wouldn't let it go. Second, we had kids to think about. We needed to do a danger assessment. I'd rather not be caught off guard if a skin-stealing monster comes calling. He pulled me tighter.
Listen to me. It was a dream. Yes, I may have astral projected or dreamwalked or whatever you want to call it, but it was just a dream. I'm not so sure about that.
Bryson stood in the doorframe with his arms folded.
You witnessed events that were happening in the physical world. Real events. You're saying the thing that killed Lulu will come after me?
Aaron swallowed hard.
Maybe. Maybe not.
He walked into the room and sank into a chair near the bed.
I'm not going to wait and find out.
I pushed myself upright. We'll start with the wards. Bryson nodded, but I could tell by the way he stared out the window he didn't believe they'd be enough. My heart sped. What else can we do?
Wards will stop any man, monster, or spirit who wishes to do us harm from setting foot on the property. But they are no help if something enters from the spirit realm. I fear they would trap the beings inside with us.
Now there's a lovely thought. The memory of Jolene tearing the veil crossed my mind. Not that I thought for a second she had anything to do with what had happened. However, if a little girl could wield that much power, others could too. I must have looked shaken because the men sandwiched me between their big bodies. I sensed them having a nonverbal conversation above my head, but for once, I didn't care. Bryson was right. I should have sent Lulu and her evil hitchhiker to the Shadowlands. I'm shaping up to be a horrible mother.
Babe.
Bryson captured my chin between his thumb and index finger and lifted my face until he met my gaze.
We'll protect you and the kids.
Oh, no, it's just... I sighed. I feel so damned helpless. I hadn't realized how much I'd come to depend on magic.
Depend on us instead.
Aaron nuzzled against my hair as if scent-marking me. I do. I am. I couldn't help but grin. You're not feeling the need to shift into a bird, are you? His brows climbed into his hairline.
No. Why?
Bryson chuckled.
You rubbed your face on her hair. So? She smells like strawberries and sex.
His voice lowered.
And I freaking love strawberries.
It was Bryson's turn to look surprised.
It's something animals, shifters, and Nunahi do with their mates.
Aaron smirked.
I'll let you know if I have the urge to sprout fur or feathers. This new behavior may have something to do with you coming into your powers.
Bryson clamped his hand on Aaron's shoulder.
If so, your emotions may become more intense. Think of it as magic puberty. Great.
Frowning, he glanced at me before turning back to Bryson.
Hold on a sec. Is that why Tessa was so out of control when she first shifted?
Don't say another word. We're not going there. I waved my hand as if to wipe their thoughts away. How do we put up wards to protect us from bad guys in the spirit world? They exchanged glances, but neither answered. I bit back a groan. While I had no proof, I'd bet my right thumb they'd had a lengthy conversation after sending me to bed like a toddler. Judging by their expressions, I'd bet my left thumb they'd come up with a plan. A plan I wouldn't like. You might as well spill it. I know you two are up to something. Aaron opened his mouth as if to speak, but Bryson shook his head. I motioned between them. One of you had better start talking. Bryson pressed his lips into a tight line and looked away.
I'm not able to protect us from that sort of attack. You're far more gifted than I am when it comes to spirits.
We're doomed. I can't do a simple summoning spell without needing a nap. There's no way I can weave wards.
I can work with Jolene. She's able to manipulate the veil. It makes sense she could strengthen it,
Bryson said. Aaron took my hand.
She's our best shot.
I stared for several heartbeats. They can't be serious, can they? It had taken months to train her to block the constant barrage of spirits whispering in her head. She finally had a shot at a normal life. I wouldn't allow her to get sucked back into the otherworldly mumbo-jumbo. No, we'll find another way.
There isn't time.
Bresson finally met my gaze. The pain in his eyes made me wish he'd kept staring at the floor. No, she's just a kid. This is a grown-up problem. The grown-ups will fix it. Aaron sighed.
We don't like this any more than you do, but
I'd heard enough. I said no. I'm keeping her as far away from this as possible. We are not going to have our daughter go up against a skin-thieving monster. Bryson held his hands up.
No one said anything about her getting anywhere near a murderer.
Right, but you can't guarantee her safety. I turned to Aaron. Last night, when we thought we lost you, she tore a hole in the veil between this world and the next. She's powerful. Too powerful. That kind of magic is like a homing beacon. Lord knows what she'll attract if she spellcasts in the spirit world. The color drained from his face.
Tessa, think about it. Twice now she's understood the situation better than the three of us,
Bryson said. He had a point. A weak one, but valid nonetheless. The girl had known Aaron was still alive and that Lulu wasn't in control of her spirit. I still don't like it. His voice softened.
Neither do I. But what choice do we have? I can't do it. I was the last to see the spirit. Hell, TJ saw her before I did.
I'll call to Charlie and Achila. They can help me put up the wards. If the spirits of two full-blooded Nunahi couldn't help us, I highly doubted anyone could.
I don't want you anywhere near this. Lulu and the dark spirit were able to touch the baby in your womb.
My maternal instinct kicked into hyperdrive, and I'm not going to endanger one child for the sake of another. The men exchanged glances, but neither spoke. I'm summoning Charlie, end of discussion. I'd planned to storm out, but the squirming and grunting it took to stand ruined the effect. Chapter 12. I regretted walking outside the second the door closed behind me. Grandma May had called in reinforcements to help clean up the party mess. My mother and stepfather loaded folding chairs into the back of Stone's van, and a handful of cousins were taking down tents. Jolene and TJ, each with a large trash bag, wandered the yard searching for leftover cups and bottles and scraps of paper. Much to my surprise, the kids both wore huge grins. They seemed to have made a game out of garbage duty. I wonder if Grandma May bribed them with leftover birthday cake. The mere thought of a sweet treat made my stomach growl. Darlene flashed me a blinding smile and marched over like a woman with an agenda. Unfortunately for me, I had a good idea which items she wanted to discuss. I hurried down the porch steps and met her halfway between my house and Grandma May's. If I had to explain why I hadn't summoned Ezekiel Clement's spirit, I planned to do it over a glass of sweet tea and a plate full of carbs. "Where do you think you're going, young lady?" Stopping in front of me, she planted her hands on her hips. Oh, boy. She's in rare form. I had two choices: add to her bad mood, or listen to her go on and on about finding the stolen money. As tempting as aggravating her was, it would result in delaying my brunch. I decided to play nice. To scrounge up some food. Want to join me? Darlene blinked. Twice. Evidently, my invitation surprised her. "I'd like that. You and I have some things to discuss. Mama, I told you I'd try to reach out to Old Man Clemens. I just haven't had time. She waved her hand as if batting away a horsefly. That's not important right now. I glanced at the kids. She was right. We had more pressing matters to address. Let's go inside. We walked into Grandma's kitchen and into what I can only describe as a war room. My great-grandmother and Dottie sat at the kitchen table going through a mountain of file folders, envelopes, and old address books. What's all this? Not one to let a little thing like a cluttered table keep me from food, I headed straight for the fridge. Dottie said, "Somewhere in this mess is Lulu Rose's aunt and uncle's phone number and address." And Tank's will. Grandma shifted her dentures around. That stopped me for 2 reasons. 1, Tank didn't seem like the plan-ahead type, and 2, he wasn't dead. Darlene saved me the trouble of asking, "Why on earth do you need his will?" "He and Lulu left the boy to me. I figured the lawyer would need it," Grandma said. The room swayed, and I leaned against the counter for support. With Lulu dead and Tank in custody, they were planning for the worst-case scenario. TJ becoming an orphan. Was there a judge in the world who'd award custody of a little boy to an 86-year-old woman? "Grandma, TJ is a wildling. I'll take him in if it comes to it." I hoped I hadn't spoken out of turn, but I couldn't see her raising the little devil. "That might be best." She smiled, but it didn't warm her eyes. If anything, it told me how much the situation wore on her. Darlene lowered her voice. "Do you think Tank did it?" "No," Grandma, Dottie, and I said in unison. "All I'm saying is we should consider the possibility. You saw the way Tank manhandled her?" My mother turned to me as if looking for backup. I had no intention of telling Darlene or anyone the details of Lulu's murder. Heck, as far as I was concerned, they didn't need to know Aaron and I had visited the crime scene. Could I keep it a secret? Should I? "Oh, my Lord in heaven, you know something!" Darlene pinned me with her gaze. To lie or not to lie? Was that even a question? Grandma could smell dishonesty like a bloodhound tracking a duck. I'm not at liberty to discuss the details of an active investigation. To my surprise, my mother fell silent and Grandma narrowed her eyes. Dottie seemed to ponder the situation for a long moment before turning to me. "We aren't being nosy. We're trying to do what's best for TJ." Dang it. How can I argue with that? We've been calling the jail all morning, but no one can tell us when Tank will be arraigned. Plus, we have to start thinking about arrangements. She pulled her reading glasses off and set them aside. "There must be some things you can share with us." I copped out and went with the easy topic first. "Won't Lulu's people want to plan her funeral?" "She was raised in foster care." Darlene dipped her chin. "She didn't have any close family, only an aunt and uncle in West Virginia." How did I not know that? I glanced between them. "Tank isn't in jail. He's being held for a psychiatric evaluation." Grandma clutched the little gold cross she wore around her neck. "That poor man." My heart broke for her. I couldn't just stand there. I was hardwired to do or say something to comfort her. "He was pretty shaken up, but he'll get through this. I have no doubt in my mind he's innocent." She kept a death grip on her necklace and nodded. Darlene made a tisking sound. "I can't imagine finding Stone's body, or worse, witnessing his murder." She met my gaze. "That's it, right? He saw her die and lost his marbles?" I closed my eyes and prayed for divine intervention. When none came, I said, I can't talk about the case, but we should decide what we're going to tell TJ. Graham May swallowed hard. He knows his mama's gone. Aaron said you all saw her spirit last night. It wasn't exactly a normal ghost. I had no earthly idea how to explain the evil hitchhiker or what had actually happened in my living room, nor did I want to get into it in front of my mother. We weren't sure what we saw. Jojo told TJ it was a monster, and we left it at that. Dottie's eyes widened. That's what the boy meant. We thought he was angry and calling Lulu names. If the shoe fits. Breakfast all but forgotten, I pulled out a chair and sat. Until we know exactly who or what paid us a visit, it's best we avoid the topic with TJ. The situation is going to be hard enough without him worrying about being haunted. Fine by me. Graham May's spine stiffened. Unless you think we have something to worry about. Bryson and I have it under control. At least I hoped we did. I couldn't get into my plan to summon Charlie or Jolene's potential involvement with them. They had enough to worry about without adding attack spirits, the danger to my baby, and rips in the veil to the list. My great-grandmother studied my expression as if trying to read my mind. Whatever she'd seen must have satisfied her, because her shoulders relaxed. I think it's best you speak to TJ. You have training in this sort of thing. You're not the first person to suggest that. I wanted to bang my head on the kitchen table, but it was covered with papers. I glanced between Darlene and Dottie. Are y'all comfortable following my lead with TJ? They nodded. No matter what, we stick to whatever is said in this room. I locked eyes with my mother. No embellishments. No speculation. She smirked. I'm not stupid, Tessa Marie. I forced a smile and motioned to the door. Could you call him and Jolene inside? Dottie set her hand on mine. Is it a good idea to have this talk in front of Jojo? It wasn't that long ago she lost her mama. They're best friends, and he's going to need all the support he can get. I sent up a silent prayer that Jolene wouldn't contradict me or say anything more about the ghosts. Darlene stuck her head out the door and hollered for the kids. The tone of her voice made me grind my teeth. She'd used the same shrill pitch to call my name when I was little. It usually meant I was in trouble and about to get a whooping. The kids must have thought the same thing. They came through the door with their heads down and shoulders slumped. Graham May stood. Why don't you two go wash your hands? Then we'll all go in the living room and talk. I saw their dirt-crusted fingers as an opportunity. TJ, you go first. The boy glanced from me to Jolene and back. Yes, ma'am. Jojo gave me a knowing look and walked to my side. It's time to tell him, right? Yes. Are you okay with being here for this? I leaned close and drew in the scent of strawberry shampoo and earth from her hair. She might not have come from my body, but she was my daughter through and through. The girl nodded. We aren't going to talk about the spirits, okay? She sighed. Good luck. He won't stop asking about them. One thing at a time. I understood where the kid was coming from. I'd seen ghosts most of my life and still hadn't quite gotten used to them. But this was different. This was his mother. We'll have another talk with him later. TJ came out of the bathroom, dripping grayish water all over Grandma's clean floor. Are we in trouble? We didn't mean to break open the trash bag. Dottie handed the child a dishcloth. You're not in trouble. I nodded for Jolene to wash up. TJ stared after her before turning back to me. Are we going to talk about the monster? I had graduate training, a license in mental health counseling, and experience helping JoJo recover after losing her mother. Yet I froze. I'd rather you talk about that when I'm not around. All this boogeyman nonsense is going to give me nightmares. Grandma picked up the telephone. The boy shuddered. Yes, ma'am. His reaction told me we couldn't put off the conversation forever. Sooner or later, we'd have to explain what he'd seen, which meant we needed to understand what the heck was going on. Who are you calling? Grandma said, Since this is a family meeting, Bryson and Aaron should be here. TJ flashed her a toothless grin. Call my mama and daddy, too. Chapter 13. 5 adults and 2 children in Grandma's dinky living room was probably a fire hazard, but flames were the least of our problems. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something else had joined us. I met Jolene's gaze several times in hopes she'd give me a clue about the cause of the sensation of pressure at the base of my neck. No such luck. If she sensed anything was amiss, she didn't let on. Grandma sat in her easy chair with TJ perched in the spot he'd claimed as a toddler, her footstool. Seeming to want to stay close to the boy, Jolene plopped down beside them. I ran a nervous hand over my swollen belly as I joined Dottie and Darlene on the sofa. Bryson and Aaron stood shoulder to shoulder in the doorframe like bouncers at a nightclub. Neither man looked overly thrilled to be in the room, but few people could refuse Grandma. Part of me wanted to tell them to sit, but that would involve a game of musical chairs. Instead, I blurted out, TJ, we have some news about your parents. He turned his sweet face toward me and smiled. I couldn't help but wonder if it would be his last for a while. Is Daddy coming to pick me up today? No, honey, he's not. I chose my next words carefully. Conventional wisdom said to keep things simple, honest, and answer any questions when speaking to a young child about death. However, TJ wasn't your typical second grader, and this wasn't your typical death. Your mama died last night. The adults in the room took a collective breath, as if waiting for the boy to cry or scream or ask a million questions. TJ did none of those things. He wiped his nose on the back of his hand and nodded. I waited for what seemed like an eternity before I continued. Your daddy will be here as soon as he can, but he has to... That got TJ's attention more than the news he'd lost his mom. He sat up straighter and looked me in the eye. Yeah, I know. You know what? I glanced at Bryson and Aaron before turning back to the boy. He's in jail. TJ hitched a shoulder. Mama said he's helping to find the person who hurt her. Then the monster came and scared her off. My brain screeched to a halt. Why did you ask if he was coming today? I prayed real hard that Mama was telling one of her stories. You know, when she did something bad and didn't want Daddy to know. His voice grew smaller with each word until I had to strain to hear him. Dottie gasped, and Grandma pressed her hand to her chest. Darlene leaned close to me and whispered, Is he a channel too? I ignored her and focused on TJ. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I don't want you to worry. You're safe here with us. We're going to take care of you. Will Mama come back? Are we gonna call her? I'd prepared myself for this question. When a person dies, their body stops working. They can't be here with us like they used to, but sometimes their spirit comes to visit. Jolene took his hand. People like me and Tessa can see them, but most folks can feel them if they pay attention. I saw my mama. Am I like you? Jolene widened her eyes and glanced at me. I don't think so. Your mom loved you so much, she couldn't leave without seeing you one more time. Thanks. The boy startled, but then hung his head as if receiving a lecture. TJ, are you all right? The pressure at the base of my neck intensified, but try as I might, I couldn't sense any spirits in the room. He didn't respond. The mood had gone from a somber kind of tension to the what the hell kind of anxious. The last thing I wanted to do was to ask Jojo if we had any visitors, but what choice did I have? Before I could open my mouth, the girl turned toward me, smiled, and nodded toward the ceiling. Her expression confused me. We'd trapped Lulu Rose and the evil hitchhiker in a bottle, but clearly someone else had paid us a visit. I eased to the edge of the sofa just in case I needed to move quickly. TJ, is someone talking to you now? He sniffled once, wiped both eyes on the back of his hand, and nodded. Bryson and Aaron stood taller, hands at their sides, feet further apart, like two fighters waiting for the bell to ring. I lowered my voice in an effort to diffuse the tension. Who are you talking to? She says she's your mother. Brow furrowed, the boy looked from me to Darlene and back. The room went still, as if the walls held their breath along with the rest of us. I'd debated the merits of having the "oh, by the way, you're not my real mom" conversation with Darlene for over a year, but decided no good would come from it. Sometimes the truth was as dangerous as landmine-peppered quicksand in a jungle full of anacondas. Achila, my birth mother, had died shortly after bringing me into the world. Coincidentally, Darlene's newborn daughter passed away a few weeks before. In a moment of insanity or great insight, Charlie used a magic mind eraser spell to convince Darlene I was hers. The result? I grew up believing I was human, but I'd always felt like a canary being raised by a mountain lion. Well, that's not right, Darlene scoffed. Once again, TJ shrugged. She looks like Tessa. I needed to take control of the situation, and fast. Rather than argue or discount what he'd said, I plastered on a smile and made my way to the boy. Wrapping him in my arms, I said, "We can't replace your mom and dad, but we love you very much." Wearing an expression somewhere between embarrassed and grossed out, he wiggled free of my embrace. "Can Jojo and I go outside and play now?" "Sure." No one moved a muscle until the screen door slammed shut behind the kids. Once they were out of earshot, it felt like the house itself exhaled a breath. He seems to be doing okay, but it's important to understand that children TJ's age experience grief differently than adults. They can be fine one minute and acting out or sad the next. Grandma tilted her head and stared as if she didn't quite recognize me. Feeling self-conscious, I dipped my chin. A slow smile spread across her face. "You did real good, Tessa." Dottie nodded in agreement. It wasn't until I noticed the men's reactions that I remembered I had a big problem. Aaron scratched his jaw, and Bryson continued to watch the goings-on with a grim expression. "Are none of you freaked out by what just happened?" Pale-faced, Darlene sat straight as a board and wrung her hands. Everyone turned back to me. I didn't see or hear a ghost. It's probably his way of dealing with his grief. You know, imagining people with two mothers. I mean, if I can have two, so can he, right? My laughter came out a shade past hysterical. I think it's time we were honest. Aunt Dottie reached over and patted Darlene's hand. This is going to be difficult for you to hear. Now? You all want to do this now? A lightning bolt of fear shot through me. I struggled to remember how to breathe, let alone speak. The floor seemed to shift beneath my feet. Thankfully, Bryson caught me before I fell. Grandma tightened her grip on the arms of her chair, but I couldn't tell if she planned to defend me or retreat. Holding me close, he murmured,
"It's as good a time as any."
"No, this isn't the time. It'll only hurt." Darlene let out a high-pitched, tittering laugh that mirrored my own. "I don't know what y'all are talking about, but you're making me nervous." Bryson eased back enough to meet my gaze. His right brow rose as if asking my permission to speak. I closed my eyes and nodded. This is going to be bad. Very bad.
Tessa and I are different than the rest of you.
He spoke in his usual tone, but his voice felt sweet and slick, like warm syrup. It took me a minute to realize Bryson laced the words with magic. I focused on the subtle shift of energy in the room and gasped. His intentions weren't to calm her down, but to lower her defenses enough for her to hear his message. I'd never seen him do this sort of thing, and Lord knew it would have come in handy more than a few times in our early days together. Darlene simply nodded. Bryson continued.
"We are Nunahi. Do you know what that is?"
"They are fairy folk, right?"
"Yes."
Bryson released me and moved to Darlene.
"You are every bit Tessa's mother, but you are not the one who bore her."
With the help of his magic, she seemed to take the news in stride, whereas I wanted to puke or faint or go into labor, anything to put an end to the conversation. Aaron must have sensed my distress because he draped his arm across my shoulders and kissed my cheek.
"It's going to be okay."
I hope so. I couldn't look away from her. She never had much of a poker face, but with Bryson's magic stripping away her natural defense mechanisms, I could almost see the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. "But I had a daughter." She glanced at me for a heartbeat.
"Your child passed into the spirit realm weeks before Tessa was born.
Bryson took Darlene's hand.
After Tessa's birth mother died, Charlie gave her daughter to you to raise."
Tension creased the corners of Darlene's eyes. "Why?"
"I can't speak for him, but I suspect his reasons were twofold: to heal your broken heart, and to protect Tessa from those who would try to harm her."
He turned to Dottie as if asking for confirmation. The older woman nodded. "Charlie was worried about both of you. It might be hard to understand, but he did what he thought was best." I had mixed feelings about the entire ordeal, especially his decision to keep the truth from me for so long, but I kept my mouth shut. Darlene raised a trembling hand to her mouth. "Y'all knew this all along and never told me?" Grandma's frown deepened the crepe paper creases of her face.
"Dottie and I knew, but Tessa only found out after Charlie died."
My mother stared at her hands. She stayed quiet so long, I fought the urge to fill the silence, to go to her, to beg her not to let this change our relationship. We'd only recently stopped fighting long enough to bond. If I lost her now... Darlene met my gaze. I don't care. You always have been, and always will be, my baby girl. I let out a choked sob. I love you, Mama. I love you, too, even if you aren't human. Her eyes widened. That time you rescued Stone and me from the serial killer, you didn't have a blowtorch, did you? Laughing through tears, I said, No, I used my magic to cut through the metal wall. I knew it. She shot to her feet and pulled me from Aaron's arms. This is wonderful news, don't you see? People will line up for miles to see a real-life fairy. Bryson made a sound deep in his throat. If I didn't do something to change the trajectory of the conversation, he'd bespell my mother into forgetting her own name, let alone my origin. We can't tell anyone. Charlie was right to keep me hidden. There are people out there who would hunt me to the ends of the earth to steal my magic. Of course we won't tell anyone you're a Noonahi. Most folks haven't ever heard the word Noonahi, let alone know the stories about them. I nodded, though I disagreed. A few people did know, and they posted all sorts of articles about Cherokee fairies. She tapped her lips. We'll call you a wizard. No, a witch. Wizards are male. My mouth fell open. Don't look so surprised, Tessa Marie. She smirked. I've seen the Harry Potter movies. Movies, not the books. Figures. I knew I'd live to regret Darlene learning the truth the second Dottie had opened her big mouth. Sure, they all meant well, but none of them understood Darlene like I did. She'd have me making YouTube videos wearing a pointy hat and striped tights by the end of the week. Chapter 14. After the day from hell, Grandma and Aunt Dottie took pity on me. Not only had they sent me home with enough leftovers to feed a professional football team, they'd offered to keep an eye on the kids while Bryson, Aaron, and I took care of business. The first items on our agenda were supper and research. Aaron made a sandwich and called the station to get the scoop on the case against Tank. Bryson took his food into our office and reached out to his network of medicine men and other human magic users. I took advantage of my alone time by polishing off a second plate of smoked chicken and macaroni salad while Googling everything from monsters to custody cases involving incarcerated parents. Bryson returned to the kitchen and sank into the chair beside me. No luck? One glance at his tense shoulders and hard-set jaw told me the answer, but I didn't know what else to say.
Nothing useful.
He motioned to the laptop.
You?
I turned the computer toward him. Establishing temporary legal guardianship of TJ seems straightforward enough. I'll need to have Tank sign off on my petition. Otherwise, it's much simpler than what we went through with Jolene.
Good.
It took him a second or two to realize what I'd said.
Your petition?
I think I should be the one. Grandma is getting up in years, and we have more space. Plus, JoJo and TJ are close. Bryson rested his hand on my belly as if to remind me we'd soon need the extra room for a nursery.
We have a lot going on.
Tank will get out soon. If not soon enough, then Quinn can bunk in our room for the first month or so.
I love TJ, but he's a handful. Are you sure we can handle him, a newborn, and all our other responsibilities?
Before you answer that, I have some information, Aaron said from the doorway. As it stands now, there's zero evidence of an intruder. Besides Tank's, there were no fingerprints or DNA in the trailer or on Lilu's body. It's only been 24 hours. There's no way CSI finished processing the scene. I refused to accept the killer or monster or spirit or whatever the hell that thing was would get away with murder. Nor would I sit by and watch Tank spend the rest of his life behind bars.
No, but it's not looking good. There wasn't as much as a stray hair.
Aaron hung his head. Bryson rested his hand on my cheek and turned my face toward his.
Babe, I know this is hard, but we need to plan for the worst.
Fine. All the more reason for us to raise TJ instead of Grandma or Dottie. It seemed like we'd just had this conversation about Jolene, only this time I highly doubted one of my husbands was secretly TJ's daddy.
I'm all for it.
Aaron pulled a chair out, turned it backward, and straddled it.
He's a hellion, but I'm up for the challenge.
Bryson glanced between us and sighed.
I'll agree on one condition.
Oh, boy. Here we go. I braced myself for him to insist we move to a bigger house or the mountains or Timbuktu.
We stop seeing members of the tribe here. I'll speak to Buck Oldham about making space for us to work out of the tribal house in Geneva.
He met my gaze.
And I want you to extend your maternity leave to 6 months.
What? I'd heard the expression seeing red a million times, but I'd always thought it was impossible. Until then. You want me to stay here? By myself? With 3 kids? For 6 months? Aaron eased back as if to put as much distance between himself and the crazy pregnant lady as possible.
I'd prefer a year, but I'm willing to compromise.
The big jerk had the audacity to grin. I turned to Aaron. You realize he's talking about keeping me off murder investigations, right? You have nothing to say about this? He winced and ran his hand over the back of his neck.
I think he has a point.
You're both taking leave when the baby comes. Why don't we all stay home for half a year? I pushed my chair back so I could see both of them at the same time. Bryson folded his arms.
My goal is to keep everyone safe. The best way to do that is to stop the flow of strangers onto the property. Last time we tried to close up shop, people came out of the woodwork to find us.
He was right, but dang it, I didn't like it. Not one bit. Aaron offered a slight smile.
I'll talk to the chief. I'm not sure he'll approve 6 months, but I believe I'm entitled to 3. It's not a punishment. It's what's best for the kids, all of the kids.
Bryson turned toward me.
If Tank is convicted, TJ's going to need a stable home. We can't give it to him if the 3 of us are on call 24/7.
As much as I wanted to, I couldn't argue with his logic. However, I could argue with his plan. I'm willing to take the full 12 weeks leave and work part-time for the first year, if...
Go on.
A hint of a smile ghosted his lips, and I knew I had him. I made a show of pressing my fist into my lower back as I stood. Sure, it was a dirty trick, but I needed all the advantages I could get. If you're willing to do the same.
Tessa, people don't get sick on a schedule.
Bryson glanced at Aaron, who had the good sense to stay quiet. And people pencil in their murders? I closed the laptop in hopes they'd take the hint and end the conversation. Instead, they resorted to their secret man language. When they'd finished their private chat, they nodded. Honestly, living with you two is worse than living with twins. Aaron flashed me a full-blown grin that told me I wouldn't like whatever came out of Bryson's mouth next.
I'll agree to working every other day and the occasional Saturday if you promise to stay away from active crime scenes.
Bryson used the same tone as he had with Darlene, except he didn't add in magic. I went from seeing red to magenta with streaks of purple. You can't be serious. Aaron said,
I agree with Bryson. We've taken too many unnecessary risks. There's no reason you can't visit the scene once it's cleared and read the evidence at the station.
I picked up my empty plate, turned on my heel, and marched to the sink. No reason at all except my official title is victim's advocate. Visiting family members at the scene is in the job description.
Not exactly.
Aaron waited until I turned around before he continued.
You don't have to go inside the perimeter of an active investigation.
I waffled between wanting to throw something at them and wanting to cry. I'd worked my tail off to establish some semblance of credibility in the police department. I believed they had my best interests at heart, but that didn't soften the blow to my ego. I mean, why was it always the woman's responsibility to sacrifice her career and raise the kids? Bryson stood and kissed my cheek.
We don't need to decide anything now. Why don't we sleep on it for a couple of nights?
Though the clock read 7 in the evening, I was exhausted. Pregnancy had done more than make me look like I'd swallowed a beach ball. It had made me a world-class napper. I think I'm going to get started on that right now, but I'm not going to change my mind about crime scenes. He smiled his "we'll see" smile. Aaron, likely seeing an opportunity, seized it.
This is about as close as we've come to an argument. Mind if I join you?
My heart did a somersault. I think some makeup nookie is in order, but we better hurry. Grandma will send the kids home in an hour or so.
In that case, I'm coming too.
Bryson took my hand and led me to the bedroom. We better hurry. Chapter 15. I woke to heavy breathing and soft moans. For a split second, I thought the guys had decided to have a little sexy time while I slept, but that didn't add up. Despite some curiosity early on, they'd decided they were more comfy fooling around with me in the middle. I stared blurry-eyed at the empty spot on Bryson's side of the bed. He must have gone back to work once I'd drifted off. The bed moved behind me, and Aaron muttered something in his sleep. My throat went dry. I tried to roll over and found myself tangled in the sheets. Aaron, wake up. You're dreaming. He sucked in a labored breath and stilled. Wake up, please, wake up. Kicking at the body pillow wedged between my knees and calves, I tugged and pulled at the covers until I had enough slack to flop to my other side. My brain refused to make sense of the situation before me. Aaron lay flat on his back, with a blob of energy sitting on his chest. No, not a blob. The dark specter had the vague outline of a woman. A woman grinding away on my man's ribcage. Get off him! I had a fair amount of magic at my disposal. I could turn into a flaming bird and incinerate her, but last time I checked, shadows weren't flammable. I could try to banish her, but using that much energy posed a risk to the baby. The baby? Can she reach inside my gut and touch him like Lulu did? I couldn't risk it. Screaming at the top of my lungs, I scrambled away. The creature continued to move as if riding a horse, or, well, riding Aaron. She leaned over his prone form and hunched her back, her face mere inches from his. Her energy flashed brighter while his dimmed. She's stealing his soul. I tried to scream again, to call for help, to cast a spell to send her away, but no sound came out. It felt as if I had swallowed a bag of cotton balls. Bryson came through the door with enough force that wood separated from hinges. He glanced from me, huddled against the far wall, to Aaron and back.
What's wrong?
You can't see it? My voice cracked.
See what?
I didn't have time to contemplate the difference between this creature and Lulu's hitchhiker. Instead, I shouted incoherent sentences. Spirit woman! Attacking! Aaron! His chest! Hurry!
Get out of here.
Easier said than done. I couldn't move for fear I'd collapse. 1 second Bryson was a man, the next he'd shifted into his spirit animal, the great hawk. The bird let out an ear-piercing screech. The being turned her head and hissed. The hawk must have seen and heard her because he shook his head and launched himself toward the bed. Talons, sharp enough to cut steel, sliced through the air, and, to my surprise, the creature. Her howl reminded me of hurricane-force winds funneling down an alley, angry, loud, and capable of destroying anything in its path. Unable to properly fly in the confines of the room, the hawk landed on the far side of the bed and repeated the maneuver. This time, the being vanished before contact. Aaron didn't as much as flinch. Please tell me he's okay. My trembling legs gave out and I sank to the floor. Bryson shifted back to his human form and shook Aaron's shoulder.
Hey, wake up.
Aaron had his back to me, but I didn't need to see his face to know he'd opened his eyes. His body went from relaxed to tense to boneless. Bryson shook him again.
You okay? Exhausted.
His voice came out gravelly, as if he'd gargled sandpaper.
I had another dream. I need you to sit up and not fall back to sleep.
Aaron tried to follow instructions, but twice he slipped and fell back into a slumber so deep Bryson had to rouse him.
I'm up.
He didn't sound up. He sounded like he was talking in his sleep again.
Tessa, I'm going to set him up right. Come over here and keep him awake until I get back.
He lifted Aaron's shoulders and shoved my body pillow behind him. Where are you going? What if that thing comes back? I sat on the edge of the bed to keep Aaron from falling over.
I have a tincture that should keep him awake.
Bryson left the room before I could reply.
What happened?
Aaron pinched the bridge of his nose, but even the small movement seemed to cost him. He sighed and dropped his arm to his side. There was another creature or spirit or something. She was attacking you. I bit my lip to keep from saying too much and freaking him out even more. Some things were best discussed wide awake and preferably in broad daylight. Being ridden like a prized racehorse by a shadow woman intent on stealing your soul topped the list. His eyes widened.
My dream. The murderer was sucking me dry like a vampire.
I hadn't thought to equate the attack to a vampire, but it was darned close. I don't smell anything.
Me either.
His eyelids drooped.
But the killer looked the same.
I patted his cheek. You're staying awake. Tell me more about the dream.
Another murder scene. I chased the perp into the woods. She turned on me.
He furrowed his brows.
There's another victim.
We'll call Samuels after you've had a dose of Bryson's magic go-go juice.
Huh?
Never mind. I glanced over my shoulder, hoping Bryson would hurry the heck up. When I turned back, Aaron had drifted off again. Aaron Joseph Burns, open your eyes!
It must be bad if you're using my middle name.
He grinned and stared at me through tiny slits.
Feels like I'm on morphine.
A piece of the puzzle snapped into place. She wasn't stealing his soul. She was siphoning his energy. Bryson, the tincture isn't going to help. Aaron grimaced.
No yelling. I'm awake.
The clinking of glass on glass announced Bryson's return.
It's a stopgap to prevent another attack.
Right, but I think she was some sort of vampire siphoning off his energy.
That'd explain the fatigue.
Holy crap on toast. Is there such a thing as an energy vampire? Or any vampire, for that matter?
Not that I'm aware of, but there are beings who steal the life force of their victims.
His frown deepened.
And others who kill to harvest magic.
I don't know which this creature was stealing, but it was definitely a woman.
I couldn't see her.
Bryson set the tincture on the dresser.
I'd like to know why some are visible and others aren't.
Me too. I turned back to Aaron. One thing at a time. Right now, our one thing is healing him.
Agreed.
Bryson drew a deep breath, but he took more than air into his lungs. He drew life from the earth. He'd basically plugged into the planet to recharge his battery. I wondered about the energy he borrowed. Could I do the same to replenish my stores if I needed to do a spell before the baby was born? Could we use it the next time we came under attack? I opened my mouth to voice my questions, but Bryson shocked the bejeebers out of me. He pressed his mouth to Aaron's and laid one heck of a kiss on him. It might have started as a PG-13 movie lip on lip, but it turned into a full-blown XXX panty-melting whammy.
Wow.
Aaron pulled back and stared. Wow is right. I fanned my face to cool my flaming cheeks. Bryson dipped his chin and cleared his throat.
I should have warned you. The exchange of energy is intimate.
That's an understatement. I giggled despite the seriousness of the situation. It's also amazing. Why haven't we done that before?
We have, when we took each other as mates.
Oh, I don't remember it being like that. I regretted the words as soon as they left my mouth. I mean, our mating rituals were incredible, but there was a lot of dangerous stuff going on around us. The men smirked. What I meant was, why haven't we borrowed energy from the earth when we've been in trouble in the past? Seems to me it would have helped.
The law of conservation of energy.
Bryson grinned like my confused expression amused him. I motioned for him to explain. I haven't had a science class since my freshman year of college.
Energy cannot be destroyed or created. There's a finite amount. Much like magic, there's always a price to pay.
I hated physics in school, but I hated magical physics even more. So what? You're telling me because you borrowed magic from the earth, a sinkhole's liable to open up and swallow the house?
No.
He frowned.
I took what little magic remained in our wards. We will need to repair them soon.
Aaron sat up on his own accord and threw the covers off.
Sorry to kiss and run, but I need to check in with Samuels. There's been another murder.
Bryson clamped a hand on his shoulder.
Make the call, but I need you to stick around. We have to figure out what we're up against before it comes at us again.
That reminds me, I need to speak to Charlie. If anyone can tell us what this is and why it's attacking Aaron, it's him. I flashed them a smile, which turned into a frown when they exchanged glances.
Talk to him tomorrow after you've gotten some rest,
Bryson said. I agreed with him, but I had no intention of telling him that. It would set a precedent. A precedent they could use to justify locking me in the house for the next 7 months. I'm fine. This is too important to wait. Charlie might know what's going on around here and how to fix it. Aaron ran his hand down my back.
He's been running nonstop for days. Get some sleep.
Fine. I tugged the covers over my legs.
Good night,
they said in unison, but took turns kissing me good night. The smart aleck in me couldn't resist getting the last word. I pointed to the ruins of our bedroom door. One of you might want to fix that before anyone exchanges any more energy or body fluids. Chapter 16. Since moving into Charlie and Dottie's house, we'd made some significant changes to the floor plan. For starters, the guys had built us a brand new master bedroom and a bathroom big enough for the three of us to share. However, one room hadn't changed: Charlie's office. I crawled to the center of the twin-sized bed and allowed the familiarity of the space to wrap around me like a warm blanket. The old desk still sat in the corner. Jars still lined the bookcase. If I closed my eyes and focused, I could smell him: cedar, wood smoke, and old spice. "Charlie? Are you there?" It had taken over a year for his spirit to come to me. I was hurt when I'd found out he'd visited Dottie several times shortly after he'd died. Heck, he'd spoken to Jolene before me. But when he'd finally made his appearance, it had been a showstopper. How many women can claim their grandfather returned from the dead to walk them down the aisle on their wedding day? Unfortunately, he'd gone all but silent since giving me away. The same pressure at the base of my neck I'd felt at Graham May's returned. This time, it didn't scare me. It felt like a warm hand guiding me, or perhaps picking me up by the scruff as if I were a wayward puppy. "Is someone there?" Once again, I closed my eyes and focused on the energy around me. "Achila? Charlie?"
I'm here, little flame.
My grandfather's voice caressed my ear as light as a feather. I glanced around the room in hopes of seeing his weathered face. "Why can't I see you?"
These are troubling times. I must remain on my side of the great veil.
My chest tightened. "You know about what happened to Lulu?"
I do.
The weight of his presence lessened, and for a terrifying moment, I thought he'd gone. "Grandfather?"
You mustn't keep her spirit captive long.
I sighed. "Do you know what or who killed her?"
I'm afraid I don't.
The pressure on my neck increased.
You and your mates are in great danger. You must repair the barrier between your world and mine.
"The veil is broken?" Images of Lulu's ghost and the inky darkness that accompanied her flashed through my mind, but they paled in comparison to the memories of the creature sucking the life out of Aaron.
Achila and I are doing all we can to keep folks where they belong, but we can't continue forever. Nor can we watch over you and the others while we fight here.
"Fight?" I found myself cradling my unborn child. "Are you in danger too?"
Yes, little flame. We are all weakened.
"How do we fix it?"
Find the one who is damaging it.
"Right. Easy enough. Unlike Achila and the other elders I'd come into contact with, he spoke plainly, but I wished he had more answers." "Any idea what we're looking for?" As soon as the words left my mouth, I thought of Jolene. "Is it JoJo?" The pressure on my neck vanished, along with his essence. "Charlie?" A cool wind blew through the room hard enough to make me shiver. Oddly enough, it didn't disturb my hair or the papers on the desk. The breeze seemed to move through rather than around me. The tear in the veil. I left the office as quick as my puffy feet would carry me. Bryson and Aaron stood in the kitchen with their heads together. From the looks of it, they were in the middle of a heated discussion. A discussion that ended the second I walked into the room. "Where are the kids?" I noted the dirty dishes and a stack of cold pancakes on the counter. What's going on? Bryson took a step back.
They're outside, playing with Maddie. Were you able to speak to Charlie?
Yes. He said someone is damaging the veil between the physical and spirit worlds. We have to find the culprit and fix the tear. Bryson said,
Any idea who?
After the way JoJo handled Lulu the other night, I'm thinking she's doing it on accident. We need to talk to her and find out. I suspect she's been reaching out to her mom. Both men tensed. Don't look so concerned. I'm hoping it's her. If not, we're going to be looking for a needle in a football field. I motioned to them. Now, what did I walk in on? Aaron did the thing where he opens his mouth and quasi-smiles while rubbing his jaw. I hated the expression. Not only did it tell me he had something heavy to discuss, it told me I wouldn't like it. Or, in this case, maybe Bryson had a problem with the subject. Spill it. I haven't got all day to stand here waiting. The kids won't stay outside forever, and there's the little problem of my mother and grandfather battling to keep evil spirits from setting up shop in our living room. The men gawked. Bryson gave me a hard look.
Next time, lead with that.
I pinned Aaron with a death stare. He sighed.
I was right. There was another murder last night. Same M.O. as Lulu, but I can't get any more information. Samuels and I aren't on the case.
I resisted the urge to tap my foot. And
you're the victim's advocate assigned on call.
Aaron looked anywhere except at Bryson. Oh. A pang of guilt curdled in my stomach. No wonder Aaron was so frustrated with the situation, and no wonder they were arguing. I'll go. This might be the break we need to get Tank out of trouble. Aaron sighed.
Normally, I'd agree, but the psychiatric hold makes it more difficult to give him a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Bryson folded his arms and stood there, as still and as silent as a marble statue. Whatever remorse I'd felt for taking Aaron's head off vanished. I'd had enough of the roadblocks keeping me from doing my damned job. I was pregnant, not an invalid. Bryson, you've got something to say?
We're vulnerable here. I can't put the wards back until we repair the veil.
The muscles on the side of his jaw budged.
The investigation can wait.
I agree, but somehow it's all related. I'm going. Truth be told, I didn't know for sure the killings and the problem with the veil were related. Plus, I didn't want to see another skinned corpse, but I wasn't about to tell him. Not when he'd gone into full caveman mode. He seemed to consider my words. Or my sanity. Maybe both.
Go. See what you can learn, and get back here as soon as possible. I'll speak to JoJo while you're gone.
Wait, what? He agreed? I glanced at Aaron. Fat lot of good it did. He shrugged and grabbed his keys.
I'm driving.
You're not on the case.
Doesn't mean I can't drive my wife to the crime scene and make sure she's safe.
Fine. Give me 5 to change into a uniform. I turned on my heel and stormed into the bedroom, and by stormed I mean waddled forcibly. Bryson was bad enough, but Aaron too? I couldn't handle both of them carrying clubs and wearing animal skins. Someone needed to be rational in this relationship, and my raging hormones ruled me out. Aaron and I left the house 4 minutes later. I knew, because I set a timer on my phone when I walked into the bedroom. Call me crazy, but given the tension in the house, I needed to be prepared for the inevitable, his complaining.
I'll never understand what takes you so long to get ready.
He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. I held the cell so he could see the screen. 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
You timed yourself?
He fought to hold back his grin. 4 minutes and 10 seconds to change clothes. Do you have any idea how hard it is to tie your sneakers when you can't see your feet?
No.
He covered his mouth, likely to keep from laughing. How about how many times you have to pee because you have a baby flattening your bladder to the shape of a pancake? He shook his head. Okay then, no more complaining. I dropped my phone back into my purse like a performer dropping the microphone. He glanced at me with his brows so high his forehead resembled an accordion.
What was your excuse before you were pregnant?
Something inside me snapped. I punched his arm hard enough that he winced and rubbed the spot.
Hey, no need to commit domestic violence. I was kidding.
He squeezed my hand.
Are you okay?
Sorry. It took me a minute to come up with an answer. I'm worried about TJ and the veil thing, but honestly, I'm more upset about you and Bryson interfering with my job. Aaron pulled his hand free and turned the car into a subdivision.
I get it. I can't stand not being in the middle of the action. Heck, I'm tagging along with you because I can't not be on this case.
His use of a double negative made me smile. So, you'll back off?
I didn't say that, but I'm willing to find a compromise.
Aaron slowed and glanced around the area before easing onto the shoulder. Why are we stopping?
I've seen this house before.
He grabbed his mag light from beneath his seat.
There's a retention pond behind it, and some trees.
Okay. I didn't like the way the color drained from his face or the tension in the corners of his eyes.
Stay here.
No way. I unclicked my seatbelt and reached for the door handle.
Tessa, I mean it. I think the perp is hiding back there.
All the more reason for you to call for backup. I struggled to catch my breath. I'd had anxiety attacks in the past, but this was different. This felt as if my entire ribcage had moved up 4 or 5 inches.
Stay in the car.
He opened the door and flipped on the flashlight. I turned to get out of the car. Pain shot from my vagina to the top of my belly, ricocheted off my sternum, and landed in my thighs. I groaned and doubled over, or tried to anyway.
Not funny. You're not due for another 6 weeks.
I grabbed his arm and pulled with every ounce of my strength. He turned and met my gaze. I don't know what he saw in my expression, but it caused the color to leach from his cheeks.
Oh, shit. You're not kidding.
No. Shaking my head, I tried to draw a breath, but it felt as if something blocked my airway.
Is it contractions? Do we need to go to the hospital?
One-handed, he fumbled with his phone and ended up dropping it. Twice.
I'm calling Bryson.
The pressure in my chest eased enough for me to unlock my fingers from his arm. Not yet.
Tessa, what's happening? I need you to talk to me.
He swallowed hard.
I'm trained, but I'd rather not deliver this child on the side of the road.
It's better. I think Quinn decided to use my diaphragm and cervix as trampolines. He made a face somewhere between pained and disturbed.
Okay, let's get you home.
It's only a few minutes to the crime scene. If it happens again between here and there, you can take me to the hospital. If not, I have a job to do. Aaron put the car in drive and eased back onto the road.
I'll take you to the scene, but I'm putting you back in the car and driving you to the ER if you as much as stub your toe, understand?
Yes, sir. Much to my surprise, I found his bossiness kinda hot. Or maybe it was getting my way while he pretended to be bossy. Chapter 17. My first impression of the crime scene troubled me. I had zero doubt the same person had killed Lulu and the latest victim. 2 deaths weren't enough to establish a pattern, but it would make everyone's jobs a lot easier if we discovered a connection. The house had absolutely nothing in common with Tank and Lulu's trailer. It must have cost more than 6 brand-new double-wides. Everything from the soft leather furniture to the artwork on the walls screamed money. What would Mr. Campo possibly have in common with my obnoxious cousin? I knew better than to think murders didn't happen in places like this, but they happened less frequently. Before I had a chance to sort through my preconceived notions about the location of the crime, Detective Jankowski took me by the arm and marched me to the exit. "Hey, let me go!" I jerked away from him. I'd never officially met the guy, but his reputation preceded him.
"You can't be here."
He reminded me of a caricature of a 1950s newspaper reporter. Jowly, red-faced, and sporting a belly that rivaled my own, he glared with beady dark eyes. All he needed was a stubby cigar hanging out of his mouth and suspenders to hold up his 2 small britches. "Excuse me?" I wanted to wipe his cooties from my arm. "I'm Tessa—"
"I know who you are."
Jankowski's upper lip curled.
"You're Burns' wife, the so-called psychic."
"Actually," I flashed him my credentials, "I'm the victim's advocate assigned to this case." He squared his shoulders, which made his gut stick out even more.
"The Vic's wife is at the neighbor's. First house to the right."
"Great. I'll need the basic information before I speak to her."
"Husband's dead."
Suddenly, staying home with 3 kids didn't seem like such a bad idea. I sucked in a breath and did my best to find my happy place. "I gathered that much. Did the wife find the body? Did she witness the violence? What can you tell me about her mental state?" He turned and walked away. "Thanks for your help!" I smiled like a lunatic and waved. "I'll be sure to let the chief know how cooperative you've been." Jerk-faced Jankowski flipped me the finger without as much as a backward glance. Asshole. I walked to the end of the driveway and stared back at the house. None of the curtains were pulled on the 1st or 2nd floor. In fact, some of the windows were open. This in and of itself wasn't unusual on a nice day, but it wasn't a nice day. Saunas had less humidity, and it had to be in the mid-80s. Not exactly air-the-house-out weather. On a hunch, I stopped one of the techs I recognized from the station. "I see they opened the windows. Did it help with the smell?" The woman wrinkled her nose. "I wish." "Do you have any eucalyptus rub in your kit? It helps if you smear some under your nose." She frowned. "I do, but it slipped my mind after seeing—" Between Aaron's dream and the fact someone had tipped him off about the case, I figured the victim had died the same way as Lulu, but I needed to be sure. It's not every day you come across flaying as a cause of death and no blood. What's up with that? I glanced away in hopes she wouldn't notice my bluffing. Her shudder told me I'd assumed correctly. It's the worst case I've worked on. Me too. I turned back toward the house and watched the upstairs windows. Most of the police activity centered in the room on the far left. Did they remove the body from the bedroom? The medical examiner isn't finished. She looked away. The mental health therapist in me recognized a woman struggling to come to terms with her brush with pure, unadulterated evil. Without some sort of help, she ran the risk of developing anxiety, PTSD, and a whole host of other problems. I had an idea. Let me give you my card. I'm a counselor as well as a VA. Thanks. This one is bad, and I'd rather not talk to the shrink at the station. She winced. I mean, no offense. I know you're a mental health counselor. None taken. I handed her my contact info. "Give me a call any time." She smiled at my expanding midsection. "When are you due?" "Not for another 5 weeks and 3 days." I glanced around for Aaron, but couldn't find him in the crowd of neighbors and uniformed officers. "Have you seen Detective Burns?" "He's not working the case." Her eyes widened. "You're his wife, right? Tessa?" "Guilty as charged." "I'm Emily. Sorry, I should have recognized your red hair. I've seen you with him, but I'm usually looking at his—" Her cheeks flushed. "He's pretty easy on the eyes." Early in the relationship, comments like hers would have bugged me. Marrying 2 guys who scored well above 10 on the hotness meter had taught me to control my jealousy. It did not, however, teach me how to stop worrying. Where the heck is he? "I should get back in there." The humor drained from her face. "I meant what I said. Call me any time." I waited for her to enter the house before I pulled my phone from my bag and dialed Aaron.
Hey, everything okay?
His words came out breathy, as if I'd interrupted his workout. "As well as can be expected." I turned and scanned the crowd. "Where are you?"
Close. Have you spoken to the victim's spouse?
Close? I just bet he was close. In fact, I had a sneaking suspicion he'd doubled back to the front of the neighborhood. "I'm on my way there now. White Colonial to the right of the scene. Be here in 5 minutes, or I'll have half the force searching for you at the retention pond." He sighed.
I'm on my way.
I slid my cell into my purse and made my way to the house on the right. So help me, if he gets himself hurt, I'm going to strangle him. A teenage boy with perfect skin and straight teeth opened the front door before I had a chance to knock. My stars! I pressed my hand to my chest.
Didn't mean to scare you.
He glanced over his shoulder and then back to me.
Are you here to see Mrs. Campo?
I caught myself openly gawking at the kid. He seemed familiar, as in I'd seen him on television or in a movie. "Yes, I'm Tessa Lamar, victim's advocate with the Orange County Police Department."
Micah Sterling. Nice to meet you.
He frowned.
What's a victim's advocate?
"My job is to provide emotional support, information about available services, and assistance in completing paperwork." He nodded and looked away.
I'm not sure this is a good time. Let me ask her.
"Okay." I struggled to keep from grinning like a lovesick schoolgirl. Micah Sterling starred in JoJo's favorite TV show as a vampire slayer in a gender-flipped reboot of Buffy. He shut the door. I ran through my memory of the mountain of procedural manuals I'd read during the orientation with the OCPD for a policy regarding asking for an autograph while on duty. As far as I knew, he wasn't related to the victim, and, technically, we weren't at the crime scene. What would it hurt? Micah stepped outside.
I apologize, but she's not up for visitors.
"I understand. Let me give you my card in case she has any questions or concerns later. I'm easier to get a hold of than the detectives." Grinning like an idiot, I fished my business card holder out of the bottom of my bag and took out 2. "Would you mind signing the back of one? My daughter is a huge fan of yours." He hesitated. "I'm sorry. It's a bad time. I shouldn't have asked." Micah's expression went from wounded kid to movie star smile in the blink of an eye.
It's no big. I'll sign it.
I handed him the cards and a pen. "Thank you." He scribbled his name and handed it back to me. A young man who resembled Micah opened the door. He took one look at me and sucked in a breath. I assumed his reaction had to do with my giant pregnant belly, but I would have sworn I caught a flash of recognition in his eyes. The guy glared.
My mother isn't going to talk to the police without a lawyer present.
Lucky for him, I didn't suspect his mother of hurting her husband. Otherwise, lawyering up this quick would have put me on high alert. Oh, I'm not...
Dude, she's not a cop. She's here to help.
Micah huffed.
Whatever she is, get rid of her. Mom's asking for you.
He gave me one last dirty look and closed the door.
Noah, my brother. I wish I could blame his rudeness on the circumstances, but he's always been a douche.
A handful of words in the English language make me cringe. Douche ranked in the top 10. However, it wasn't his potty mouth that made me cringe. I'd completely misread the situation. Your real name isn't Sterling, is it?
No, it's Campo.
His voice cracked.
How did my dad die?
A knot formed around my heart. I couldn't lie, but Jankowski hadn't bothered to tell me what information I could release. Surely Mrs. Campo had said something to her sons? Micah sighed.
My mom, she was hysterical. She claims the person who killed my dad wasn't human.
Struggling to find the right words, I rested my hand on his upper arm. I needed to buy some time to talk to Aaron and possibly the chief before I could answer his questions. I didn't see your father, but I will ask the detective working the case about the cause of death.
I keep thinking this has something to do with me.
He stared with such intensity I took a step back.
I don't know if it's because of the role I play on the show or what, but I have some seriously disturbed fans.
Once again, I had no words. How many more kids would lose a parent before we solved the case? I harbored no illusions that traditional investigation techniques would catch this killer. I did, however, see a silver lining in the dark clouds. If Mrs. Campo's story matched Tank's, the authorities would have a harder time dismissing their statements. It's very important you and your mother tell the police everything. You never know what bit of information will be the lead they need to find out who hurt your father.
You expect my mom to tell the cops a Nosferatu killed my dad?
He scoffed. I recognized the term from his show. Nosferatu were hideous vampires, as opposed to the normal good-looking variety. Yes. If that's what she saw, then yes.
My family has had enough bad press. If this got out, it'd be like the situation with my brother all over again.
I remembered hearing something about his older brother on the gossip shows, but the details escaped me. Plus, I needed to keep him focused on the moment at hand, not some scandal that happened last year. I'm not much of a cable news watcher.
Someone claimed Noah and his girlfriend were part of a cult and leaked it to the press.
His frown deepened.
It was a circus. They accused me of being a member and suggested I believed the stuff on my show was real.
How awful. I'd had run-ins with the media because of my abilities. I understood what it felt like to worry about your career because people thought you were a whack job. However, if I had any shot of clearing Tank's name, I needed Mrs. Campo to testify, even if that meant a little creative embellishment on investigation techniques. You know, if your mom tells them what she saw, the crime scene investigators may shift gears. I mean, if they suspect the perpetrator was wearing a costume, they might look for latex and makeup. Micah Sterling's face brightened.
I didn't think of that.
Encourage her to tell the truth, no matter how weird it sounds. He studied my business card.
I will, and I'm going to have her give you a call.
I'm happy to help. I might not have any new leads, but Mrs. Campo's testimony was a start in the right direction. I'll leave you be. Take care, Micah." The kid whipped out his phone, slung his arm around me, and snapped a picture before I had a chance to smile.
"I'll text you a copy for your daughter. Just don't post it on social media or anything, okay?"
"I can't promise she won't print it and stick it on her wall, but it won't show up on the internet. We aren't on social media." He gave me a horrified stare, laughed, and went inside. I turned to walk back to the crime scene and found Aaron standing a few feet away, just out of sight of the front door. He tilted his head.
"Was that the kid from Vampires Suck?"
Chapter 18. On the drive home, I filled Aaron in on everything from the jerk detective to my conversation with Micah Starling. He nodded and made grunting sounds now and then, but I highly doubted he'd processed anything I said. "It's good news, right?" I gave him side-eye.
"Sure is."
He drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. "I mean, it's a huge break in the case. Aliens! Who would have thought it possible?" He nodded, stopped, and frowned.
"Sorry, I'm distracted."
"Really? I didn't notice." I turned as far as my belly and the seatbelt would allow. "Did you find anything at the retention pond?"
"No. It's odd."
He pulled into a shopping center and cut the engine.
"It was the place from my dream, but different."
"How so?" He took so long to answer I thought he'd missed the question. "Aaron?"
"Hang on."
He grabbed his phone and scrolled through several photos before turning the screen toward me.
"See this tree?"
"Uh-huh."
"In my dream, it was broken in two and there was debris on the ground."
He showed me a series of images from the area around the pond. "We had storms last week. Maybe you saw the past? We may have lived in the Sunshine State, but it rained like the dickens almost every day in the summer and early fall."
"If that's the case, then the perp could have been stalking the victim."
He sighed like a man carrying the weight of the world on his back.
"You and Bryson know plenty of people who use magic. There has to be someone we can talk to about this."
I had an idea. Actually, there is someone who might be able to help, and it just so happens she works in a diner. I don't know about you, but I'm starved."
"I could eat."
He leaned forward and kissed me.
"Where to?"
"I'll pull it up on GPS. You call Bryson and tell him we're going to pay Scarlett a visit."
"Who's Scarlett?"
"You'll see." I should have warned him about the elderly seer, but it'd be far more fun to see his reaction going in cold. He gave me a dubious look and dialed his cell.
"Hey, Tessa thinks Scarlett might be able to shed some light on my magical puberty."
I couldn't make out Bryson's words, but his laughter boomed through the phone.
"We'll be home in a couple hours."
He disconnected and gave me another curious glance.
"You're not going to tell me anything about this mystery woman?"
"Nope." 15 minutes later, Aaron parked in front of the 50s-style diner. He ducked his head and stared out the windshield.
"Are you sure about this?"
"Yep," and Bryson agreed. "Come on." I twisted to open my car door, and another bolt of pain stole my breath.
"Are you all right?"
He rested his hand between my shoulder blades. I nodded, because I didn't trust my voice not to crack. 2 or 3 deep breaths later, I hoisted myself out of the car. Aaron hovered around me like a spotter waiting for me to screw up my bench press.
"You're pale. We should get you home or to a hospital."
I took a moment to make sure my legs would hold me upright. It's probably Braxton Hicks contractions. They're common in late pregnancy.
"I don't like the sound of that."
He scratched his jaw. "It's nothing to worry about." I hooked my arm in his. If I were in real labor, The pains would come more often and at regular intervals.
Right. I remember that from those classes we took.
He led me inside. The wonderful aromas of fried food, grilled meat, and chili made my stomach growl. See, further proof I'm not in labor. Women lose their appetites right before their babies are born.
Tessa!
Scarlett wiped her hands on her apron as she came around from behind the counter.
Good to see you. My goodness, you're glowing.
People always say that, but I think the correct term is growing. I clutched my purse to remind myself not to shake her hand. Scarlett could see a person's past and a teensy bit of their future through skin-to-skin contact. We weren't here for me. Erin needed her help. She gave me a knowing look and turned to my blue-eyed detective.
And you're Erin, having some trouble in your sleep, are you?
His smile faltered, but he extended his hand.
Yes, on both counts. Nice to meet you. You can call me Scarlett.
She wrapped her fingers around his. Erin jolted. I felt guilty for not warning him for about half a second. The expression on the woman's face erased any doubt I'd done the right thing. Unless I'd missed my mark, she'd seen something important. Wide-eyed and mouth hanging open, she shook her head nice and slow.
Woo-wee! We need to sit down for this.
He shot me a dirty look.
What just happened?
Scarlett chuckled. She didn't tell you about me?
No.
His singular word hung in the air like a smoke ring.
Come on, let's have a talk.
She ushered Erin to a booth in the back of the diner. I turned toward the dessert case. From the sound of it, I had time to enjoy a burger and slice of pecan pie while they chatted.
Oh, no, you're not getting off the hook that easy.
Scarlett waved me over.
This involves you almost as much as him.
Great. I cast one last longing look at the sweets before trudging to the back.
Don't look so glum.
She motioned a waitress over.
I'd never starve a pregnant woman.
Thanks. I smiled at the young woman who offered me a menu. I don't need that. I'd like a cheeseburger with the works and a piece of pecan pie. Could you warm it and add a scoop of chocolate ice cream? The woman wrinkled her nose. Sure. Erin muttered,
Coffee. Black.
I'll put your order in right away. She flashed him a grin and hurried into the kitchen. You should try the burgers. They're really good. Just the right amount of grease.
I'm good.
He turned his attention back to the elderly woman.
How does this work?
Scarlett rested her hand, palm side up, on the table and crooked her fingers.
Let me take another look.
Erin couldn't have moved slower if he'd tried. He reached out to her as if holding a bite-sized piece of meat in front of a rabid dog.
What exactly are you going to do?
I'm what's known as a seer. It's just like it sounds. I touch you, and I see things. She traced a line running from his index finger to the base of his hand.
What sort of things?
He directed this question to me. She helped me when I first learned I was a Nanahi. I grinned, remembering the first time Bryson had brought me to the diner. She'd freaked me out, but the more I'd gotten to know her, the more I loved her. Scarlett tilted her head.
You're a half-blood?
No, that's not right. Her mouth fell open.
No wonder.
No wonder what? I leaned forward and studied Erin's palm. Not that I thought I could see anything, but because it beat the heck out of looking into her cloudy eyes. Sometimes I swore she could see right into a person's soul. Erin sat so still, I doubted he'd bothered to take a breath since he'd given her his hand. Scarlett met his gaze and lowered her voice.
You have none of ye magic in your veins, but you are human.
He nodded.
You died, but you're still alive.
He nodded again, only this time he swallowed hard enough I heard him gulp.
You are of this world, but you have one foot in the next.
She curled his fingers and squeezed.
It's no wonder you can't stay in your body.
I choked on my own spit. Coughing up a blue streak, I held up my hand. Scarlett took it as an invitation, or at least an opportunity, and grabbed my wrist. Her pale blue eyes rolled back, and she made a strangled sound. Her grip tightened to the point of pain. I cried out, but her nails continued to bite into my skin. "You're hurting me." Aaron placed his hand over hers.
Let's go.
Her eyes flew open. She glanced between us, and the blood pooling beneath her fingers as if she had no idea who we were or what she'd done. "Scarlett?" I pulled my arm free of her grasp and pressed a napkin over the 4 half-moon-shaped wounds.
Oh, child, I didn't mean to hurt you. Please forgive me.
Her voice cracked.
It's your son.
My heart gave a hard thump and sped into a gallop.
What about the baby?
Aaron's police training kicked in, and he eased away from me. In the face of a perceived threat, he wanted room to draw his sidearm. Not about to let him shoot an old woman, I took his hand in my greasy one.
He's stronger than his parents combined.
She stared, as if the notion shook her to her core. I pressed my hand to my belly. "I don't understand." Scarlett gave herself a little shake.
He's going to be important to a great many people, but that means many more will want to stop him.
I didn't like the sound of that. Not one bit. "I thought you couldn't see much of the future."
I can't.
She let out a nervous laugh and met Aaron's gaze.
That little one of yours showed it to me. He's a lot like his father.
I hated the way they stared at each other. They reminded me of gunslingers with itchy trigger fingers. Stubborn as a mule? Opinionated? Scarlett looked away.
Exactly.
I don't know what else I expected from Bryson's son. The words slipped out before I realized what I'd said. I had no way of knowing which of my men had knocked me up. But deep down, I'd always assumed it was Bryson. Aaron tensed and Scarlett furrowed her brow. The waitress returned with my burger, 2 glasses of water, and his coffee. If she picked up on the tension at the table, she didn't let on. Then again, she was probably used to folks visiting the seer. "Anything else?" "No, thanks." Suddenly, the plate of juicy beefy goodness didn't seem all that appetizing. Aaron put his hands flat on the table.
I've heard enough. We're leaving.
Leaving? I understood why he'd want to go. The conversation had rattled me too, but we hadn't begun to get the information we needed. We're not done. He stood.
Speak for yourself.
Scarlett sat back.
I know why you want to leave, but you're wrong.
Aaron bristled.
You don't know me.
I know you're afraid of more than this creature you're hunting. She sighed.
Don't let those fears be your ruination.
I glanced between them. I'm confused.
So am I.
Aaron held his hand out to me.
We should go. Now.
Scarlett watched us with a hint of a smile. No, I'm staying until we get what we came for. Food and answers. To prove my point, I took a huge bite of my burger before turning my attention back to the seer. You said something about him not staying in his body. Bryson called it dreamwalking. Is that what it is? She hitched a shoulder. It doesn't matter what you call it. What matters is that he learns to control it. Now we were getting somewhere. How does he do that? Scarlett nodded to my obstinate husband. First, he has to be honest with you.
I'll be in the car.
Aaron glared, turned on his heel, and stormed out. I stared after him. Well, that's just great.
Go easy on him. He's afraid.
Of what? She gave me the sort of smile people usually reserved for funerals and divorce hearings, full of pity and gratitude it wasn't them going through the ordeal.
Himself? Losing control? Being a father?
What the heck is she talking about? When Jolene first came to us, Aaron had sworn he didn't want kids, but that had changed when he found out she was his biological daughter. Since then, he'd become an awesome dad. All of that is pretty normal for a daddy to be.
Is it?
She studied me.
He's also afraid of losing you and Bryson.
That's ridiculous. Wasn't it? The whole thruple thing had been Aaron's idea. Was he having second thoughts? She ignored my comment.
Tessa, he's a strong man, used to doing a difficult job and doing it well. He carries a heavy weight without complaint, but it's time he shared the load.
I hated riddles almost as much as I hated physics. It's been a heck of a couple of days. Tell me, plainly, what's going on with him and how to fix it? She pursed her lips.
Isn't that what I'm doing?
Yes, sorry, but I don't understand.
You will, when the time is right.
Ugh, is she incapable of answering a question without creating 20 more? It occurred to me she probably did it on purpose to make me think. The problem was I was all thought out. I get it. I do. I'm a therapist by trade. We aren't supposed to tell our clients what to do. They have to figure it out for themselves.
That's generally best.
Between worrying about Tank and TJ and finding a monster and fixing the veil and having a baby and the million other decisions that needed to be made, I couldn't take one more thing. I hated to cry, doubly so in public, but I couldn't hold back my emotions. Fine, I'll work out the relation stuff on my own, but I'm begging you, tell me how to help him with his magic. I can't find him unresponsive on the couch and think he's dead again. I can't wake up to a freaking shadowy being sucking out his energy. I can't—
What did you say?
She reached for my hand. I pulled back in the nick of time. No more readings. Not yet. Scarlett seemed to realize what she'd done and folded her hands in her lap.
Tell me about the shadow.
I told her everything, from waking up during the attack to my conversation with Charlie. While it felt good to get it off my chest, her expression troubled me. I stopped talking and waited for her to respond. She raised a trembling hand to her mouth.
Tessa, do you realize how dangerous a tear in the veil is?
I thought I did, but her reaction made me doubt myself. We're going to fix it, but we can use all the help we can get.
Count me in. This affects more than you and yours. The spirits who cross over won't stay in one place long. They'll spread out to the four corners of the earth in search of people to terrorize.
She shook her head.
I need to speak to the three of you together.
I turned my attention to the parking lot. Holding his phone to his ear, Aaron paced a rut in the asphalt. Between his scowl, stiff posture, and exaggerated hand gestures, I didn't need to hear the conversation to know he was seriously pissed. That might be easier said than done. I mulled over her warnings about dishonesty and fear. Until we'd walked into the diner, I would have said things were about as good as they could get between Aaron Bryson and me. That is, if I overlooked their wanting me to give up my job and raise the kids like a Stepford wife. What's he afraid of? Better question, what's he being dishonest about? Scarlett lowered her voice. I can see the wheels turning in your head. Give him time. That's not something we have these days, is it? No, I suppose not. I'll call Bryson. She stood and took several steps before turning back to me. Before I forget, I know a person who might be able to help you with your boo-hag problem. My what? Where have I heard that before? Scarlett ignored my question. Chapter 19. I stood on the front porch until Aaron's taillights disappeared from view. Other than to tell me the chief of police had asked to see him and Samuels in his office, he'd barely spoken to me on the ride home from the diner. Me being me, I played Scarlett's words in my head like a looping gif. Bryson stepped outside.
Where's Aaron?
Said he was needed at the station. I stared at the darkened drive.
You don't believe him?
I plopped down onto the porch swing. I don't know how to answer that.
Isn't it a yes or no question?
He offered me a half smile. One look at him and my blood pressure rose. I recognized his tone of voice. How could I not? I'd spent the previous hour with Scarlett giving me patient smiles and asking leading questions. I darned sure didn't need the same from him. If you have something to say it. His smile morphed into a frown.
Mind if I sit?
Suit yourself. Bryson moved as if afraid I'd bite if he made any sudden movements. Smart man. Did Scarlett call you? I winced at a twinge of pain in my lower back.
Yes. She's very concerned about the tear in the veil.
He rested a hand on my belly. Did she say anything else? We had so many huge problems to talk about. The situation with Aaron seemed almost trivial in comparison. I mean, who cared about relationship problems when someone had left the door wide open? Any manner of beings could come through and wreak havoc on the human race?
She said our child spoke to her.
He leaned in and kissed my baby bump.
And that he's something special.
While I appreciated his devotion to our unborn child, developing a plan to handle Quinn's superpowers could wait until he was born. We had more urgent problems. Nothing about Aaron, then?
Nothing I wasn't already aware of.
He gave me a half-hearted smile, but he couldn't hide his disappointment. An odd sense of déjà vu came over me, like we'd had this conversation before. No, this was different. It felt more like Vujade. I had no freaking idea what he was talking about. Care to explain it to me?
He's afraid he'll lose you and our family.
Bryson slid his arm around me.
He'll come around in time.
I opened my mouth to argue, but there was no point in debating the truth. He's acting like he did when we first discussed adopting Jolene and starting a family.
He is.
I shifted so I could see his face. But we're married now. I mean, we're all married in spirit, but I am legally married to Aaron. How can he think he'll lose me? Lose us? Bryson brushed my hair back from my face.
That is a question you'll have to ask him.
I'm asking you since you seem to know so much about it. I refused to sit and listen to another person give me enough information to throw me off balance, but nothing to help me set a course. It sucked. It wasn't fair. I didn't have the time or the energy to solve some sort of verbal Rubik's Cube.
I can speculate what's going on in his head, but neither of us will know for certain until we ask him.
Since he all but refused to share his thoughts on Aaron, I went for the next item on my list. Did you know we have a boo hag problem?
I'd never heard of them until Scarlett mentioned the term.
He let his head fall back and stared at the ceiling. Darlene warned me not to let the boo hag ride me the other day. Folks around here claimed they come into the house on laundry left on the line overnight. He fiddled with his phone.
Boo hag, a legend from the Georgia and South Carolina lowcountry. They are skinless creatures that suck the breath out of their victims while sitting on or riding their chests. If the victim should wake during the attack, the boo hag may steal their skin.
We evidently have one. The memory of that thing sitting on top of Aaron gave me the heebies.
Scarlett gave me a name of a root doctor in Georgia who has experience with them. I'll give him a call, but I'd like to do more research first.
I'll go get the laptop. I turned, planted my feet on the porch, and immediately regretted it. The same pain that had troubled me earlier returned with a vengeance. It stole my breath and my sense of balance. My brain didn't have time to register I was falling until I hit the wood planks. A split second later, Bryson loomed over me. His lips moved, but I couldn't hear him over the whoosh of blood behind my ears. My midsection burned, and not from the Firebird. This felt more like a dozen hot pokers stabbing my guts and back and pelvic region.
It's okay. I have you. It's going to be okay.
He lifted me from the ground and carried me to the couch. The change in position brought on an entirely new level of hell. I saw stars.
Tell me where it hurts?
To his credit, his voice came out clear and calm. Everywhere. I struggled to catch my breath. Like before, it felt as if the baby had wedged himself under my diaphragm. Can't breathe. His eyes widened a fraction before he smoothed his expression.
I'm going to call Dr. Dennison. Try to remain still.
It wasn't like I planned to get up and do a jig. Heck, I could barely nod. Once again I could hear him talking, but had no idea what he'd said. For all I knew, he was speaking in Greek. My singular focus was the riot going on inside my body. Bryson returned to my side.
I need to see if you're spotting. May I?
Yes. The mere thought of bleeding this late in my pregnancy scared the life out of me. My mind traveled down everything that can go wrong road and dead-ended at I won't survive the loss lane. Like it had earlier in the day, the pain stopped as quickly as it had come. Bryson hissed and jerked his hand back.
I don't believe it.
The pressure in my chest returned, but this was different. This was my heart breaking. Oh, God, no. Am I bleeding? Are we losing the baby? Tears streamed down his face, but he smiled a big, bright, beautiful smile.
No.
What the hell? I propped myself up on my elbows, half expecting to see a bloody mess, but found nothing out of sorts. Bryson placed a hand on each side of my belly and met my gaze.
Quinn healed you.
My brain stuttered. I don't understand.
Neither do I.
He pressed his forehead against my tummy and sighed.
I felt his magic when I reached for you. Scarlett was right about him.
I hated to rain on his proud papa parade, but I needed to know what had caused the pain in the first place. It's happened 3 times today. I thought it was Braxton Hicks or the baby kicking the wrong place, but this time was worse. He seemed to snap back to the issue at hand.
Dr. D is expecting a call back. I'll ask him if he wants to meet us at the hospital tonight or see you in his office tomorrow.
Okay. But what if something's really wrong? What if the doctor misses the problem because the baby keeps healing me? What happens when the little guy can't fix it? My voice rose in volume and pitch. We can't exactly tell him our son is a Noonahy wizard child. Bryson stared as if he hadn't understood a word I'd said. His expression went from stunned to confused to nauseous. Mr. Cool under pressure began to crack. I didn't mean to yell. I pushed myself upright.
It's not that.
He smiled, but it seemed forced. Not exactly the reaction I needed. Not when I was one wrong word away from a full-blown panic attack.
You should keep your feet higher than your heart. I'll call the doc back.
First Aaron, now Bryson? Had they both suffered from some sort of pregnancy stress-induced meltdown? I curled up on my side and tried not to think about raising a child with more magic than the three of us combined. How on earth would we get him to eat his veggies if he could level us with a wave of his hand? Bryson returned a few moments later. Whatever the doctor had said seemed to have calmed him down.
Dr. Dennison said to go straight to the emergency room if you have any more pain. Otherwise, stay off your feet tonight. He wants to see you first thing in the morning.
Thanks. I stared at the television, but didn't bother to turn it on. My mind was elsewhere. Besides the problems with Aaron and threat of invasion from an army of evil spirits, we hadn't even started to put the nursery together. Heck, I hadn't gotten around to opening my shower gifts.
Will you be all right here for a few minutes while I ask Grandma to keep the kids overnight?
I nodded. You might as well take changes of clothes and PJs with you. You know she'll say yes.
Do you mind if I tell her you're experiencing some pain and the doc wants to see you?
He brushed his fingertips across my cheek. I nuzzled against his hand. That's fine. Just make sure the kids don't overhear you. Jojo will want to check on me, and TJ doesn't need anything else to worry about.
I agree.
He disappeared down the hall and returned with a stack of clothes.
I'll only be a few minutes.
Take your time. My stomach growled. See if she has any ribs and birthday cake left.
Will do.
After he left, I counted to 100 and waddled into the office. I might not have been up for doing much, but there was one thing I could cross off the to-do list. Summon a dead bank robber. Chapter 20. Death hadn't softened Ezekiel Clemens. If anything, it had made him more of a jerk. Zeke, your son is very ill. He'll die without the money to pay for the new liver. I tried one more time to rationalize with the ghost.
He's always been an ungrateful little bastard. What do I care?
The spirit clung to the corner of the ceiling. He reminded me of a half-human, half-spider zombie. Because your wife will be heartbroken to lose her only child. I'd had about all I could take of his company. He balked, and part of his jaw came loose. Thank goodness the bone evaporated back into the ether before it landed on the carpet. First Lulu, now Mr. Clemens? Why do the spirits look like corpses? Most of the dearly departed returned as a version of their best selves. In all my years, I'd only ever seen one ghost who appeared more dead than alive, if living people were see-through. Zeke raised his partially decomposed hand to where his jaw should have been and glared. Have you always looked like this? You know, since you've been dead? I had to ask, partly because I wanted to see if he could still communicate, and partly because I had a sinking feeling Zeke and Lulu weren't the only rotting spirits. He let loose a string of curses so vile my brows rose. Not only had he insulted me, my mother, and my great-grandmother, he'd used such creative euphemisms I had a hard time keeping up. Nice to know you can still talk. Smirking, I reached for my sage smudge stick to send him back to where he'd come from. I think we're done here. His lips peeled back from his remaining teeth.
Not until I get a taste of you.
Like hell. I lit the end of the stick, but Zeke had other ideas. Zeke did a full-body wave, starting with his neck and ending in his ankles. The cracking of old cartilage and bones filled the room as he and relocated his joints. Elbows, wrists, and knees moving in ways they weren't designed to move. He skittered across the ceiling like a giant dead crab. Though I didn't remember consciously making a sound, I must have screamed. Jolene burst into the room with Bryson on her heels. The girl took one look at Old Man Clemens and shot into action. She raised her arms, bent her fingers, and shoved air and energy and intention toward the ghost. Stay! What the heck was she doing here? Jolene, go in the other room. I'm helping. Bryson's gaze darted between me, her, and the ghost.
You've got to be kidding.
You can see this one too? My mouth fell open.
Yes.
I didn't know how I felt about everyone and their brother seeing spirits. On one hand, it was great. He could help me get rid of Mr. Clemens. On the other, I worried the balance of power between the spirit and physical world was shifting. It's Ezekiel Clemens, Darlene's ex-father-in-law. A growl started in his gut and made its way up and out of his mouth.
What in the name of all that's good and holy told you it was a good idea to summon him now?
I promised Darlene I'd try. I relit the sage. Without taking her eyes off the ghost, Jojo asked, He's the bank robber? Bryson's voice rose.
Who told you about this?
Grandma Darlene. She said she didn't think Tessa was up for it. She wanted me as backup. The girl grinned, which surprised the heck out of me. I'd seen grown men quiver when Bryson used that tone of voice. It was my turn to growl. That woman! Jojo squinted at the spirit. He's not by himself. He has a hitchhiker. Adrenaline flooded my body, leaving me gasping and my heart racing.
Send them both back.
Bryson pinned me with a glare. Self-doubt left me unable to remember the words to the spell, let alone the energy to pull it off. Jojo twisted her wrist. Where's the money? Whatever she'd done to him must have hurt. The ghost threw his head back and howled. Where is it? She stamped her foot, and pieces of Mr. Clemens' innards fell out. My stomach churned. It took all of my willpower to hold back the nausea. Gross!
Tessa, do it now.
Bryson glanced between me and Jojo, as if trying to decide which one of us to protect.
No more.
The spirit whimpered and wheezed like an old hound dog chasing a fox.
I buried it with my mama.
The image of stacks of cash sitting in decomposition juices flashed unwelcome through my head. I'm gonna be sick. Thankfully, Jolene had an iron gut and a sharp mind. Which cemetery?
Cemeteries and funeral homes are rackets.
The spirit sounded like he'd spoken through gritted teeth. Quite the accomplishment, considering he lacked his lower jaw.
She's in the family plot on my land, same as me.
The girl waved her hands as if shooing away a stray dog, and Old Man Clemens vanished. Bryson exhaled a long, slow breath. Jojo grinned, quite proud of herself. I don't understand. What kind of hitchhiker? What was it doing? My mind raced. The dark being that had accompanied Lulu had caused her to attack. Didn't it? Would Clemens have attacked me if Jolene hadn't stopped him? The girl shrugged. It was just hanging around. It didn't do anything. What exactly did the one that was with Lulu do? I didn't have a ton of experience with beings shadowing other spirits, but something seemed incredibly off. Like with magic, the spirit world operated on the principle of intention. Whatever, or whoever, had accompanied Mr. Clemens had a reason for doing so. It was whispering mean things to her. Jojo stuffed her hands in her pockets. Telling her to hurt you? Once again, I found myself speechless and more than a little freaked out.
You're supposed to stay off your feet.
Bryson placed his hands on my shoulders and guided me into the desk chair. I couldn't see his expression, but Jolene took one look at him and paled.
Jojo, Tessa and I need to talk to you.
She bit her lip and dipped her head. Am I in trouble, too? Bryson opened and closed his hands several times, proof positive of his struggle to calm down.
No one's in trouble, but we need to ask you some questions.
She seated herself on the edge of the bed.
Have you been communicating with spirits?
Normally, when he discussed a serious topic with her, he crouched and met her gaze. Tonight, he folded his arms and stared down at her. She slumped her shoulders. I needed to do something before she clammed up or cried or blamed herself for whatever catastrophe happened as a result of the damage to the veil. Reaching for her hand, I offered her a sympathetic smile. Jojo, you're not in trouble, but it's important you tell us the truth. She nodded a fraction of an inch. Had I blinked, I would have missed it. To your mom? I glanced from her to Bryson. Yes. He knelt in front of the girl.
You must miss her very much. How long have you been calling to her?
I never stopped. Her voice came out in a squeak. I'm sorry. I squeezed her hand. Jojo, there's something wrong with the veil between the spirit world and ours. That's why other beings are coming through with the ghosts. You have to stop calling for her. It's too dangerous right now. Okay? You mean I can't talk to her? Her eyes filled with tears. For how long? I chose my next words carefully. Until we figure out what's wrong and how to fix it. She jerked, as if I'd struck her. That's not fair. You summoned the bank robber. Bryson opened his mouth to speak. I cut him off with a quick headshake. You're right, I did. But I'm an adult, so what? I'm a kid and I'm stronger than you. You froze just now. Jolene glared with such animosity I felt it in my chest. What would have happened if I wasn't here?
We show respect for each other in this house, Jolene.
Bryson stood and placed his hand on my shoulder in a show of solidarity. Ignoring him, she shouted, You couldn't even trap Lulu Rose in that bottle without my help. You know you can't keep her in a bottle, but you're too scared to open it.
Jolene, that's enough.
Bryson's voice rose. She burst into tears. You probably already killed her again. Her anger didn't surprise me, but by golly, it stung. I told myself not to take it personally. She was hurt and looking for someone to hurt as much as she did. Jojo, murderer! You killed my mama? TJ stood in the doorway with his little hands balled into fists. My heart shattered like crystal on a tile floor. Jolene would get over her tantrum, but this moment would likely haunt TJ for years. How could I explain the situation to a 6-year-old when I didn't understand it myself? We have to erase his memories of the conversation, do a spell, and make him forget this ever happened. I met Bryson's gaze and did my best to get the message across without saying a word. When that didn't work, I mouthed, "Forgetting spell."
We can't,
he whispered. TJ grabbed a container of pens from the desk and threw them against the wall. "I hate you!" Bryson took a step in TJ's direction, but JoJo pushed past him. "I was talking nonsense. Tessa wouldn't hurt anybody. I'm sorry." She tried to embrace him. TJ pushed her away. I sat, unable to say or do anything to help him. He didn't want apologies or hugs or kind words. He was expressing his emotions the only way he knew how, the only way he'd been taught: anger and aggression. Wild-eyed, the boy turned to the bookcase. His gaze drifted over the rows of bottles and old coffee cans. He zeroed in on the blue bottle holding his mother's spirit. TJ lunged for the shelves, but Bryson caught him around the middle before he reached them. Kicking and screaming, TJ fought for his freedom. "We have to do something." I stood on shaky legs.
Everything has a price.
He tightened his grip on the boy. If I never heard him say those words again, it'd be too darned soon. I don't care. Do it. Bryson gave me a pained expression.
Sleep.
TJ went limp in his arms. "Daddy?" Jolene's eyes went wide. "What did you do to him?"
Stopped him from hurting himself or anyone else.
Bryson turned to me and widened his eyes. A cry for help if I ever saw one. "It's okay. He'll wake up in a few hours good as new. Go turn down the bed. We'll talk about this later." I untied TJ's sneaker. She stared at me as if I'd ordered the mass execution of kittens. "It's not right. Will you order him to knock me out the next time I misbehave?" Now there's an idea. In no mood to argue with her, I said we'd talk about this later. "Ugh!" The girl stamped her foot and stormed out of the room. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from calling after her. "I take it Grandma couldn't watch them tonight?"
Her and Dottie had a rough time with TJ today. They thought it best if he stayed with someone trained to handle these sorts of things.
Bryson sighed.
Don't let what Jolene said bother you.
I hitched a shoulder and tossed TJ's second shoe to the side. "I'm okay, but she's not even a teenager yet. I thought I'd have a couple more years before she hated me." He nodded to my belly.
Thank God this one's a boy.
I smiled despite my mood. She was right. I froze. Heck, I didn't even pick up on the other spirit.
We're going to figure this out.
He pulled me into a tight embrace.
The man Scarlett referred us to returned my call. He agreed to come here for a few days.
I wiped my eyes on the back of my hand. "When?"
Tomorrow. He doesn't drive or fly. I agreed to pick him up.
"But I have a doctor's appointment in the morning."
Aaron will take you.
Bryson captured my chin between his thumb and forefinger.
You know I wouldn't miss it if I had any other option.
"Send Aaron to Georgia." I couldn't believe I'd thought that, let alone said it aloud. I loved them both the same, I did. But Bryson knew magic and didn't get queasy at my OB appointments. I needed him with me. He brushed his lips across mine.
It's hard to live in another's shadow. You need to allow Aaron some time in the sun.
Chapter 21. Everybody buckled in? Darlene glanced over her shoulder at the kids in the back seat. Yes, ma'am. TJ rubbed his eyes. The spell Bryson cast on him had done its job. The boy slept a solid 10 hours. Jolene nodded. She hadn't uttered a word since the previous evening. Cole, my baby brother, made cooing sounds and kicked his chubby legs. At least someone's in a good mood today. I forced a smile. Thanks again for coming with me this morning. It's no problem at all. Anything for my baby girl. She squeezed my knee before putting the car in drive. Tell me again where your husband's ran off to. Her demeanor surprised me. I don't know what I expected, but not this. She seemed so normal, so unaffected by the news she wasn't my biological mother. Aaron was called into the station, and Bryson had to run to Georgia to pick up another medicine man. Must be important for them to leave you by yourself. They both had good excuses, even if I didn't like being left at the mercy of my mother. Anything could happen. I could get bad news. I could go into labor. Heck, I could come under attack by a shadowy being from the great beyond. They hated to miss the appointment, but it couldn't be helped. Like I said, I'm happy to take you. A yawn overtook me before I had a chance to cover my mouth. You look like hell. Aren't you sleeping? You know how it is. Aaron came in late from work last night. The more he tried to sneak around, the more stuff he tripped over. I couldn't sleep even after he'd come home. Every time I drifted off, I awoke in the middle of a nightmare. She snorted. At least he tried. Stone comes in and flips on the light. Seriously, though, you need all the sleep you can get before the baby comes. When she'd first announced her pregnancy, I hated the idea of her having another baby. She hadn't exactly been much of a mother to me when I was growing up. But now that I was expecting, it was nice to have her advice and hand-me-down baby clothes. Mama, did you have nightmares in your last trimester? She gave me the side eye. More like acid trips without the drugs. One time I ate chili before bed. When I woke up, I smacked poor Stone upside the head because I had a dream he was cheating on me with a space alien. Intergalactic extramarital affairs would have been a cakewalk compared to dreaming about murder scenes. I'm glad I'm not the only one. The nightmare felt so real it took me a good 5 minutes to realize I'd dreamt it. Tell me about the dream. Maybe it has some meaning to it. She grinned. You should study up on dream interpretation. People would pay big bucks to have a real-life I cut her off before she could finish the sentence. We had little ears and big mouths in the back seat. The last thing I needed was for TJ to tell everyone I was a freaking fairy. It was work-related. Something went wrong and I was in danger, but then Aaron showed up out of the blue and saved me. Darlene rolled her eyes. Well, we don't need a book to tell us what that was about. You're afraid of giving birth and looking to your husbands to help you through it. I nodded, but she'd gotten it wrong. The dream had nothing to do with labor and delivery, and everything to do with the boo hag attacking us. Jolene sighed loud enough for the entire car to hear it. I glanced over my shoulder to find her giving me a "you're the stupidest person on the planet" look. When I turned back around, she muttered under her breath. At the end of my patience, I debated waiting until we could talk alone before addressing her attitude. Since I had no earthly clue when that would happen, I decided to strike while the attitude was hot. I understand why you're upset with me, but your behavior is unacceptable. She stared out the window. You are allowed to speak your mind, but when it becomes sass, there will be consequences. Do you understand?" Though I knew she heard me, she didn't reply. "I'd like a response, Jolene." "Yes, ma'am." She spoke in a flat, monotone voice, a slight improvement over her sass. The baby kicked hard enough to make me wince. I pressed my hand to the side of my belly in hopes of calming him. It didn't work. He pushed back. Just what I needed, another misbehaving child. Darlene gave me a sly grin. "I remember when Cole used to elbow me like that. You're not going to believe it, but you'll miss being pregnant once he's born." I highly doubt it. "How did the baby get in your stomach anyway?" TJ asked. I gave my mom a wide-eyed stare. I might have earned a graduate degree in mental health counseling, but I had no idea how to tell a 6-year-old about where babies came from. Darlene laughed. "When a man and a woman are in love, they kiss and hug and ask God to give them a baby." My mouth fell open. Not only did her explanation make no sense, I feared it would lead to follow-up questions, or worse, logistical questions. When none came, I glanced over my shoulder at him. The boy pursed his lips and wrinkled his nose. "The mama swallows the daddy's spit to make a baby grow in her tummy?" My mother, bless her heart, burst out laughing. "No, honey. Women swallow when they don't want to get pregnant." "Mama!" I face-palmed. Thankfully, we arrived at the obstetrician's office before he could ask any more questions. I'd grown used to getting strange looks from the office staff and patients in the waiting room. Walking in with 2 gorgeous guys drew a lot of attention. However, that morning, we drew an entirely different kind of attention. Darlene had poured herself into leopard print spandex pants and a black shirt that showcased her enormous chest. Wearing sweatpants and one of Bryson's flannel shirts, I walked in with Jolene pouting on one side and TJ picking his nose on the other. We looked like the delegation from the local trailer park. My mother either didn't notice the whispers and stares or didn't care. She marched to the check-in desk with a studded leather purse and matching diaper bag on her shoulder and my baby brother on her hip. "My daughter, Tessa Lamar, is here to see Dr. Dennison. She's been having some pains." I tugged TJ's hand away from his face as discreetly as possible and led the kids to the back of the waiting room. Jolene plopped into a chair a good 3 yards from me and pretended to ignore me. TJ glared at the pregnant women sitting across from us. One of the ladies offered him an awkward smile. "Are you going to be a big brother?" The boy looked her over as if she were covered in cow manure. His gaze settled on her swollen belly. "I know what you've been up to, and it's disgusting." "TJ!" I wanted to crawl under the chair and die, but I doubted I'd fit. "I'm so sorry. He's been asking questions about the birds and the bees. Seems he's still a little confused." The woman snapped her mouth shut. "Children that age don't need many details." "Oh, we didn't get into specifics. I know everything there is to know about making babies." TJ smirked. "And if you don't want them, you swallow." The woman huffed, grabbed her bag, and hurried away. "That's not what he meant," I called after her, but it was too late. Half the waiting room had overheard the conversation. I'd never felt so judged outside of church. Darlene sat beside me. What did I miss? I focused on my breathing. In for 3, out for 3. Don't ask.
Tessa?
A nurse in hot pink scrubs saved me from life in prison for murdering my mother. That's me. I stood and got the heck out of there. Chapter 22. I had a love-hate relationship with doctors' offices. I hated everything about them until the end of the appointment. Then I loved leaving. Unfortunately for me, I wouldn't take my exit any time soon. I'd already peed in a cup, had blood drawn, and suffered through a pelvic exam, but the obstetrician wanted an ultrasound to rule out any complications.
Are you comfortable, Miss Lamar?
The nurse draped a paper sheet across my exposed belly. Is that a rhetorical question? I regretted the words as soon as they came out of my mouth. She'd done nothing but show up to work. It wasn't her fault I was here. Sorry, I'm not sleeping well.
Be sure to mention that to Dr. D.
The nurse offered a weak smile and dimmed the lights.
Try to relax. The sonographer will be with you when she's finished with her current patient.
The exam room had a comfy, spa-like vibe. Low lights, soft music, and, unless I was mistaken, a citrusy air freshener to help cranky pregnant women relax. I closed my eyes and focused on my breathing. Aaron appeared out of nowhere and grabbed my shoulders. What are you doing here? Here? I gazed over the expanse of green fields. In the distance, a farmhouse sat on a hill. It reminded me of something I'd seen as a child. White, warm, and welcoming. Where are we?
You have to go. Now.
A drop of sweat fell from his brow and landed on my forehead. No wonder. He'd soaked through his shirt and his hair was wet with perspiration. Go where? I couldn't hold on to a thought long enough to make sense of where we were or what had happened. You're scaring me. He glanced over my shoulder and went wide-eyed.
We're out of time. Run!
Rather than following him, I turned to see what had him so worked up. Big mistake. A skinless woman crested the hill, not 10 yards from me. I knew I should move, but my feet remained rooted to the ground. The woman lunged for me. The impact stole my breath before we hit the ground in a tangle of limbs and claws and teeth. I fought to break free, but I might as well have kicked and punched a statue. Nothing I did slowed her from tearing the skin from my muscles. Aaron! Help me! Several gunshots rang out. The skinless woman flinched as the bullets tore through her, but she refused to release me.
Ms. Lamar? Tessa?
A soft voice echoed on the edge of my subconscious. What felt like minutes later, a warm hand rested on my shoulder.
Ms. Lamar, you're having a bad dream.
I surfaced from the nightmare and opened my eyes. Surprisingly, I recognized the sonographer and the room. More surprisingly, I felt as if I'd had a good night's sleep.
Are you all right?
She took a step back. Good question. I remembered every vivid detail of the dream, including the agony of my skin separating from my body. However, it had just been a nightmare. I told myself it couldn't hurt me, but after what happened to Lulu and Mr. Campo, I wasn't so sure.
Should I get the doctor?
I forced a smile. No, it's okay. I'm fine. She gave me a dubious look and nodded.
Okay, then. Let's get started. Are you ready to see your baby?
We named him Quinn. It's short for Quincy.
I like it.
She squeezed a mound of warmed gel onto my belly and got to work. A static-filled whooshing thump filled the room. Quinn's heartbeat made me smile, but the expression on the technician's face sent a chill down my spine. Is something wrong?
He's a big boy.
She glanced at me.
When are you due?
5 weeks. A conversation I'd had with Bryson while we were dating flashed through my mind. He'd confessed he wanted a large family. I replied with something snarky about the size of his head and birthing huge babies. Lord help me if I was right. He's healthy, right?
Yes, but we may have miscalculated your due date.
She turned off the machine and handed me a paper towel.
Sit tight. The doctor will be in shortly.
Thank you. I cleaned the goo from my stomach and tried not to worry that she hadn't turned the screen where I could see it. Dr. Dennison entered the room while I was pulling my pants up and shirt down. He spoke without taking his attention off the stack of papers in his hand.
Your tests came back normal. The symptoms you described are more than likely caused by round ligament pain. It's a fancy way of saying the ligaments holding up the baby are strained.
It's nothing to worry about?
It's perfectly normal, but you should take it easy and stay off your feet as much as possible.
He drew a deep breath.
I'm concerned about the size of the baby.
The sonographer said my due date might be wrong. The thought of having the baby sooner than we'd expected thrilled me and scared the heck out of me at the same time. We had too much to do in the coming weeks, but man, oh man, was I ready to see my feet again.
It's possible, or it could be genetic.
He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes.
Both of your husbands are large men.
We'd chosen Dr. Dennison for 2 reasons. One, he was my best friend's OB and came highly recommended. 2, he seemed open to our unconventional marriage. However, he'd disagreed with our decision not to run paternity tests. We didn't care which man's little swimmer made it to the egg, but the doctor insisted we should know in order to have a complete picture of the baby's genetic history. I was beginning to see his point. What can we do about a big baby? Dr. D set my file on the counter and folded his arms.
If he grows much larger, he may not be able to pass through your pelvis.
You're kidding. I'd never been accused of having small hips even before I was pregnant.
I'm afraid not.
He sat on the exam stool and walk-rolled to my side.
I know how you feel about cesarean sections.
No. My hand instinctively went to my forehead. I'd held my best friend's hand during her C-section and had the scar to prove it. The thought of being strapped down to a table and having my baby yanked out of my body made me queasy. I don't want that. There must be other options.
We could induce labor in your 37th week.
He sighed.
But there is still a possibility you will need a C-section.
I folded my arms and slumped in on myself to fend off a sudden chill. Right. But let's try everything else first. The doctor stood.
I'd like to see you back in a few days to rerun the tests and schedule your induction.
It sounded like I was being admitted into the Hall of Fame, but I had a feeling it wouldn't be anywhere near as fun. Chapter 23. Everything okay? Darlene stood and stretched her arms over her head, a perfectly normal thing for someone who'd sat for a long time to do, except her clothing made the maneuver downright obscene. Everything's fine. I didn't want to get into the induction business until I had a chance to talk it over with Aaron and Bryson. He said the pain is from stress on the ligaments holding the baby up. Darlene patted her spandex-covered backside. You wouldn't have that problem if you wore pants with more support in them. I'm not wearing Spanx 9 months pregnant. I glanced around the waiting room and my blood ran cold. Where are the kids? Stone picked them up an hour ago. She slung her purse over her shoulder. I lowered my voice. Mama, TJ's really struggling and Jolene is acting like a moody teenager. Are you sure Stone can handle them and Cole? She looped her arm in mine and led me to the door. That man has the patience of Job and the sex drive of King Solomon. TMI, Mama? Way too much information. I didn't need to know that my hippie vegan stepfather could keep up with a man the Bible said had had 700 wives and 300 concubines. She waited until I buckled in before dropping a bomb on me. Mind if we make a pit stop at the Clemens on the way home? I need to check in on the men Edna hired to dig up her mother-in-law. My chest tightened at the thought. Who told you? Let me guess. Jolene? She put the car in drive and pulled out of the parking lot. The girl became a regular chatterbox after they called you back. Figures. I let my head fall back and closed my eyes. She's only 10. I don't know if I can handle 8 more years of this. My mother barked out a laugh. 8? You were a little shit to me from 10 until about 9 months ago. Gee, thanks. I pinched the bridge of my nose to stave off a headache. We can go to the Clemens on 2 conditions. I don't want to be anywhere near the coffin when it comes out of the ground, and you have to feed me afterwards. Deal. Darlene slapped the steering wheel and let out a little whoop. Don't give up hope. One day when JoJo's your age, you two will be like us, Thelma and Louise off on an adventure. Thelma and Louise had Brad Pitt to keep them company, not an old lady who's probably been in the ground longer than I've been alive. Honestly, Tessa, when did you become such a stick in the mud? She turned on the classic rock station and sang along to every song, loud and off-key. Had I known the Clemens lived in unincorporated Orange County, a good 45 minutes from the doctor's office, I would have insisted we have lunch first. By the time we arrived, I was starving and my molars were floating. I hoisted myself from the car before Darlene cut the engine. "Where are you going?" she called after me. Without slowing or turning back, I said, "I have to use the little girl's room. Auntie Edna's probably out back with the gravediggers." I sent up a silent prayer that my mother was wrong, or if nothing else, the front door was unlocked. Still pressed to her ear, Darlene caught up with me at the front door. "Edna's not answering." I knocked loud enough to wake the dead. A mental image of Zeke's mother popping out of her coffin demanding to know who was at the door made me giggle. "What's so funny?" Darlene looked at me as if I'd lost my mind. I opened my mouth to explain, but a second giggling fit overtook me. Bad move. I clutched my belly and crossed my legs. "Oh no, are you in pain?" Darlene draped her arm over my shoulders. "Sit down and breathe like they taught you in Lamaze classes." She huffed and puffed to demonstrate the technique. Still snickering, I said, "I'm fine, but I'm going to wet myself if I don't get to a bathroom soon." "All that laughing, it's a miracle you didn't already." She stood upright and wrenched open the front door. The unmistakable odors of blood, bowels, and boo-hag hit me like a battering ram. "Oh, shit! My Lord!" Darlene covered her nose and mouth. "What is that smell? Mama, no, don't go in there. Call the police." I reached for her, but it was too late. My mother moved into the old farmhouse as if pulled by an invisible string. Chapter 24. "Mama!" I had 2 choices, and neither of them were good. Make a break for the car where I'd left my phone, or follow her into the seemingly dark and empty house. Darlene's ear-piercing screams made my decision for me. I rushed inside and found my mother standing in the center of the kitchen, clutching her chest and wailing like a banshee. Edna Clemens' skinless body lay sprawled out on the gold and orange linoleum. At least I thought it was Edna Clemens. Without skin, most folks looked alike. "Come on, we shouldn't be in here." I turned her toward the door. For once, Darlene remained quiet and compliant, a sure sign she'd gone into shock. I settled her into the front seat of the car, grabbed my phone, and dialed the chief of police.
Rosen!
The sound of his voice made me second-guess my decision to call him instead of Aaron. Hi, this is Tessa Lamar. I work for you? I resisted the urge to facepalm at my utter lack of professionalism.
I know who you are, Lamar.
There's been another murder. Movement at the far end of the field caught my eye. A group of men headed for the house.
We average 2 a week. You'll have to be more specific.
A noise like papers ruffling came through the line.
Better yet, call the switchboard.
I winced, practically hearing his smirk and his voice. The Vic is missing her skin. He drew a sharp breath.
Address.
I relayed the address and the description of the house, the scene, and the probable victim's name. Chief Rosen lowered his voice.
Any chance you can use your special investigative skills on these cases?
A lump formed in my throat. I'd do anything to stop this killer, but I had a couple of problems. The first Vic was my cousin by marriage.
I'm aware.
My mom was married to Edna Clemens' son back in the day. I looked up to find the men approaching the car. He grunted.
Off the record, then. No paperwork. You call me directly.
Done. But there's something else you should know. I gathered every ounce of my courage. There's a good chance the perp isn't... Well, he may not be human.
Son of a...
He went quiet for a heartbeat. When he spoke again, he'd calmed down a little.
Be careful, Lamar. Don't go in until the scene is secure.
Will do. I have to go. I disconnected the call, pocketed my phone, and turned to the group of 4 dirt-covered men. The apparent leader of the bunch looked me over from sneaker to frizzy hair.
Are you Darlene?
My mother raised her hand as tentatively as a kindergartner asking to go to the restroom. That's me.
I'm Carl.
He nodded back the way they'd come.
We have the casket out of the ground. Thought you and Edna would want to be there when we crack it open.
It occurred to me that they wouldn't have shown up and started digging without permission. When was the last time you saw Edna?
About an hour ago, give or take.
He spat chewing tobacco juice on the ground. My pulse pounded in my ears. I had no idea how long it took to flay a human being, but an hour or so, give or take, sounded quick. The killer could still be in the house. Or standing right in front of me. Edna's dead. I called the police. 2 of the men dipped their chins and headed for an old pickup truck. I called after them. Wait, you can't leave. The police will want to take your statements.
Let him go.
Carl offered me an apologetic smile.
They're allergic to cops.
I nodded and used the temporary distraction as an opportunity to pull a tiny bit of my magic to the surface. If one of the men was more than they appeared, there was a chance I could sense it. Before I could get a read on them, the baby did a barrel roll inside me. He either needed to change positions or he didn't care for me using magic. Either way, I released it. Darlene climbed out of the car. We might as well see what's in the coffin while we're waiting. Mama! She'd shocked the ever-loving crap out of me. I'd leave well enough alone. It's not exactly legal to dig up a grave without a court order. She patted her teased and shellacked hair. Not true. You can dig up anything you want on your land. Besides, I already saw one dead body. What's one more gonna hurt? I leaned close and whispered, There's a good chance the killer's close. Darlene glanced back at the house and shuddered. Then it's not safe for any of us to be in the driveway. Come with us. I don't think I can walk that far. I still have to pee. Bad. You can go behind the shed. I'll stand guard. Images of the men or the killer or the police catching me midstream played through my mind. Forget it. I'll wait. Suit yourself. She waved her arm over her head to get the remaining two men's attention. Come on, let's get this over with. The four of us trudged through the field toward the family cemetery. I felt each step in my bladder, but I refused to cop a squat behind a tree. The growing urgency distracted me to the point I didn't notice the coffin until we were a few feet away. It was a wonder they'd managed to get it out of the ground without cracking it open. Zeke hadn't bothered with a vault or grave liner. The simple casket had bowed from the weight of the dirt on top of it. Worse still, the wood bowed out in places likely from water damage.
There's a crowbar next to the shovels.
Carl spat again. His buddy slid his hands into his back pockets and wandered several yards away. Smart man. You want us to do that? I turned to my mother. Darlene winced so quick I would have missed it had I not been watching her. She plastered on a smile and sidled up to the guy. One hand on his lower back, the other on his biceps, she purred, "My stars, your arms are as big as my thighs. You sure you can't open it for us?" Carl tugged her to his side as if he planned to kiss her.
I'm a good Christian, ma'am. Doesn't seem right to disturb the dead.
But you had no trouble digging her up? How about premarital sex with a married woman? Where does that fit in with being a Christian? I resisted the urge to roll my eyes and went with a more practical approach. Someone better do it before the police get here. If there is stolen money inside, they'll confiscate it. Carl shot into action. He grabbed the crowbar, shoved it into the seam between the top and side, and heaved. I'd witnessed enough decomposing bodies to know I didn't want to stand downwind. Not that it'd make much of a difference. The smell often seeped into any porous substance within a 50-foot radius. The lid popped off, and all three of us gasped. The tension of the moment proved too much for Darlene. She laughed like a hyena on happy gas. Covering my nose and mouth, I peeked over the edge. Thank goodness. Ezekiel Clemens had buried his mother's ashes in the coffin, along with 3 duffel bags stuffed full. Darlene pulled the first bag out, opened the zipper, and squealed. I've never seen so much money. Help me get these to the car.
Sure thing. But my price just went up.
Carl grabbed the other 2 bags.
I say we split it in thirds since Edna won't be needing the money. My buddy and I'll take 1 bag. You girls take 1 apiece.
Deal. My mother ran her fingertips over a stack of cash like she was caressing a newborn baby. I stood there dumbstruck. What about Jed? He needs the money for a new liver. Darlene smirked. Tessa Marie, you made it clear you didn't want the money. Jed can have your share. A whistle cut the conversation short. I turned and frowned. I would have recognized those broad shoulders and dark hair anywhere. What the heck is he doing on the crime scene? Is that Aaron? Darlene whispered. Why's he waving his hands and running like that? Carl's friend jogged over and nodded toward the edge of the field.
We have more company.
I turned and stared at the man striding toward us. His hoodie partially obscured his face, but he seemed familiar.
You wouldn't be trying to double-cross us, would you?
Carl narrowed his eyes. Is he for real? How could we have planned that? We only found out Edna was dead a little while ago. Carl motioned to his accomplice.
Get the cash. All of it.
Darlene clutched her bag tighter. You'll have to kill us first, right, Tessa? I didn't give a flying fig about the money. All I wanted was to get the heck out of there and find a bathroom or a bush or some modicum of privacy. Mama? Carl glanced between Aaron and the guy in the hoodie before stalking toward Darlene.
Hand it over.
My mother let out a blood-curdling scream and went full redneck on him. Hair pulling, face scratching, and a well-placed groin kick later, Carl went down.
Tessa!
Aaron ran toward us. Oh no! I'd waited too long. My bladder spasmed, and the pressure turned to full-blown pain. I made a break for the trees. Chapter 25. Grandma used to love to tell anyone who'd listen how she'd potty-trained me before my 2nd birthday. She'd go on and on about how I never had accidents like most kids my age. I'd hate to think what she'd say if she could see me now.
Tessa?
Aaron's voice grew louder the closer he came. With no other choice, I stood, pulled up my britches, and walked toward him, urine-filled sneakers squishing with every step. His eyes went wide.
Holy shit. Did your water break?
My face heated. No, but if we could tell everyone that, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, honey.
He wrapped his arms around me without hesitation. Then again, he was dripping with sweat. What difference did a little more moisture make? I couldn't help but wonder if this is what Bryson had in mind when he'd told me to let Aaron have a little sunshine. I'm so embarrassed. I didn't want to use the bathroom in the house and mess up the crime scene. Then Darlene and that guy insisted we dig up the body.
I'll help you get cleaned up, but we have to go. Now.
He took my hand and pulled me toward the forest. Wait, I can't. Chief asked me to walk the crime scene. He tightened his grip and increased his speed.
I had another dream.
Dream. The weird nightmare I'd experienced in the doctor's office came flooding back. The field. The skinless woman. How had I missed it? Before I could open my mouth to speak, something large slammed into my side. The impact left me gasping for air. Like in the damned nightmare, the creature landed on top of me. All I could see were claws and teeth. I fought with everything I had, but I couldn't get away. Help me! Several gunshots rang out, and the weight lifted. Confused, I scrambled to all fours. The creature had Aaron on the ground a few feet away. He'd managed to hang on to his service revolver, but either he'd run out of bullets or he was too stunned to fire it. Once again, I freaking froze. Unarmed, pregnant, and terrified, I didn't know what to do. Magic came with a price. And that price could very well be my unborn child. Aaron's screams tore through me. He'd die if I didn't act. Calling up every ounce of magic I had inside me, I felt the firebird stir. I couldn't shift while pregnant, but that didn't mean I couldn't incinerate the bitch. The ends of my hair ignited, and flames danced in the palms of my hands. Still, I gathered more. I had one shot. I had to make it count. Aaron's back bowed, and he let loose another agonizing cry. I imagined the magic forming a spear of heavy, sharpened metal and shoved it into the skinless woman's back. The creature threw her head back and screeched. Bare muscles and tendons stretching, she reached over her shoulder to pull it free. My heart stopped. Aaron lay still beneath her. Too still. I focused on the spear and imagined the magic spreading through her body, flowing through her arteries and veins, burning her from the inside out. The sounds she made were unlike anything I'd heard before, an animalistic keening that made my blood run cold. And then they ended. The woman vanished. The earth on either side of Aaron where her knees had been bore scorch marks, but otherwise, it was like she'd never been there. I reached out with what little magic I had left in me and found no residual energy. No hint to where she'd gone. Nothing. Officer, down! Spots danced on the edge of my vision. Help! Officer, down! Voices carried across the field, but I had no concept of distance or time. My entire world zeroed in on two sparks of light, Aaron and the child inside me. Both were still alive, but they were weak. Too weak. For the second time in 24 hours, I found myself surrounded by doctors and nurses. Where's Aaron? Where's my husband? A nurse in dark blue scrubs strapped a fetal monitor to my belly.
I need you to relax so we can make sure your baby is okay.
I can't. Not until I know how he's doing. Honestly, the worst thing a healthcare professional can do to a hysterical patient is tell them to relax. He gave me a curt nod and vanished behind the curtain separating my bed from the others. I closed my eyes and sent up a prayer. Normally, I named names when I spoke to God, but I had way too many people on my list today to be specific. Please let them be okay. All of them. This family has been through enough. Darlene burst into my cubicle in a flurry of curtain and spandex. I'd seen plenty of people on the verge of a nervous breakdown, but she put them all to shame. Bandaged arms, running makeup, and dirty clothes aside, I'd never been happier to see her. Are you all right? Did Carl do that to you? I had no idea what had happened after she'd kicked him in the nuts. She waved her hand. I fell in the grave when the guy with the black hoodie attacked Carl and his friend. It took me a minute to understand what she'd said. Who was he? No idea, but he took the money. She sank into the plastic chair beside my bed. I figure Edna must have told someone what we were up to. Hold on a second. None of what she'd said made any sense. You're telling me this guy fought two grown men and stole the money with the police on sight? Darlene smirked. Once the screaming started, the officers took off into the woods. It took them forever to find you. Pressing my fingers into my temples, I wondered if I'd suffered a head injury. We hadn't gone far, a few feet maybe. Why couldn't they see us? Mama, did anyone say they saw the person that attacked us? No. And why are you saying person like it wasn't a person? Her expression brightened, which was totally inappropriate, all things considered. It wasn't, was it? I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from yelling at her. Darlene leaned close. Was it another Noonahy wizard? I don't know. Everything happened so fast, I didn't see who it was. She nodded, nice and slow. Right. We'll talk about this in private. Sure. We'll talk about this when the devil needs a snowblower. I swayed from side to side, trying to get my hands under me so I could sit upright. Have you seen Aaron? Banged up, broken collarbone, and a lot of stitches. He's awake and asking for you. She patted her hair, but it was useless. At some point in the chaos, the right side had deflated like a 2-day-old helium balloon. He's really okay? I wouldn't put it past her to lie to me in a twisted effort to protect me from the truth. I'd seen him bleeding on the ground. I'd felt his life force fade as if someone turned on a dimmer switch. How could he have survived the attack with only minor injuries? He's fine, Tessa. You need to worry about you and the baby right now. Have you called Bryson? Darlene sighed. He's up near Ocala. He'll be here in a couple hours. I wanted him with me, not driving a stranger to our house. Of course, fixing the veil and stopping the boo-hag was important, but so were Aaron and the baby. Do you have my phone? I want to talk to him. She gave me a hard look. If I know Bryson, he's breaking every traffic law to get here. There's no sense in bothering him when he's behind the wheel. Bothering him? My face flushed and I balled my hands into fists. I highly doubted he'd mind. It occurred to me I might be overreacting a smidge, or perhaps I was more shaken up than I'd thought. Darlene rested her hand on my shoulder. Try to relax. I gritted my teeth. Easier said than done. She grinned at the scrub pants they'd given me when I'd been admitted into the emergency room. Don't say a word. Darlene pressed her hand to her chest. Why, I wouldn't dream of it. Your husband is doing great. Now, let's check on you and the baby, okay? The nurse returned to the cubicle and offered me a weak smile that did nothing to calm my nerves. If everything was peachy, why not give me a thumbs up or a real smile? The sooner I got this over with, the sooner I could see him with my own 2 eyes. Sure. Any bleeding, contractions, or tenderness in your abdomen? He attached a second strap and turned on the machine. A moment later, the baby's heartbeat filled the room. No. I reached for Darlene's hand. He tapped something into the computer at the head of the bed. You told the paramedics the assailant fell on top of you when you were knocked to the ground? That's right. I eyed the baby's heart rate on the monitor but had no idea what was normal, nor did I know how to read the EKG strip coming out of the machine. The nurse took some notes, checked the monitor, and nodded. The doctor will be in soon. Try to get some rest. Darlene's eyebrows disappeared into her hairline. That's it? You hook her up to these machines and walk away? She's black and blue. Should you be scheduling a C-section or something? Mama, hush. Let the man do his job. I don't want this baby delivered by the toaster method. He paused at the curtain and grinned. Your blood work and the results of your ultrasound will be back soon. Thank you. I laid my head back and closed my eyes. A few minutes later, another nurse peeked through the curtain. Miss Lamar, are you up for a visitor? I didn't think I had much of a choice considering the monitors kept me tied to a machine. That's fine. She wheeled Aaron to the side of my bed. He sported some impressive bruises, a whole lot of bandages, and his arm rested in a sling. But when he smiled, the rest of our problems seeped away. I came as soon as they'd let me. How are you feeling? He placed his hand on my belly. How's our little man doing? I'm the usual, tired, cranky, and hungry. Running my fingers through his hair, I whispered, Thank you for saving us. Frowning, he glanced away. More like you saved me. If you two will excuse me, I need to check on Stone and the kids. Darlene hustled out of there before either of us responded. Aaron and I stared at each other for what felt like forever before he lowered his gaze. I'd say we saved each other, but I get the feeling you'll argue with that, too. It's not easy being the human in this relationship. He turned his head, winced, and rubbed his shoulder. Look at me. I waited until he met my gaze. Whatever it is that you're doing when you're asleep is incredible. That's the problem. We don't know what it is. As far as I can tell, I'm seeing the future, but it's not doing us any good. He dipped his chin. It's gotten to the point I don't want to sleep. I lowered my voice. I dreamed about the field, too. His eyes widened. When? I dozed off this morning at the doctor's office. I was dreaming, and you were there. Remembering how different the nightmare was from reality made me shudder. It was different, though. What time was that? He'd taken me so off guard I had to stop and think about my answer. 10 or so. Why? Aaron's eyes widened. I came home around 9:30 and took a nap. My mind raced with crazy thoughts. Bryson had called him a dreamwalker. Did that mean he actually visited other people's nightmares?
In my dream, the creature killed you and Quinn.
His voice cracked. The room spun and my stomach twisted like an old dish rag. I woke up during the attack. It took me a few minutes to wrap my head around the implications of what he'd said, but boy howdy, once I did, I wanted to hug him. Aaron, don't you see? You changed the outcome today. You recognized the field and stopped that thing from hurting me and the baby. He furrowed his brows.
How is it you were in the dream with me?
I'm not sure. Dr. Dennison pulled aside the curtain, took one look at us, and frowned. I knew the look. He had a lecture on the tip of his tongue. Rather than waiting for the inevitable tongue lashing about taking it easy, dangerous jobs, and the like, I went for a preemptive strike. When can I go home? Aaron had other concerns.
How's the baby?
Dr. D tore the strip of paper off the fetal monitor.
Heart rate looks good. No contractions. Any pain or bleeding?
I flashed him a smile. Nope. I'm a little sore, but it's nothing a warm shower and a good night's sleep won't cure. The doc seated himself on a rolling stool.
I'd like to keep you tonight for observation.
Is that necessary? I hated hospitals almost as much as I hated liver and onions. I needed a good night's sleep, something I could never do there. Not only did nurses come in to poke and prod you every few hours, hospitals had a ridiculous number of ghosts.
I'm afraid so. You'll need to be on the monitor for a couple more hours, and I'd like to run more tests while I have you captive.
Aaron squeezed my hand.
I'll stay with you.
But you're injured. You need your sleep. Dr. D cleared his throat.
Have you had a chance to discuss inducing labor?
I'd never wanted to punch a member of the medical profession so much in my life. Considering I'd left his office a few hours earlier, I hadn't had time to both talk about a birth plan and fend off a skinless monster.
Inducing labor?
Aaron glanced between us. I wanted to curl up and hide. I was waiting to talk about it with you and Bryson together.
Talk about what?
Bryson stepped into the already crowded cubicle. His dark gaze slid over me and followed the wires and tubes to the various medical equipment. Next, he took stock of Aaron's bruises, bandages, and arm. Dr. Dennison cleared his throat.
According to the ultrasound performed in my office this morning, your baby weighs almost 10 pounds.
Wait, what? You didn't tell me he was that big? The idea of pushing out a 10-pound baby made my entire body hurt.
The exact weight isn't as important as the circumference of his head in relation to the size of your pelvis.
The doctor glanced back to Bryson and Aaron.
I suggested we schedule a cesarean section.
No, I don't want that. I hated the whine in my voice. Bryson squeezed my hand.
What are the alternatives?
Dr. D frowned.
We could induce labor early, but given the size of the baby, we may end up in surgery anyway.
The color drained from Aaron's face.
Isn't it better to leave him? Premature babies have a lot of health problems. The risks declined significantly after the 37th week.
The doctor patted my ankle.
You don't have to decide now, but I want to see you in my office Friday.
Bryson turned to me.
I know you're traumatized after watching Haley's C-section, but
nothing. I folded my arms and rested them on the top of my belly.
You may not have a choice.
If this were a normal kid, I'd agree. I swallowed past the emotion clogging my throat. But this is a magical baby. What if they cut me open and Quinn heals me? Aaron's mouth fell open.
Can he do that?
Bryson hung his head.
Maybe.
I had no idea how we'd get the baby out, but I doubted either of them would push the surgery issue again. Score one for me. Chapter 26. I'd loved the little greenhouse when it belonged to Charlie and Dottie, and I loved it even more now that Bryson, Aaron, and I had made it our home. Normally, walking through the front door felt like a warm hug. Unfortunately for me, the day was anything but normal. How much more can go wrong? I'd spent most of the day in the hospital waiting for Dr. Dennison to sign my discharge papers. All I'd wanted to do was come home, shower, and nap. And now I had to deal with this. My living room looked like a metaphysical shop, and a Persian bazaar had a love child on the carpet. Candles and woven grass baskets containing everything from roots to plants to bones filled the already crowded space. A man I could only describe as unique sat in the middle of the space chanting. Bryson cleared his throat.
This is Harris, the root doctor.
The man cracked one eye open, nodded, and went back to his work. Root doctor? I whispered.
Gullah word for medicine man.
Gullah? Bryson lowered his voice.
His culture and language.
I see. Before I could dig into why Harris the Gullah root doctor had transformed our house into a scene from Indiana Jones, TJ and Jolene ran out of the kitchen like wild monkeys on crack. I braced for impact. Easy! TJ wrapped his arms around me and rested his cheek on my belly. You're home! Jolene rolled her eyes in such a dramatic fashion she put most teenagers to shame. That is, until she caught sight of Aaron. The girl went from too cool to deal to panic-stricken so fast, I couldn't help but wonder if she'd developed a second personality. Daddy? He held his good arm out to her.
I'm okay. It looks much worse than it is.
She hugged him as if she thought he'd break. Does it hurt?
A little.
He closed his eyes and kissed the top of her head. Stone, my hippie stepfather, shoved his hands in his pockets and rocked back on his heels.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think we have a problem.
Another one? I took stock of the disaster in the kitchen. It seemed he'd attempted to cook. I turned back to him, and cobalt blue glass caught my eye. Is that? Bryson must have followed my gaze because he hurried past me and picked up the rubber band and tinfoil that we'd attached to the top of the bottle. Lulu's freaking bottle. TJ stepped back and toed the carpet. I just wanted to talk to her. Aaron studied the ceiling as if expecting something or someone to attack.
Good thing Harris was here. The ghost seems to dig him.
Stone grinned at the root doctor.
Gotta respect a man so in tune with the universe.
Focusing on the energy in the house, I recognized each of my family members. When the root doctor's magic brushed against mine, I sank into it like a warm bath. It reminded me of Achila and Charlie, elemental and pure. There was nothing dark or evil in this man. And then I sensed Lulu Rose, a tiny ball of anger hovering over one of Harris's baskets. I didn't dare take my attention from the pissed-off spirit, but I needed fewer witnesses for what I planned to do. I spoke without turning my head. Stone, would you take the kids outside? Jolene's glare returned. I'm staying. You can't do it alone. I should have said something to Aaron about the girl's newfound attitude, but between the boo-hag and the conversation about cutting the baby out of my womb, there wasn't much of an opportunity. Jojo, I need you to go outside. I said I'm staying. She folded her arms. Aaron and Bryson drew breaths as if preparing to correct her, but I shook my head. This seemed to be between me and her, and darn it, I would handle it. Reminding myself that I was the adult, and it was up to me to mirror appropriate behavior, I turned from the spirit and squatted down to eye level with the girl. From now on, I'll explain something to you once. If you argue or disobey, you'll lose TV and computer privileges for the rest of the day. That's not fair. She looked between her fathers and settled on Bryson. You told me everyone has a voice in this house.
To express your opinion, not to disrespect your mom.
Jolene's eyes widened. She's not my... Aaron clamped his good hand on her shoulder.
Tessa asked you to go outside with Stone. You will go. Now.
But she needs my help to handle Lulu Rose. What are you gonna do? TJ tugged my pants. His expression tore at my heartstrings. We'd done it again, allowed Jolene's anger and frustration to bleed over to him. She smirked at me before turning back to the boy. Send your mama away for good? That little... She'd purposely hurt TJ to get back at me. No! He burst into tears. Harris's chant grew louder, faster, more urgent.
Dude.
Stone stared behind me. Lulu Rose had morphed from a ball of energy to her full height, her full, skinless, furious height, and she was moving toward me.
Outside, now.
Aaron's baritone voice left no room for argument. Both kids startled and headed for the door. Bryson grabbed my hand and Aaron took the other, but neither spoke. I opened myself to the knowledge of those who came before me, of my mother, Achila, my grandfather, Chisikwa, and those ancestors I'd never met. A spell formed on the edge of my subconscious and spilled from my lips. We have come to settle your soul. Lulu Rose, your body rests under the earth, covered with the black cloth. We speak the truth. So it is for your body. So it shall be for your fire and rage. Now your soul will become light as air, darkness gone. Your spirit shall rise above the sky. The men repeated the spell with me, Bryson speaking in Cherokee, Aaron in English. On the third pass, Harris stood and joined us. 4 voices speaking 3 languages, yet the words blended together in a seamless melody. When we'd finished the spell, I opened my eyes to find Lulu's spirit had once again lost its form. I couldn't see her face with my physical eyes, but I felt her relief in my soul. Lulu hadn't deserved to die the way she had, and she certainly didn't deserve to spend eternity as some evil spirit's puppet. Harris whispered,
Darkness follows her. We must prepare.
I didn't like the sound of that one bit. Aaron took a step forward.
I'm sorry this happened to you. Do you know who's responsible?
Lulu's spirit swirled, forming and reforming human characteristics. The effect reminded me of images of time-lapse clouds. Noah? Aaron winced as if she'd struck him.
Noah who?
I caught myself holding my breath. We had a name. Oddly enough, I'd heard it at a death scene. Micah's brother? The spirit morphed from a pale white light to dove gray. Man.
Workman.
Aaron took another step forward. Lulu's spirit took the form of her physical body. Her eyes dark and narrowed and locked on me. You will pay. A reckoning is coming. The air turned acrid. My first thought was fire and brimstone, but that would mean I believed in hell and that Lulu was headed there. I couldn't face either possibility just yet.
Burning flesh.
Harris raised his face and scented the air.
Human flesh.
Lulu's screech threatened to burst my eardrums. Covering my ears, I stepped behind Bryson. If she planned on hurting me or my baby, she'd have to go through him first. He seemed to agree because he widened his stance.
We need to send her away.
I grabbed Bryson's hand at the same time Lulu slammed into him. The darkness surrounding her spirit slid over him like oil on water, oozing and stretching its way toward me. Bryson made a gurgling sound and clutched his throat. I couldn't see his face, but I felt his magic rising. However, I couldn't tell if he'd called it forward to defend himself, or if the shadowy figure siphoned it from him. Without taking his eyes off the spirit, Harris reached for his walking stick. Shells, feathers, and bones adorned the top third of the wood, along with etching that reminded me of Celtic runes. He slammed the butt on the stick onto the floor and called out in a language I couldn't understand. The shadow retreated. Bryson collapsed, unconscious, but breathing. The bottle. I have to get to the bottle. I darted for the kitchen. I'd used the last of the grave dirt and holy water-infused salt the last time we'd captured her, but beggars couldn't be choosers. We'd trapped the being once. We could do it again.
Tessa!
The panic in Aaron's voice turned my blood to ice. Before I knew what had happened, he'd cried out in the same horrid wail as he had in the forest. A shadowy tentacle stretched from his waist to his bad shoulder. Aaron tried to fight it, but his hands passed through, as if moving through colored air.
Spirit Walker, you must change.
Harris's voice cut through my fear-induced fog. He made no sense. What the heck is he talking about? Aaron has prophetic dreams, not a hall pass to the spirit world. The tendril tightened around Aaron's neck and shoulder, wrenching another pained sound from his lips. I needed to do something and fast, but what? I knew nothing about Aaron's gifts or how they worked. Harris, help him!
Flesh can't defeat the shadow. Only light can chase darkness.
The root doctor tilted his head and stared with a curious expression. Is he kidding me? Bryson drove for hours to get him here, and he's going to stand there and talk in riddles? Aaron's body went limp, but the damned shadow being didn't let go. I drew my magic to the surface. Spirits and beings from beyond the veil didn't burn, but Bryson and I had banished them before. A knife of self-doubt plunged into my chest. Could I do it alone? I focused on the earth beneath my feet, the energy in the walls of the place we called home, the sky above me, the fire in my soul, and the cold breeze blowing through the windows. My voice rose louder and clearer than I'd ever heard it before. White Raven, draw near so you may hear my cries. Come from your resting place on high. Oh, White Raven, I beg you. Come now and take this intruder to the dark lands and bury it deep. Seal the grave and—
Forever keep it from returning. Your people beseech you, come.
Aaron joined me in the incantation. I stared, unable to take my eyes off him. His spirit form glowed in a rainbow of iridescent colors like a misty opal. I couldn't have been more awestruck or more in love. His energy was pure and bright and warm. Movement in the corner of my eye drew my attention. We hadn't completed the spell. The shadow being hadn't gone anywhere. It stayed wrapped around Aaron's physical body. No! Chapter 27.
Sweetheart, I need you to say the incantation with me.
Aaron caressed my tear-stained cheek. But you're... I couldn't bring myself to say the word, nor could I take my eyes off Bryson and Aaron's physical bodies. The damned shadow slithered over them like a giant snake.
Say it.
He nodded to Harris.
You too.
White Raven, draw near so you may hear our cries. Come from your resting place on high. O White Raven, we beg you. Come now and take this intruder to the dark lands and bury it deep. Seal the grave and forever keep it from returning. Your people beseech you. Come. I leaned against the wall to keep upright and went through the motions of repeating the incantation a third time. My mind drifted to the little girl waiting outside, and the child in my belly, and TJ, and Grandma, and Dottie. How could I take care of them all on my own? The weight of my grief threatened to buckle my knees, but I knew if I gave in to my despair, it'd devour me.
It is gone.
Harris banged that freaking stick on the floor again. I couldn't look at the root doctor, nor could I trust myself to not say something ugly. He'd stood there and watched while the being sucked the life out of my mates.
Tessa.
Aaron whispered my name so softly I thought I'd imagined it. Glancing around for his spirit, I grew more and more panicked. Was that a goodbye? Aaron?
Over here.
I turned and almost passed out from the shock of seeing him sitting upright. Aaron Joseph Burns, if you don't stop leaving your body lying around, I may have to take a switch to you. He flashed me a grin.
I didn't mean to scare you. I thought you knew what was happening.
How could I possibly know about what you just did?
I believe it's called shifting.
He glanced at Harris as if for confirmation. The man nodded. Bryson and I shifted. Our spirit animals replaced our human forms. We didn't leave them behind. Looked more like splitting in two to me. Harris motioned behind me. My gaze drifted to Bryson, who, as far as I could tell, had yet to move a muscle. Oh, no. Aaron rushed to his side, rolled him to his back with his good arm, and checked his pulse.
He's alive, but weak.
It seemed like weeks, not days, had passed since Aaron was the one laying on the floor unresponsive. So much had happened in such a short amount of time, I wondered how I had any energy left to worry. But I did. A big, heaping helping of anxiety washed over me. Likely sensing my distress, Harris offered me a curt nod.
May I see to him?
Please. I caught myself clutching my throat and forced my hands to my sides. The root doctor rested his hand on Aaron's shoulder.
I will heal Bryson. Your woman is in need. Thank you.
Aaron hesitated for a moment before backing away and taking my hand. He didn't say a word. He didn't have to. I could read his expression almost as well as I could my own. This isn't your fault, I whispered. He nodded, but the hard set of his jaw and the tension in the corners of his eyes told me he didn't believe me. Harris took his sweet time gathering this and that from his baskets. I recognized the sage and the okra, but otherwise I could only guess at his ingredients. Mashing several herbs into a paste, he said,
I need your hair. All of it?
Aaron glanced between us. The root doctor cracked a grin.
Just a bit from a brush.
Since I'd never seen Aaron use anything other than his fingers to comb his hair, I hurried to the kitchen and retrieved a pair of scissors. Bend down a little. He leaned close enough for me to snip a half an inch or so from the curls at the back of his collar. I handed him the kitchen shears and lifted a clump of my hair. I'll catch it. It's useless if it falls on the ground.
You know your spells?
Harris cocked his head. Some. I glanced down at the pile of my red frizz and Aaron's dark curl. Where do you want this?
Sit in with the spider webs.
The root doctor turned back to Bryson. I spotted a basket with white golf ball-sized bundles inside. They flat out gave me the willies, but I picked one up with the tip of my index finger and thumb. They're just fibers. Silk. It's silk. Nothing hinky about silk. How should I do this?
Add a little spit and mash them in your palm.
I cringed, although it could have been worse. Much worse. He could have told me to chew them or add blood. Aaron watched the goings-on with a raised brow. He'd helped Bryson and me with spell work before, but we tended to keep him away from the heavy-duty stuff like spiritual healing.
Focus, woman.
Harris pointed his stick in my direction.
This is a binding.
Sorry. I closed my eyes and allowed a whisper of my magic to flow from my fingertips into the spiderweb and hair spitball. Harris stared as if I'd suddenly become more interesting.
Forgive me. I didn't realize you were...
Crap. I'd forgotten Bryson's 1,000,001 warnings to mimic human magic anytime I used my gifts. Regular folks needed objects or chants or herbs and such to do spells, but magic was as natural to a Nunnehi as breathing. He'd harped on the importance of hiding my true nature non-stop when I'd first come into my powers, and now I understood why. Harris knew I wasn't your average run-of-the-mill witch, and the knowledge gave him a certain amount of power over me. He held his hand out.
I'll be taking that now.
Not wanting to give him the chance to touch my magic, I closed my fingers over the spitball. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather be the one to place it on him.
Everything okay?
Aaron moved closer. Peachy, I said, still staring at Harris.
By all means.
He flashed me a bright smile.
It's not every day I run across kin.
My brain stuttered. Kin? He motioned to Bryson.
One thing at a time.
Right. I knelt beside my mate and spread the wet spider webs and hair across his throat. The root doctor pointed at Aaron.
Join her. Split the root in two and put some on his head and some on his heart.
I glanced around, but all I found was the bowl full of herbs. Root?
The root of my magic.
He nodded to the concoction.
Your root is in the web and hair, yes?
I guess so. I opened Bryson's shirt, took a scoop of the root, and smeared it over his chest. Unlike the god-awful salves we made, the elderberry mixture had a pleasant aroma. So pleasant it made my stomach growl. Aaron gave me an odd look and dipped his good hand into the bowl.
Where do I put this? Across his forehead.
He used his finger to paint purple lines so carefully I wanted to take the bowl from him and do it myself. However, I reminded myself that everything was harder to do with one arm in a sling. Harris studied us like a cat watching a couple of mice. I trusted Scarlett, but I had to wonder how well she knew this guy. What now? He banged his stick on the floor in a slow rhythm. Stomping on the downbeat, he moved in a circle around the three of us. It reminded me of the stomp dances the Cherokee elders performed. Or it did, until he crossed the spot where he'd begun, and his magic closed around us. He's trapped us inside. I had a moment of sheer terror before the root doctor's magic washed over me. It had a salty quality to it, like walking into a calm ocean on a warm day. A split second later, Bryson drew a deep, rattling breath and opened his eyes. It was my turn to stare. The root doctor had a secret. A big one. Harris wasn't human. Chapter 28. I sat curled up between my men, more thankful for the privilege than I'd ever been. Sometimes it's true what they say. You don't know what you have until it's gone, or almost gone. Are you sure you feel okay? I searched Bryson's expression for any hint of distress or pain.
I'm good.
He tugged me close and kissed my temple.
Better than good. Thank you.
I nodded to the root doctor. Thank him. He's the one who knew how to help you. Aaron and I just followed orders.
You have my gratitude.
Bryson regarded Harris for a long moment.
May I ask what sort of spell you did?
Bound your energy with your mates and opened your heart and mind to allow them to nourish you. Harris finished his sweet tea in one long pull and set the glass aside. Bryson nodded, but I could sense the unease in his spirit animal. If I had to guess, I'd say he didn't trust the other man. Why? What had changed?
Want another? We also have beer and whiskey.
Aaron eased away from me. A slow smile spread across the root doctor's face.
I'll relieve you of some of your whiskey if it's not too much trouble.
You got it. He went into the kitchen and banged around. I might have been pregnant with an enormous baby, but I didn't have a broken collarbone. The least I could do was get the bottle from the top of the cabinet. Want some help, Lefty?
Ha, I think I can handle it.
I couldn't take it anymore. I had too many questions bouncing around in my head to stay quiet. I met Harris's gaze and asked, "What are you?" Bryson closed his eyes and shook his head.
Tessa, I guess you could say we're cousins.
Harris took the glass of booze from Aaron.
Thank you. You're welcome.
He resumed his seat beside me. Cousins? What the heck does that mean? You're not Nunahi? Harris took a sip of whiskey.
Nunahi, Aziza, she... They are all the same type of beings, but come from different parts of the world.
She? I glanced between the root doctor and Bryson.
Celtic fae folk.
Harris smiled.
I am Aziza, the African variety.
I nodded, though the implications of his words blew me away. Bryson and I might be the last of the Nunahi, but there were more people like us out there somewhere. Aaron fidgeted with his sling.
Are you saying there are fairies around the world, but each geographic area calls them something different?
Bryson went still as the grave.
Yes.
Harris tilted his head.
You didn't know this? No, we didn't.
Bryson drew a deep breath.
As far as I know, Tessa and I are the last of the Nunahi.
The root doctor shrugged.
I've never met another, and I've traveled the world.
This is a good thing. I squeezed Bryson's hand. He didn't seem convinced. In fact, he looked downright perplexed. Aaron sighed.
Do you know what attacked us?
A very powerful shadow form. Harris set his empty whiskey glass next to the other. Bryson, Aaron, and I exchanged glances. Shortly after Jolene had come to live with us, we'd had a few run-ins with the shadow forms. They weren't actual ghosts because they were never human. They were the manifestations of the darkness living inside all of us, the part of ourselves most folks kept hidden from the world.
They aren't strong enough to come through the veil on their own. They must travel with another spirit,
Harris said.
We've dealt with them before, but the one tonight seemed sentient.
Bryson sat straighter.
Someone was controlling it? Maybe, maybe not. But someone was definitely feeding it for it to be so powerful.
The root doctor glanced around the ceiling, but I had a feeling he wasn't checking out the old-fashioned popcorn texture.
Do you know how to repair the holes in the veil?
Bryson's tone shocked me. He'd practically barked at our guest. Harris regarded Bryson for a long moment before nodding at Aaron.
I'd say he's our best shot. You realize I'm the only human in the room?
He sat back, as if to put space between himself and the root doctor.
You're more than that, and you know it.
Harris met my gaze.
You're vulnerable because of the pregnancy. I'd suggest you keep someone with you at all times until things are back to normal.
Although the room was nice and toasty, I rubbed my upper arms to stave off a chill. Are you saying we can expect more attacks? Harris glanced toward the door.
Someone's here.
Bryson stood and walked away without a word. I stared after him. In all the time I'd known him, I'd never seen him be so rude. Then it hit me. As far as I knew, he'd never dealt with another fairy besides me, and half the time I was as lost as last year's Easter egg. Harris intimidates him. Jolene came through the front door and stopped dead in her tracks. She glanced from Harris to the various baskets, the mess on the floor, and finally to me. Grandma said y'all needed to come for supper. I wanted to send her back with my regrets, but I didn't dare. Besides the fact we hadn't shared a meal since the birthday party, my great-grandmother wouldn't have sent for us unless she needed us. Tell her we'll be right there, and set an extra place for our friend. Jolene gave the root doctor one last curious glance and hightailed it out of there. I pushed myself to my feet and offered Harris a smile. I hope you're hungry. Grandma makes enough food to feed an army. Aaron ran his hand over the back of his neck.
Why don't you and Bryson go? Harris and I will stay here and get to work. Speak for yourself. I'm starved.
The root doctor grinned.
The girl, she's gifted.
Bryson returned to the room and pressed his lips into a thin line.
We're leaving her out of this. Forgive me, I've never come across a family of spirit walkers.
His comment made my blood run cold, but I chose to neither confirm nor deny his statement. Instead, I threaded my arm with Bryson's and marched him to the door. I knew we had more problems the moment we stepped outside. Darlene's car sat in the driveway. I loved her, I did, but the woman could turn Gandhi into a red-faced cursing maniac. The last thing I wanted to do was expose poor Harris to her nonsense. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea, I whispered to Bryson. He replied with a grunt. Stop being such a jackass.
I'm not.
He dipped his head as if to kiss me, but detoured toward my ear.
You're right. I'm sorry.
It must be hard for you. I glanced back at Aaron and Harris, who were talking about dream-walking and the like. He's very powerful.
That's not it.
Bryson nuzzled his cheek against mine.
I was supposed to protect you and the baby, and I failed twice in one day.
No one can be in two places at the same time. As for what happened in there, we'd all be dead if you hadn't driven all the way to Georgia to pick up Harris. I nudged his side. You're still my hero. This time he didn't detour. He planted his lips on mine and gave me one hell of a kiss. Darlene called from Grammy's front porch. Get a room or come inside while the food's still. I witnessed a miracle. My mother shocked speechless. Who's your friend? She managed to make friend into a 3-syllable word. I turned to the root doctor. Harris, this is my mother, Darlene. Mama, this is Harris. He's come from Georgia to visit with me and Bryson. Darlene gawked. I couldn't understand her reaction. As far as I knew, she wasn't a racist. We'd had all manner of folk come to visit over the years. Giving her the benefit of the doubt, I turned and looked at him. Really looked. He stood a few inches taller than Aaron and weighed half as much. Add in some rather interesting clothing choices, a walking stick decorated with bones and dreadlocks down to his backside, and you had yourself one interesting individual.
Nice to meet you, Darlene.
He offered her his hand. She seemed to snap out of her trance and slipped her fingers into his. You too.
What's all the fuss about out there? Come inside before the gravy separates.
Grandma poked her head outside. She blinked once and grinned like a crocodile with a bird perched on its snout.
Welcome. I hope you like Frito pie. We're feeding kids who are picky eaters. I would have made something for the adults, but Tessa didn't tell me we had company.
Harris pressed his hand to his heart.
It's a personal favorite.
Somewhere in the back of the house, TJ started wailing. Grandma met my gaze. She didn't need to say a word for me to get the message loud and clear. She needed help with the boy. If we hoped to have a peaceful meal, I'd need to comfort TJ and put a muzzle on Darlene. One out of two would have to do. The head-splitting sounds of a screaming child led me to the Florida room. TJ sat in the corner, cradling his stuffed rabbit, David Hasselhoff. He glanced at me, and his cries turned into gasps and hiccuped sobs. Since I highly doubted I could get up again if I parked my butt on the floor, I pulled an ottoman over to him and sat. Hey, little man, did you do it? Did you send Mama away forever? He stared with big brown eyes that broke my heart. I didn't know how to answer him. Lying would only make things worse in the long run, but I wasn't sure he'd understand the truth. Not forever. I let her out of the bottle, so she's like the rest of the people who have died. But JoJo said she's a smart girl, but she doesn't know everything. I made a mental note to have a long talk with Jolene. If you have questions, it's probably better if you ask a grown-up. He nodded and wiped his nose on his sleeve. Where'd Mama go? To heaven, to visit with her Mama and Daddy and Charlie. And Grandma Ruth? He glanced down at the stuffed animal. His grandmother had given it to him before she'd passed away. Yes, and all of our family members that have died. I smiled, though I wanted to weep for him. Even the ones we've never met. He cocked his head. Are they having a reunion? Given the current state of affairs with the Vale, I doubted it. However, I couldn't tell him that. I bet they are having a party up there. A big one. With cake and pie? A devilish grin tugged the corners of his mouth. And beer for Mama? All of that and more. I held my arms out. What do you say we have dinner and cake and pie of our own? No beer? I laughed for what felt like the first time in months. How about root beer? Only if it has ice cream in it. Duh. How else would we have it? The kid would ride a sugar high for the next 3 days from all of the sweets I'd promised him, but it'd be worth it to see him smile. Chapter 29. I entered the dining room with TJ clinging to my leg. Carrying the 10-pound baby in my womb was hard, but dragging a 6-year-old along for the ride about killed me. My husband stood, but I couldn't tell if they'd picked up on my exhaustion or were starving.
Let's get you cleaned up for supper. Grandma made your favorite.
Aaron extracted TJ from my side and led him into the bathroom. Bryson pulled my chair out.
How'd it go?
Good. I sat and glanced over the food. For the first time since my morning sickness had ended, I wasn't hungry. The mere thought of chowing down on corn chips smothered in spicy chili made my stomach revolt.
Do you need some help dipping your food?
Grandma motioned to the enormous casserole dish. No, it's not that. I pressed my fist against my sternum and winced. I have heartburn. I think I'll stick to biscuits for now. Bryson squeezed my knee under the table.
It's been a long day. Do you need to lie down?
I turned to him with every intention of telling him yes, but I changed my mind. We'd all been through so much in the previous few days. A little family time would do us some good. Besides, once Quinn was born, the real chaos would begin. No, I'm fine. Aaron and TJ took their seats. After a quick prayer to bless the food, the women at the table shot into action. Dottie grabbed the spoon and served everyone, except me, a hearty helping of the casserole. Grandma passed the biscuits and butter. Even Darlene got in on the action by filling glasses with sweet tea.
Thanks, ladies.
Aaron reached for his silverware. Here, Daddy, let me help you. Jolene set his napkin on his lap. I snickered before I could stop myself. I'd spent the night in the hospital hooked up to monitors, and no one seemed to care. He was a man with his arm in a sling and bandages peeking out from beneath his shirt. Of course they'd think he couldn't lift a spoon. As if he'd read my mind, Bryson tightened his grip on my knee. I shoved half the biscuit into my mouth and smiled.
Tessa Marie, make sure you get your thank you cards for the shower gifts to be sent out before the baby's born.
Grandma helped herself to the broccoli. I'll write them once I get a chance to open the presents. She moved her dentures around. Never a good sign.
If they're going to induce you next week, we need to get to work on the nursery.
Aaron spoke between forkfuls. All eyes turned to me. I wanted to kick him. Hard. Darlene gasped. Don't let them give you Pitocin. My God, it makes the contractions come on right away, and it makes them stronger. I didn't like the sound of that. Why not let things progress naturally? Dottie glanced between me and Aaron. The baby's getting too big to fit through my pelvis. I snatched a second biscuit from the basket. Grandma grinned.
That must be one huge baby.
I knew she'd meant it as a joke. My great-grandmother would never say something to hurt me. But when everyone laughed, I wanted to cry. Harris, who'd remained quiet throughout dinner, turned to me.
Is it safe to deliver the child early?
I suppose so. I mean, the doctor suggested it. It wasn't entirely true. He'd advocated for a C-section, but I did not want to get into that at the dinner table, or ever.
How do you feel about this?
Interestingly enough, the root doctor spoke to Aaron, as opposed to Bryson or both of them. Fork hovering between his plate and his mouth, Aaron shrugged.
I trust Tessa and the doctor to make the right decision.
Bryson sat so still, I'd doubted he'd taken a breath since the conversation had turned. My cell rang, which was a blessing and a curse. It gave me an excuse to get up from the table, but Grandma had a strict no phones during dinner policy, so much so she demanded everyone leave their phones on the sideboard. She narrowed her eyes as if daring me to move. Sorry, it could be work. I pushed my chair back.
Aaron's allowed to take calls because he's a homicide detective. You, young lady, are not.
My great-grandmother raised her chin.
I'm on medical leave for the next 6 to 8 weeks, but she's the victim's advocate on call.
Aaron sighed as if admitting I had a job and he didn't had cost him something. They could debate if my professional status warranted bending the rules without me. I plucked my now silent phone from the sideboard and walked into the living room. I didn't recognize the number, but it was local. I hit redial. A woman's voice came over the line. Hello? Hi, this is Tessa Lamar. I just missed... This is Emily. We spoke at the Campo death scene. I'm a tech... Her rapid speech made me wonder if she was nervous or if something else had happened. I remember you. How can I help? This is confidential? She paused. I don't want anything I'm about to say to end up in my personnel record. With an opening like that, my concern for her grew. Yes. Besides the fact I'm bound to confidentiality, I don't work in internal affairs. Great. So, how does this work? Should we Skype or do I launch into it now? If it's okay with you, I'd rather talk face to face. Are you free tonight? My lower back ached and my stomach churned. I wanted nothing more than to sit in Charlie's easy chair and finish the romance movie I'd started Sunday. Sure. Where would you like to meet? I live in College Park. I'll text you my address. Emily sighed. Thanks, Tessa. I haven't slept well since the Campo investigation. Every time I close my eyes, I see his body. I understand, and you're welcome. I'll text you when I'm on my way. While waiting to make sure she sent the address, I scrolled through my email. Most of the messages were spam, but one made me smile. Micah Sterling had forwarded the selfie he'd taken with me. If this didn't buy me some brownie points with Jolene, nothing would. I forwarded Emily's address to my GPS app and hurried back into the dining room. Hey, Jojo, could you take a look at this for me? The girl hadn't said a word to me since I'd walked into the house, but she'd made her anger known through a series of huffs and puffs and eye rolls. True to form, she frowned and held out her hand. I gave her the phone. What's that on the screen? Her eyes widened along with her grin. Micah Sterling took a selfie with you? No way! Way? I laughed. I met him the other day. Her mouth fell open. He's a very private person. He never lets people take pictures with him. How did you get this? I told him how much you loved his show. Her reaction brightened my entire day. I'd gone from the sewers of teen angst to the clouds in the blink of an eye. I have an autograph for you, too. The Micah Sterling? From Vampires Suck? Darlene not only inserted herself into the conversation, she snatched the phone from Jojo's hand. This is perfect for your website. People are going to eat this up. So much for my good mood. I knew exactly what she'd say, but I asked anyway. What website? The one I created for you. Darlene had the good graces to blush. The wonderful Witchardly world of Tessa Lamar. Dottie gasped. Grandma sighed. Even Harris, who couldn't possibly understand what had happened, shook his head. Me? I stood there gobsmacked, unable to speak or move or think straight. Bryson and Aaron scrambled to their feet and grabbed their phones from the sideboard. I watched in silent horror as they typed, scrolled, and scowled.
Do you know what you've done?
Bryson's voice filled the room. Much to my surprise, Grandma didn't scold him for yelling. She stared at Darlene with the same look of disappointment as the rest of us. My mother took a step back. I know you aren't allowed to advertise for the medicine shop, but this is different. Tessa's a fairy. Folks will want...
You put her name, phone number, and our address on the internet.
Aaron didn't shout. He didn't have to. The tone of his voice made me shiver, and I hadn't done anything wrong. Jolene handed me back my phone. I took one look at the screen and groaned. Not only had Darlene plastered my contact information all over the web, she'd included photos of our wedding, my high school graduation, and several frizzy-haired, big-bellied pregnancy shots. How could you do this, Mama? I was only trying to help you start a real business. I'll take the damned thing down. She threw her hands up. Why is everyone overreacting?
Overreacting?
This time Aaron raised his voice.
You've broadcast to every psychopath with an internet connection that Tessa's a psychic who works homicides and told them exactly where to find her.
Chapter 30. Bryson slammed the cabinet door hard enough to rattle the dishes inside.
You're not going alone.
How do you expect me to counsel Emily with you in the room? I motioned in his general direction. The woman is traumatized. You're not exactly giving off warm and fuzzy vibes right now. One look at you, and she'll clam up tighter than a camel's butthole in a sandstorm. He clenched his jaw, but couldn't quite keep from grinning.
That's pretty tight.
Which is why I'm going alone. I slid my foot into my sneaker and spread my knees. With my belly hanging between my thighs, I reached for the shoe and came up short. Well, this sucks.
I'll wait in the car.
What's the point? You won't know if something happens inside the house.
I'll know.
He folded his arms. Aaron and Harris are working on fixing the veil. Someone needs to stay here with the kids. Leaning to the left, I lifted my right thigh and set it on my left knee. While I could tie the sneaker in this position, it threw my center of gravity out of whack. I almost fell over. Dang it!
I'll shift into the Great Hawk and watch through the window.
Bryson knelt in front of me and tied my shoes. The simple act of mercy made me all gooey inside, but when he glanced up, I turned into a giant puddle of mush. I'd waited my entire life for a man to look at me the way Bryson did, like I was the only woman in the world. My throat tightened and my vision blurred. Caressing his cheek, I whispered, "I love you." He turned his head and kissed the palm of my hand. Aaron stood in the entryway to the kitchen, watching the interaction with a similar expression as Bryson's. The tension of the previous days had left his face. His bright blue eyes softened and his lips parted, making him look younger, more vulnerable. "I thought you and Harris were working?" My voice came out breathier than I'd intended.
Taking a break?
I crooked my finger, and he came closer. Aaron captured my chin between his thumb and forefinger, lifted my face, and slanted his mouth over mine. Still on his knees, Bryson slid his arms around my waist and nuzzled my belly. In those few stolen moments, I felt like anything was possible. "Mommy, you have to see this," Jolene called from the living room. The guys eased back, smiling like two kids caught eating a bowl of cookie dough. "Help me up." I held my arms out zombie style. Bryson took one hand, Aaron took the other, and together they hoisted my rather wide backside out of the chair. I made my way to the computer desk. "What is it? Please tell me Darlene didn't take out ads." She clicked over to a different web page. "They're showing Vampires Suck at the fancy auditorium downtown." I read the headline. "New season premiere." That's awesome. It's like a big Hollywood party right here in Orlando. JoJo twirled her hair around her index finger. "Would you ask Micah if he could get us tickets? You're friends, right?" I loved that she'd stopped the silent treatment, but I wouldn't make promises I couldn't keep. "We aren't friends, JoJo. I met him after someone hurt his dad." "Killed, not hurt. I know his dad was murdered. It's all over the internet." She clicked back to the previous website. "See?" Behind me, Aaron sucked in a breath. "What's wrong?" I turned, surprised to find him staring at the screen with his mouth hanging open. He pointed to an image of Micah Sterling standing with his mother in front of their home.
Can you zoom in on the guy in the background?
Jolene made the image larger, but the man's face pixelated. Aaron frowned.
Give me the URL. I'll have the cybercrimes department see what they can do.
Hold on. I can fix it. Jolene worked some sort of technological voodoo involving an internet search on the image, cutting and pasting, and a few tweaks in a graphics arts program. Within 5 minutes, the girl had created a clear image of Noah Campo. That's Micah's brother. A chill went through me. The elder Campo sibling hadn't exactly been friendly, but now thinking back, I couldn't shake the feeling there was more to it than simple rudeness. I met him the other day.
I know him.
Aaron strode away from the desk, ran his hand over his head, and marched back.
He works at a local metaphysical shop. Son of a biscuit.
Jolene rolled her eyes. Bryson watched the conversation from the corner. He hadn't said a word since Jojo had called us in from the kitchen, but his rigid posture told me he had questions. I didn't have time to get into a huge discussion, but I'd never be able to focus on Emily until I knew what had upset Aaron. How do you know Noah? He gave Jojo's shoulder a little squeeze.
Go play with TJ.
I tensed, waiting for her to throw a fit. She flashed her father a smile, hopped up, and left without a hint of attitude. I stared after her. Not freaking fair. Aaron glanced between Bryson and me.
You two might want to sit.
I parked my butt on the edge of the couch and waited. Bryson didn't move.
I went to the metaphysical shop down on Gore Street when I first started having the weird dreams.
Aaron fidgeted with the sling holding his arm.
Noah offered to help me make sense of what was happening.
How long has this been going on? My chest tightened to the point I fought to get air into my lungs. Why didn't you come to us?
A couple of months.
He met my gaze.
You've been busy with the pregnancy. I didn't want to worry you. Why not come to me?
Bryson's voice lacked emotion. I'd heard him use the same tone several times, usually when I'd hurt his feelings.
Same reason,
Aaron said. Bryson and I exchanged glances.
That's not entirely true.
Aaron stood, walked to the desk, and turned. The position put him farther away from us, but it also gave him the advantage of being able to watch our reactions simultaneously.
At first, I didn't know what to make of the dreams. I figured I'd do some research on my own before I brought them up.
And then you met Noah. It killed me he hadn't thought he could come to us.
Yes.
He stared at the ceiling as if he expected to find the correct answer written up there.
It's tough being the weak one. He said I had a gift.
You do, but I still don't understand why you haven't said anything before now. I paused, remembering the night I thought he'd died while watching the romance movie. I thought you were dead the first time you dream-walked in front of me. You knew what was going on, but you acted like you didn't. You lied to us.
By omission, yes.
He hung his head as far as his broken collarbone would allow.
I didn't realize what was really going on with me until that night.
A piece of the puzzle snapped into place. An ugly piece that scared the ever-loving crap out of me. Tank said something about Lulu spending all their money on psychic classes. Her spirit said his name and men, as in mentor. I think Noah is the link that ties the murders together. Aaron frowned.
What does he have to do with Mrs. Clemens?
I'm not entirely sure. I tapped my lips. Did you see the guy in the black hoodie near the family cemetery plot? He shook his head.
I thought he was one of the men who dug up the body.
Darlene said he attacked the gravediggers and stole the money.
What money? What grave?
Bryson's voice rose. I'll explain on the way to Emily's. I cringed and turned back to Aaron. Text Darlene Noah's picture. See if she recognizes him.
Will do.
He furrowed his brow.
But that still doesn't explain how no one knew about the Clemens.
No, but if she IDs him, it might be enough for Jankowski and Helms to bring him in for questioning. Aaron made a sour face.
Maybe.
Bryson nodded to the clock.
I'm taking Tessa to her appointment. When we return, we will continue this conversation. There's been too many secrets and things left unsaid in our relationship. It's time we were honest with one another.
I had a feeling there was more to it than me not telling him about the gravediggers. Much more. What secrets?
Some topics are too important to rush through. We need time to hear and understand one another,
Bryson said. Aaron nodded, as if he knew what he referred to. Evidently, I'd spent the previous months living in the dark thinking all was well in our world. What topics? Does this have to do with what Scarlett said? The men stared at each other, but neither spoke. I threw my hands up. Forget it. I don't have time to wait for the two of you to clue me in on what's going on.
Tessa,
they said in unison. Aaron, send the text to Darlene. I stood and immediately regretted it. My belly tightened to the point I couldn't breathe. I froze, waiting for the pain to come, but it didn't. Freaking Braxton Hicks.
Something wrong?
Bryson closed the distance between us in 2 strides. It's nothing. I waved him off. But if you insist on driving me, I suggest you get your keys. Chapter 31. The frequent and urgent need to use the potty struck me about the same time as the morning sickness. While the latter left after about the 12th week, the former only intensified. I emerged from the bathroom and had to turn around and go again. Gah! Give me another minute. Aaron stood in the hall wearing an expression that reminded me of TJ clinging to his stuffed rabbit. Uncertain and frightened.
I spoke to Bryson. We agreed that I should drive you.
The change took me off guard. So much so, my middle tightened again. I jammed my fist into my lower back to ease the tension.
Are you okay?
Yes, but I think stress is causing me to have Braxton Hicks contractions. If things don't calm down soon, I'm going to have to run away from home and check into a hotel under a pseudonym to get some rest.
You should postpone meeting with Emily until tomorrow.
I'll be fine. As much as I'd love to, I didn't feel right about canceling. It had taken courage for her to reach out to me. I wasn't about to make her regret it. Bryson seemed pretty set on going with me. What changed his mind? Aaron sighed.
I want to talk to you on the way over.
Shouldn't you spend this time learning from Harris? He won't be here forever. I didn't know why I argued, other than the fact I felt like the sponge at the bottom of a barrel of dirty water. I didn't want to get into our alleged relationship problems with one of them, only to have to do it again with the other.
He's resting. Says there's a storm coming.
That's odd. I glanced at the darkening sky. I wonder if he means an actual storm, or if he's speaking in riddles.
Don't read into it. We're due for some rough weather tonight.
Aaron jangled the keys and wiggled his brows.
Be nice, and I'll hand these over.
Like that's a big concession. You aren't supposed to drive with your arm in a sling. I huffed and walked to the door. Let's go while I can still fit behind the steering wheel.
You're still as beautiful as the day I met you in that coffee shop.
Butter me up all you want. I'm still upset with you. I slid into the driver's seat, pulled up the GPS app, and headed for the highway. Like I told Bryson, you can't come in with me. He took the phone from me.
I know Emily.
Like you know Noah? I remembered how the tech had blushed when she'd talked about him. So help me, if you tell me you used to date her, I'll turn this car around.
It's nothing like that. We've worked quite a few cases together.
He chuckled.
I'll wait outside if she prefers to talk to you alone, but I might be able to help. I know what it's like to be shell-shocked after a gruesome case.
Fine, but you need to wait outside until I ask her. I listened as a disembodied voice told me to take a left onto the highway. What did you want to talk to me about? He drew a deep breath.
I'm jealous.
Well, that was blunt. I nodded and waited for him to explain.
I'm pretty sure you're carrying Bryson's baby.
You can't know that, and it doesn't matter either way. I glanced at him and sighed. Sorry. Go on.
Face it, Tessa. I've always been the odd man out in this relationship. The human liability you two have to protect.
He stared out the window.
The best defense I have is my gun, and it's worthless against ghosts and creatures from the spirit world.
It broke my heart that he believed himself a burden, but I couldn't have disagreed more. While I hated violence, bullets had stopped the psycho who'd kidnapped Jolene, the Christmas killer, and not one, but two conjurers who'd tried to kill me. They worked just fine against most everything else. He ignored my comment.
I didn't come to you two about the dreams because even if I am a dreamwalker, it's a lame power.
It's not lame. He frowned.
I'm Robin, and you two are Batman and Captain Marvel.
I bit back a comment about him mixing comic book franchises. As much as I wanted to deflect the seriousness of the situation with humor, I couldn't. You have no idea how much Bryson and I depend on you, do you? He lifted his shoulder as if to shrug, but winced.
If you say so.
You might not realize it, but we are stronger with you. Our magic is stronger. You aren't Robin, you're... I drew a blank. You're a power booster, or the Avenger that holds the team together.
There isn't a single Avenger who holds them together.
Aaron grinned.
But I love you for trying.
I love you too. And I'm not just saying that. I can't imagine my life without you. I took the exit into a historic section of town and bounced down a cobblestone street. Once again, my belly tightened.
Is the baby kicking?
He rested his hand on the top of my tummy.
Whoa, it's really tight and hard.
I snickered. There's a dirty joke waiting to happen in that sentence.
I'm serious. Are you okay?
He grinned, but he sounded more nervous than amused. I'm fine. It's just Braxton Hicks. You know, false labor. I gave him the side eye. Are we okay? He nodded.
I realized how stupid I was being tonight when I saw you with Bryson in the kitchen. The way you looked at him about killed me, until you turned and looked at me the same way.
Funny, I thought the same thing about the two of you. I couldn't help but smile. You two balance each other out. He's serious and intense. I can count on you to make me laugh and remind us to enjoy life. He nudged my side.
I can be serious.
And Bryson can be funny. That's not the point. I pulled into Emily's driveway. The point is, I need you both.
I feel the same.
He met my gaze and edged closer.
Forgive me for being a jackass.
Always. I pressed my lips to his. The kiss started sweet as a whisper, but ended with me debating the logistics of getting busy in the back seat. That was until Aaron sucked air between his teeth. Sorry, did I hurt you? I reached for him, but hesitated, not knowing where to touch him.
I zigged when I should have zagged.
He nodded to the house.
Ready?
The wind picked up and fat raindrops fell from the sky. Perfect. Just perfect.
There's the storm Harris warned me about.
He gave me his patented boy-next-door smile.
We could wait it out in the car. With a little care and creativity, I think we could make it work.
As tempting as that is, Between my belly and your collarbone, we'd better not. I checked the address one more time before walking to the dark porch. She must have forgotten to turn on the light. Aaron leaned over the railing and looked into the front window.
The TV is on.
Stop peeping before you scare her to death. I rang the bell. I thought you said you'd wait in the car.
I will once you're inside.
No one answered. More concerning, I didn't hear anyone moving around inside. Old houses like Emily's had more creaks and groans than Grandma May on a cold morning. I would have heard her walking across the floor. I knocked hard enough my knuckle protested. Emily? It's Tessa. Nothing. Aaron said,
She could be in the bathroom or on a call.
I don't suppose any of this looks familiar to you? I had deja vu again. The only thing different between this situation and the Clemens was I didn't need to pee. Scratch that. I always need to pee. He turned for the steps.
Let's check around back.
Go ahead. I'll wait here in case she answers. I frowned at the water pouring from Emily's gutters. I really didn't want to get soaked.
I'm not leaving you here alone.
He stood there with his arms folded as if daring me to argue. You know how I said you and Bryson were opposites? I marched down the stairs and followed him around the corner. Sometimes you two are just alike.
I'll take that as a compliment.
His lack of smile or grin or eyebrow wiggle worried me. Aaron seemed more unnerved by the situation than he'd let on.
The door is open.
The rain lightened up, but not soon enough. A rivulet of water ran down the center of my back. I drew a deep breath and caught a whiff of the all-too-familiar odor of boo-hag. Smell that? He put his index finger against his lips and motioned for me to stand closer to the house. I pressed my back to the wood siding and sent up a prayer for Emily and for our safety. Aaron disappeared through the back door. Seconds turned to minutes. My stomach hardened again, only this time it hurt a little. That's it. If we get out of here alive, I'm talking to the chief about an early maternity leave. Aaron emerged from the house with his phone to his ear. He met my eyes, frowned, and shook his head.
Samuels, there's been another murder. Same M.O.
Noah Campo isn't the connection. It's us, I whispered more to myself than to him. Frowning, Aaron nodded and walked a few feet away. I couldn't figure out how the killer knew we were coming to see Emily. She'd called during dinner at Grandma May's. Tapped phone? I thought back to the conversation I'd had with Darlene about checking on the gravediggers. She'd told me in the car without any witnesses. A ghost? Do I have a hitchhiker? I wanted to pass out at the thought, but that wouldn't do anyone any good. However, I had talents, magical skills that had helped solve more than a few murders. I headed for the door. Aaron covered the phone.
Where are you going?
To read the scene.
Tessa, wait.
I didn't wait. Besides the horrendous smell, Emily's house was cozy. She'd decorated in farmhouse chic right down to the eucalyptus wreath hanging on her kitchen wall. Standing in her home made me feel like I knew her. Before, I'd seen her as a friendly crime scene tech, but now she was a woman who liked old-fashioned things and had a flair for decorating. I followed the odor to the master bathroom and had to grab the door jamb to stay upright. Emily lay on the pretty black and white penny tiles. As with the others, the killer had removed her skin. All of it, including her finger and toenails. Get it over with. I pressed my hand to the mirror and focused on the cold magic inside me. The part that even Bryson didn't quite understand. The part that had nothing to do with the Firebird or my Nunihi blood. Images of the past flashed through my mind in reverse order. Aaron finding the body. Emily lying on the floor dead for what seemed like hours, but was probably only minutes. What happened next made no sense. Emily stared at her reflection in the same mirror I pressed my hand against. Behind her, a skinless body lay on the floor. It's not her? The image swirled and changed, leaving me feeling like a passenger on Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. When the picture came back into focus, it all made horrible sense. Chapter 32. Aaron gawked like I was the Easter Bunny telling him that Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy had made off with his car.
Say that again.
The boo hag doesn't just steal the skins. She wears them. I wouldn't have believed it either, except I'd seen it in my visions.
That's...
He shook his head as if to clear his thoughts.
We can't prosecute a monster. Did you see anyone else in the room?
No. I understood his concerns, but at that moment, I wanted him to hold me. Heck, I wanted him to get me out of there. Unfortunately, my needs would have to wait. The police had invaded Emily's little bungalow. Worse still, Chief Rosen had asked to speak to me. As if the man had read my mind, the chief's unmistakable voice cut through the chaos of the scene.
Burns, Lamar, a word.
Aaron glanced toward the older man and frowned before lowering his voice.
Are you going to tell him what you saw?
Why wouldn't I? I didn't care for his tone, not one bit. Another false labor pain struck without warning. One minute I felt fine. The next, every muscle south of my boobs and north of my thighs tensed.
Another contraction?
Aaron pressed his hand to my belly. It's nothing.
Burns, Lamar, while we're young,
the chief shouted. Aaron met my gaze.
What if it's something? We should take you to the hospital.
The urgency in his voice surprised me and made me a little more than suspicious. Tell me you're not using this as an excuse to keep me from talking to Rosen? He sighed and ran his good hand over the back of his neck. I shook my head and marched to the chief. Rosen glanced between us and settled on Aaron's slang.
Burns, you're not on this case. In fact, you're not on any case. I seem to recall you're on medical leave. Sir, Tessa needed a...
The chief narrowed his eyes.
You'd better think twice before you say you're her driver.
Aaron sighed.
No, sir. Good.
He motioned a uniformed officer over.
Willis, drive Detective Burns home.
For a moment, I thought Aaron would argue. Thankfully, he chose to kiss my cheek and follow Officer Willis to his patrol car. Rosen turned to me and leaned close.
I've wanted to do this since you helped solve the Christmas killer case.
Sir? I had a good idea what he had in mind, but hoped I was wrong.
I need to see you in action. Follow me.
He marched to Emily's front door.
Everyone, take 5.
Detective Jankowski glared at me, but smoothed his expression when he turned to Rosen.
Sir, we haven't finished processing. I said take 5.
The chief's tone left no room for argument. CSI Tech, other detectives, and uniformed officers filed out of the house. Other than a few curious glances, no one said a word. Rosen closed the door and motioned to me.
Do your thing.
I already did, sir. I bit my lower lip. Aaron's warning bounced around in my head, but I couldn't allow fear to stop me from telling him the truth. There's something you...
Do it again, and I'd appreciate a commentary. I'd like to understand your process.
He smiled. Weird, considering I'd never seen him do anything other than frown while on duty. If it's all right with you, I'd rather not go back into the bathroom. I've already seen the killing. I'd like to know if anyone else was in the house." He nodded.
"How does it work?"
"I'm not exactly sure why, but sometimes I can pick up images from reflective surfaces. Usually, it has to be an incident with high emotions."
"Like a violent crime?"
"Yes, or an argument or sex." I hitched my shoulder. I see the visions from newest to oldest, which is why it's helpful for me to touch the objects as soon after the incident as possible.
"Interesting."
Rosen folded his arms. I pressed my hand to the kitchen window. Since it was dark outside when the killing took place, glass might work. The chief tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. I got nothing except another Braxton Hicks contraction, which I did my best to ignore.
"See anything?"
I shook my head and touched a small mirror hanging near the door. Visions of police officers filled my mind. I saw myself entering the house, and then Aaron. I pulled a bit more magic to the surface. An old woman who bore a striking resemblance to Mrs. Clemens came through the door, followed by Noah Campo. Dizzy and a little nauseous, I dropped my hand. I saw the killers, a woman wearing a disguise, and Noah Campo.
"Campo? The second Vic's son?"
Yes. I knew better than to sit at a crime scene, but I had no choice. Pain ate its way from my lower back to my belly. I sank into a wooden chair and bent forward to catch my breath.
"Lamar?"
He took a few steps toward me, but stopped when a puddle of clear liquid formed at my feet. The unflappable chief of the Orange County Police Department had gone the same color as the inside of a raw potato. I would have laughed if it didn't hurt so damned much. The fact that I was in actual labor should have knocked me for 6, but it didn't. I accepted my situation with grace I didn't know I had.
"Is that—"
He pointed. My water broke. The contraction eased enough for me to think straight. "Chief, Noah Campo teaches classes at a local metaphysical shop. I believe my cousin Lulu, the first victim, was his student."
"And Clemens?"
He fumbled with his phone, likely to call for help. Considering the number of officers waiting outside, I assumed the chief wasn't thinking straight. "Dust the house. I suspect you'll find Mrs. Clemens' prints." I didn't want to get into the hows and whys. Not when my choices were to lie a little and get to the hospital, or explain the impossible and risk giving birth in the middle of a crime scene. Chapter 33. For the second time in 3 days, I walked through a crowd of police officers in wet pants. Thankfully, this time I hadn't had an accident, but my water breaking at a crime scene was almost as bad.
"Call EMS!"
Rosen shouted to anyone who would listen, which meant everyone. "No!" I grabbed his arm. "It's not an emergency. I'm supposed to call my OB and tell him, not panic and call 911.
"She's right, sir."
An officer with freckles and bright red hair stepped forward.
"Took my wife 2 days to have our son after her water broke."
I blinked several times. First of all, the guy didn't look old enough to have a wife and child, and second, I couldn't imagine having contractions for 48 hours straight.
"Great."
Chief Rosen squinted at the guy's name tag.
"Murphy, you have experience with labor and delivery. You can drive Ms. Lamar to the hospital."
The guy went so pale his freckles looked like someone had drawn on him with a brown marker.
"Sir, Go and don't screw it up. This is Detective Burns' wife."
Rosen motioned for me to follow Murphy. I patted my pockets, and a tendril of pure, unadulterated panic seized me. My purse and phone are in the car, but Aaron has the keys.
"Murphy, check to see if the car is unlocked."
My coworker's stares bore into me like dozens of tiny insects. I wanted to sit or hide or curl up under a rock.
"The car is locked. The Slim Jim won't work.
It has a key fob, Murphy said.
I'll call Burns. Go with him in his patrol car.
He motioned again, this time with more emphasis on the poor soul he'd deemed worthy to drive me.
Now, Lamar.
I offered the redhead a quick smile and followed him to his vehicle. Thank you. He opened my door, but stood there holding the handle.
Do you need a towel?
I opened my mouth to speak, but another contraction stole my words. Wrapping my arms around my belly, I bent forward and gritted my teeth.
Right, never mind. Get in.
He guided me into the front seat and fumbled with the seatbelt. Between the ride in my uterus, my wet pants, and his tugging, I wanted to scream. Leave it.
But, ma'am.
Don't you ma'am me. I'll fasten it when... I couldn't speak past the pain. My childbirth educator taught us the contractions would go stronger and closer together, but the bitch hadn't said anything about the agony involved. Suddenly, the toaster method of delivery didn't sound so bad. As if the night couldn't get worse, the storm clouds opened again. The downpour came on so suddenly, the officers milling about outside Emily's cottage ran for cover.
Maybe I need a towel.
Murphy slid into the driver's seat, removed his soaking wet jacket, and tossed it in the back. I ignored him. He put the car in drive and navigated us toward the highway.
You good?
Between the rain and him constantly looking at me, I honestly didn't know how he knew where to turn. Peachy, watch the road.
Don't worry, I know these streets. I grew up in College Park.
He drummed on the steering wheel.
Could you buckle up now? You know the slogan, click it or ticket, and all.
I wanted to punch him in his howdy-doody-looking face. Grabbing the seatbelt, I made a show of pulling the strap across my belly. In the movies, the passengers see the oncoming collision in slow motion. Flashing headlights, screeching tires, a look of shock, and then, bam! Beautifully choreographed bodies and shattered glass dance in slow motion to equally beautiful music. In real life, everything happens in the blink of an eye.
Tessa.
Like a prince, Aaron woke me with a whisper and a kiss. Unlike in the fairy tales, he had to help the princess sit upright because she was too pregnant to do it herself. I took a moment to orient myself to my surroundings. The walls were made of logs. Cozy quilts of every imaginable color covered the bed. A huge stone fireplace took up one side of the room. Bryson's cabin in the Smoky Mountains? How did we get here?
We're in your dream.
Aaron tucked my hair behind my ear.
Sweetheart, I need you to remember what happened.
I had no idea what he was talking about, nor did I care. The quilts smelled like Bryson, like home. Burrowing beneath them, I closed my eyes and sighed. I like this dream. Aaron pulled the covers back.
Tessa, you left the crime scene in labor. There was an accident.
I had every intention of ignoring him, but his words rang true. Too true. All at once, I remembered the truck barreling into the squad car. Murphy's surprised shout echoed through my mind. And the pain. My God, the pain. Aaron pulled me closer.
We found the car, but you're missing. Do you know where they took you?
No. Though the fire roared and someone had layered quilts on top of me, I couldn't stop shaking. I was in so much pain. He kissed the top of my head.
I know. Bryson and I felt it.
I jerked free of his embrace. My water broke. The baby was coming. Aaron nodded.
Please, try to remember where you are. We can't sense you.
My brain slowly came back online. A blip of missing time here and there. But I recalled being lifted out of the police cruiser. They put something over my head. I couldn't see. A man and a woman, Noah and Emily.
It wasn't Emily.
Right. My body ached, but the sensation felt far away, like a scar from a childhood injury, a memory of pain. The boo hag was wearing her skin.
I need you to try to wake up now. Try to see where you are and come back to me, okay?
How? The pain grew more insistent, more focused, more real. Shivering, I woke on a concrete floor. My first instinct was to draw a deep breath. Big mistake. The wretched odor of boo hag coated the back of my throat. Lucky for me, pain stole my breath and my urge to vomit. While I had no idea how far apart my contractions were, I had no doubt they were stronger than before. Much stronger. I gritted my teeth and fought the urge to cry out. Grandma loved to say, "This too shall pass." I'd never given the old line much thought until then. I focused on breathing and the knowledge I'd finally hold my child when this was over. The pain would pass.
You're awake.
Noah Campo stood over me holding a humongous knife.
That's a shame.
Why? It took everything I had to utter the single syllable. It was a meaningless question if taken at surface level. Why was it a shame I woke up? But that's not what I wanted to know. Why are you doing this to me?
Your cousin was right. You're a gifted witch, and so are your husbands.
Noah crouched beside me and turned my face toward his.
But that's not all you are, is it?
Keep him talking. He can't cut my throat while he's talking. I clung to the thought, even if it made little sense. Another contraction built inside me. Knowing I had only seconds before it would make it impossible to speak, I said, "How did you find out?"
Once I realized Aaron was the real deal, I cast a tracking spell. Imagine my surprise when he led me to the same woman that white trash whore Lulu kept going on about.
I might have thought the same about her, but that didn't mean he had the right to. Breathing my way through the pain, I focused inward on my magic. The cold energy of the grave, the heat of the firebird, ready and waiting below the surface, utterly useless until the baby was born.
It was pure luck that he'd shredded the veil.
He eyed the knife. They were watching us from the veil? Or were they going back and forth? Either way, how did we miss it? I glanced around in hopes of figuring out where they'd taken me. If I could get back to Aaron, Quinn and I had a chance of surviving. A metal toolbox sat beside a workbench. Along one wall, someone had filled shelves with all manner of paint cans, boxes, and bins. A garage. I'm in a garage. Emily? No, not Emily. The boo hag wearing her skin walked into the room.
What are you waiting for? Cut it out of her.
Cut it out? Oh, God, please, no. My heart stopped. They didn't want me. They wanted my son. Why?
It's not easy to remove a child from the womb.
He shrugged.
Besides, she's awake now. Can't risk the neighbors hearing her screams.
Do it. Dawn approaches.
She stared at my belly and licked her lips.
The veil is thinnest before sunrise.
Is she going to eat my baby? My voice came out in a cracked wheeze.
Not exactly.
Noah tightened his grip on the knife and lowered it toward my belly. Not exactly? What the hell did that mean? I curled myself around my unborn child. Please, no.
You'll cut him."
"You mustn't damage the skin," the boo hag hissed. "It must be pristine."
I know. No holes except the umbilical cord, and the sun must not have touched it. He wiped his forehead on his sleeve. Relax. Your new body will be perfect. She's not going to eat him. She's going to possess him. I had to do something, but with the contractions coming so close together, I couldn't think straight, nor could I hope to overpower them without using magic. Noah groaned. "I can't do it with her lying like that. Roll her to her back and drain her." The creature masquerading as a woman straddled me and forced me to my back. I couldn't tell if it was the contraction or the pressure of her weight resting on my belly, but I felt as if some invisible force was trying to turn me inside out. I feared she'd crush Quinn before her psychotic handler could cut him from my womb. The boo hag wrenched my arms above my head and leaned forward as if to kiss me. Memories of the shadowy figure riding Aaron filled my mind. Two things occurred to me. If Bryson could injure her shadow form, so could I. And I wasn't afraid to die. In fact, I welcomed it, as long as death came after I'd given birth. Chapter 34. Aaron! I ran through a forest, the thick underbrush lashing at my legs. I struggled to keep my footing on the rain-slick ground. This dream felt different from the last, less real somehow. "Tessa!" His voice echoed off the swaying trees. "Where are you?" Lightning flashed overhead, partially illuminating the trees. The place seemed familiar, but I couldn't place it. "Over here." He stood in the center of swirling wind. The miniature tornado made it difficult for me to make out the details of his face, but even in the strange dreamscape, I recognized his energy. "I can't reach you." "Where did they take you?" His voice rose over the howling wind. "A house. I think I'm in a garage. Noah mentioned neighbors." I left out the part about said neighbors hearing me scream. "I'm sorry. That's all I know." "We have to find you. Is there anything else? Any clue?" He knelt beside a skinless body. "I'll go back and try again." Every step took more effort than it should have. It felt as if my feet weighed 50 pounds each, but I fought to keep moving. "Was there another murder?" "Not yet, but there will be soon." The wind cleared, allowing me to see the pain etched on Aaron's face. He drew a shaky breath. "We're running out of time." "Don't worry about me. I won't stay dead long. The firebird will rise, remember?" I reached for him, but my hand passed through his form. "Why can't I touch you?" "We aren't in your dream this time. This is a foretelling." "Listen to me. I'll be okay. It's not me they're after. It's the baby. You have to save Quinn." Aaron balled his hands into fists. "You don't understand." I glanced from him to the body lying on the ground. "Who is she?" "It's you, Tessa. It's you. If we don't find you soon—" I woke screaming. Fire burned through my lower abdomen, and there was blood. So much blood. Despite the unbearable pressure pinning me to the floor, I writhed, unable to breathe or scream or plead for mercy. A soft cry filled the room.
It reminded me of a baby mountain lion calling for his mother, but the sound didn't come from an animal. It was a newborn baby. My baby. The boo hag's feeding left me weak. The vicious wound across my belly left me broken and bleeding. All I had to do was let go and drift into the darkness. I'd died twice before, but death had come fast. A bullet to the heart and an explosion were like that. Quick. This was different. I had no concept of how long I remained alive on the concrete floor, only the unending agony. My son's constant cries shattered me. He needed me as much as I needed him, but I couldn't soothe him. Not yet. It's okay, little one. Mama's coming. I promise. Mama's coming. The pain slowly ebbed, leaving a void in its place. I knew the process. My spirit would wake first, then my mind, and finally my body would reanimate. I had no choice except to wait for the ember of magic in my gut to spark to life. I laid there, fully aware of my surroundings, but unable to move. It seemed like an eternity had passed before I managed to move my fingers. Quinn's wails stopped, along with my sanity. I was too late. Grief threatened to pull me back into the darkness, but I couldn't allow it. I would not allow it. I'd make them pay. Rage, unlike anything I'd experienced before, filled me. All at once, a different kind of fire tore through my body. The firebird surged forward, and in the space of a millisecond, she burst into being. The human side of me gladly relinquished control to the animal. Flames erupted from her feathers, burning hot enough to melt the floor beneath her feet. The firebird didn't understand loss or emotional pain on the same level as me. She had no use for remorse or regret, only revenge. A female screamed. The creature was not of this world, yet she wore the skin of a woman. Abomination. The firebird turned her attention to a human male. Blood. Her blood covers him and the child he holds. A small, still child with skin as pale as the moon. A cloud of magic, a mixture of fire and ice surrounded the baby. The firebird recognized her essence and that of her human mate in the crackling energy. My child. Mine. The firebird spread her wings and prepared to incinerate them all. The creature, the man, the lost child, and the entire structure. The baby's fingers twitched. The human part of me never would have seen it, but the firebird had a predator's gaze. She could detect movement from hundreds of yards away. Quinn's alive? I wrenched control back from the spirit animal and shifted to my human form. Naked, healed, and hair flaming, I lifted my arm. Give me my son! Staring open-mouthed, Noah Campo clutched Quinn tighter to his chest and took a step back. I had zero intentions of allowing him to walk out of that garage, but I needed him to put the baby down. Or did I? Bryson and Aaron were immune to my flames. Surely Quinn was too. Can I risk it? I'd never survive it if I hurt my son. Still wearing Emily's skin, the boo hag watched the goings-on. Her face remained passive, as if she didn't give a crap about the outcome, but her energy told a different story. The creature needed the baby for what I didn't know, but I had a feeling her life depended on it. Too damned bad. Aiming at Noah, I drew flames into my palm and spread my fingers. At the last second, I jerked my hand in her direction and released a stream of fire. Normally, my flames couldn't burn a spirit, but I hoped catching her inside a body would make her vulnerable. The skin the boo hag wore went up like a Roman candle. At first, I thought I'd killed her, but the trickle of dark magic along my spine told me otherwise. Noah stared at the mound of charred flesh. His mouth moved as if he were speaking, but no sounds came out. His knees buckled, but he managed to catch his balance.
No, you can't leave me here. Come back.
Movement on my left caught my attention, but when I turned, nothing was there. My hair lifted from my shoulders as if blown by a gust of wind. However, nothing else in the garage moved. Splitting my attention between the baby and my surroundings, I drew the Firebird forward slowly. If I gave her too much control, I'd shift forms. I couldn't allow that to happen, not with her wanting to burn the place down with Quinn inside. The creature zipped past me again. This time, she scraped what felt like scalpels across my spine. The jolt of pain broke my concentration, and my spirit animal lurched forward. It took every ounce of my willpower to keep her at bay. The creature swiped at me again. This time, she sliced lower and caught the backs of my knees. I crumpled like a sandcastle in a tsunami. Quinn let out a blood-curdling scream. I lifted my head in time to catch Noah making a run for the side door. "Stop!" The fear of him leaving with my child gave me the strength I needed to push past my fear and trust the Firebird. She burst into life for the second time. Scanning the area, she locked onto Noah and let loose a torrent of fire to block his escape. Oh, God. The smoke. The baby. The memory of Brasson's hawk damaging the boo hag while she was in spirit form gave me an idea. If he could do it, so could we. Screeching, the Firebird surged forward and clamped her beak around the creature's neck. The boo hag hissed and slashed at her, but the mythical bird refused to let go. The human side of me tried to ignore the sounds of tearing flesh and bone grinding against bone, but the Firebird loved it. Her powerful beak closed bit by bit until she'd severed the creature's head from its body. The boo hag's spirit dissipated like a cloud of dark smoke on the breeze, but I highly doubted I'd killed her. She'd be back, probably sooner than I'd like. I shifted back to my human form. Exhausted from using so much magic in such a short amount of time, I struggled to stand. Put the baby down and run. Wild-eyed, Noah looked from the fire, to me, to the baby, to the remains on the floor. Drawing more flames into my palm, I took a step in his direction. He shook his head and tightened his grip on Quinn.
You'll kill me, too.
The baby let out a startled cry that I felt in my bones. A quick death is too good for you. I'd rather see you rot in prison. I hadn't decided what I wanted to do with him, but he didn't need to know that. It's okay, little one. It's almost over. Noah moved his hand up Quinn's back to his neck. Before I could move, he held my son out like a puppy who'd made a mess on the carpet. My heart stuttered. I'd imagined the first time I'd see my child's face, but I never dreamed it would be like this. Still covered in blood and goo, Quinn's mouth hung open as if frozen mid-cry. I knew it was impossible. Newborns couldn't see more than a few feet. But the little guy seemed to stare directly into my eyes. Scarlett's words filled my head. He has more magic than either of his parents. He won't burn. I raised my hand again, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't take the chance. Noah must have seen my indecision because he ran for the door. "Stop!" I threw the flames at his feet. The hem of his pants caught fire. I hadn't meant to burn him, not until Quinn was safe. Suppressed magic, like emotions, had a way of spilling out bigger than intended. Lurching forward, I grabbed Noah's wrist with one hand and supported my son with the other. A flash of heat filled my palm and burned through skin and muscle and tendons until I felt his bones beneath my fingertips. It happened so fast, the man didn't have a chance to cry out before he fainted. It took every ounce of my restraint not to barbecue him, but in the end, he'd get what he deserved. I'd make damned sure of it. Sleep. Naked and cradling my son to my chest, I walked out of the garage. I recognized the place instantly. Noah Campo had taken me to his parents' house. Chapter 35. The first squad car screeched to a stop outside the house 3 minutes after a neighbor spotted me outside the garage. Bryson arrived 10 minutes later as EMS loaded me and the baby into the back of an ambulance.
Tessa, thank God.
He put his foot on the bumper as if to join us.
Sir, you can't be here.
The paramedic made the mistake of grabbing Bryson's arm. He glared down at the man's hand before meeting his gaze.
I'm her husband.
The paramedic turned to me.
Do you want him with you?
Please. I glanced down at the baby and smiled. The little booger had turned his head in the direction of Bryson's voice. He folded his big body onto the bench beside the gurney. Tears streaming down his face, he stared at Quinn.
I thought...
We're okay. A few bruises, but okay. I wanted nothing more than to bask in the glow of the moment, but I couldn't. Not until we put an end to the boo-hag. It's not over. He barely spared a glance in my direction.
It's over for now. Darlene's positive identification put Noah at the Clemens. He's being charged with 4 homicides, kidnapping, and attempted murder.
I doubted anything could tear his attention away from the infant, except the truth. They may have arrested Noah, but she's still out there. She'll come for the baby again. The color drained from his face.
Let her try.
I took his hand. Listen to me. It's not that simple. She goes between worlds. The paramedic climbed into the back of the ambulance and closed the door.
Mrs. Lamar, we'll get you to the hospital as soon as possible, but I need to evaluate the baby.
He's healthy. I held him a little tighter. He softened his expression and voice.
I understand, but labor and delivery needs a report.
A ball of panic formed in my chest. I didn't know this man. He could be the boo-hag for all I knew. No. As if he'd read my mind, Bryson placed his hand on the paramedic's bare arm. His magic filled the tight confines of the ambulance. After a second or two, he turned to me.
It's all right.
I gathered my courage and handed my son to the stranger. He removed the bath towel the neighbors had given me, and his eyes went wide.
Big boy you have here. Are you in any pain?
I shook my head.
Has he cried?
He ran his thumbnail down Quinn's foot. The baby jerked his leg. Yes. I eyed the paramedic. The man hadn't smiled or given any signs of relief. Is he okay? The guy pressed a stethoscope to the baby's chest and listened for a few seconds.
Lungs sound clear. Pulse is normal and his reflexes are good.
I closed my eyes and sent up a quick prayer of gratitude.
It's great you maintained skin-to-skin contact. It helps with bonding and regulating his body temperature.
The paramedic loosely wrapped Quinn and handed him back to me.
I'm going to start your IV.
I don't need one. Shifting into the Firebird had healed me, but I couldn't exactly tell him that. I mean, I feel fine. He gave me a patient smile, but beneath it, I'd swear he thought I was nuts or on drugs.
I understand, but it's protocol.
Okay, but try to get it on the first stick. I hate needles. I turned and focused on Bryson while the paramedic jammed a needle into my vein. Is Aaron meeting us at the hospital?
Soon.
He hadn't stopped staring at Quinn since he'd climbed aboard, but chose that moment to glance around the ambulance. Why isn't he looking me in the eye? Where is he?
Working.
One-word answer set my teeth on edge. Plus, I highly doubted anything could keep Aaron from spending time with his son. He's not supposed to be working. He's on medical leave. Was there another murder? Bryson tightened his jaw.
He's taking care of that veil problem.
He doesn't know about the boo hag. He'd likely heard Noah Campo was in custody and assumed I'd neutralized the creature as well. Memories of the last dream I'd shared with Aaron crashed into my consciousness. He said it wasn't a dream. We were seeing the future. A future where I was dead. A wave of nausea swept over me. I'm going to be sick. I placed Quinn in Bryson's arms and struggled to lean forward. The paramedic shoved a bean-shaped container in front of me.
Easy. Take deep breaths.
Nodding, I closed my eyes and brought my magic to the surface. Of all the things I couldn't do while pregnant, I'd missed being able to reach out to my mates the most. Aaron was close, but we were traveling away from him.
You're burning up.
The paramedic pressed a newfangled thermometer against my temple and gasped.
That's impossible. It's reading 110.
I had to get to Aaron. I turned to Bryson. He's in danger. He doesn't know about the boo hag. There was a murder in his prophecy dream. I saw the body. He thought it was me, but what if it wasn't?
Babe, it's okay. He's not physically.
Bryson's eyes widened at something behind me.
No, don't.
I turned in time to see the paramedic removing a needle from my IV port. What was that?
Something to help you relax.
The medication hit me like a Cat 5 hurricane. I zonked out to words like sepsis, hysterical, and her own good. I found myself in the same patch of woods where I'd last seen Aaron. This time, I recognized my surroundings. I stood near the retention pond at the entrance of the Campos neighborhood, but nothing around me seemed solid. Even the oaks came in and out of focus. Is it possible to be stoned in a dream? Aaron? I closed my eyes and searched for his energy, but something was wrong. I felt it all around me, instead of in one specific place. Aaron! I wandered toward the pond and found the tree he'd taken a picture of the day Mr. Campo was murdered. The top half lay a few feet from the broken trunk, exactly like he'd said it would be.
Second Vic located. I need backup. Repeat, I need backup.
Aaron's voice echoed through the dreamscape around me. Nothing here made sense. For the life of me, I couldn't tell if his spirit was here or if I'd heard his voice from the physical world. Aaron!
Tessa?
I caught movement from the corner of my eye and ran toward it, only to end up in the same damned place I'd started. Where are you?
Here.
He sounded farther away than before. Screw this. I'll have better luck finding him from the air. I shifted into the Firebird. As soon as I changed forms, I regretted it. The area might have resembled the Campos neighborhood, But I was definitely not in Florida anymore. Instead of trees and grass and shrubs, I found myself surrounded by spirits. No, not spirits. Energy. Every living thing on earth contained energy that connected it to the divine. I stood in the center of a ring of nature, but for the first time, I saw the magic of the creation process instead of the results. I turned my face toward the sky and froze. There were no stars or clouds above me, only an infinite space filled with all manner of human souls and darker, more frightening beings. Suddenly, taking flight didn't seem like such a great idea.
Tessa!
No longer an echo, Aaron's voice came from my left. Flying low to the ground, I followed the call of my mate's energy. The sight of him stole my breath. His magic and opalescent-colored spirit surrounded his physical form. As he had in the earlier dream, he knelt over the skinless body of a woman. Weirdly enough, the corpse had the same build as me. Even weirder, she had energy, dark, inky energy that swirled like oil on water. The firebird called to her mate. Aaron glanced up and choked back a sob.
Tessa, thank God.
As much as I wanted to go to him in human form, I didn't dare shift back and lose sight of him again. Instead, I bobbed my head and screeched.
How is this possible?
He glanced from me to the body and back again.
I saw her kill you.
How the heck am I supposed to know? I'd never wished the freaking firebird could speak more than I did at that moment. The corpse's hand shot up. Her fingers wrapped around Aaron's neck, and the dead woman pulled him toward her open mouth. Struggling to break free, he managed to land a few bone-crunching blows to her face, but she held tight. I stood, transfixed by the trail of magic leaving his parted lips and flowing into hers. He pulled and tugged, trying to pry her hand from his throat. I launched into the air. Wings blazing, I threw everything I had into the flames and covered them with fire. When the blaze died down, I couldn't believe my eyes. I knew Aaron wouldn't burn, but I'd hoped the boo-hag would go up like dry hay. Heck, I would have settled for her releasing him. But abso-freaking-lutely nothing happened. I had to do something, but I hadn't managed to burn a blade of grass. I was completely out of my league. If he dies here, will he die for real? Will he become soulless? Harris had said something about light defeating darkness, and Aaron had the brightest spirit I'd ever seen. However, I couldn't think of a way to weaponize him. I shifted back to my human form. Light defeats the darkness. Use your light as a weapon. Aaron's arms dropped to his sides and his head sagged. No! I closed my eyes and called to my ancestors. Charlie, I need you. Please. When I received no reply, I focused on the cold magic inside me. It came from darkness and death and destruction. If I could control her, I could force her to release him until we figured something else out.
If I can't have the son, I will have the father.
The boo-hag turned her skinless face toward me.
You must choose.
Before I could form a single thought, a series of gunshots tore through the air. The boo-hag jerked several times and went limp. The inky energy that had covered the corpse stilled. Aaron! I hurried to him and pulled him away from the corpse just to be safe. However, there was no need to worry. The gunshot wounds glowed with the same misty opal light as the man in my arms. How did you do that?
Magic bullets. You said to use my weapon and light.
Aaron grinned and collapsed against me with his sidearm still in his hand. That's not exactly what I meant. I eased the gun from his grasp and settled his head on my thigh.
But it worked, didn't it?
He stared up at me.
I swear I saw her kill you.
The spirit world seems different than the other times we've met here. Maybe it's an illusion or a foretelling. My heart raced. Or maybe you have the power to alter the future. He seemed to consider my words.
That'd be a hell of a superpower.
See? I told you your powers were cool. I brushed his hair back from his face. How do we get out of here?
You just have to wake up.
He swallowed hard.
Tessa, what she said. Am I Quinn's father?
Yes. Chapter 36. Exhaustion comes in many forms. There's the fulfilled kind after a day of yard work, the heavy kind after losing a loved one, and my all-time personal least favorite, the woozy kind after a paramedic shoots drugs into my IV. I pressed my hand to my temple and sent up a silent thanks for the person who'd dimmed the lights in my room. Rising from the hospital-issued recliner, Bryson whispered,
Welcome back. Someone's been waiting to see you.
Out of habit, I pressed my hand to my belly. It had gone from a watermelon to a mushy cantaloupe, but I'd worry about getting my figure back another time. Right then, all I wanted was my baby. How is he?
Clean bill of health.
He set my son in my arms and stretched out beside me on the narrow bed. Hi there, Quincy Emmett Charles. My voice cracked. I couldn't believe how utterly perfect he was. I ran my finger down the infant's cheek, and he turned his face into the touch. You sure do clean up well, little one. Bryson nuzzled into my hair.
I asked the family to give us some time alone, but I'm afraid wild horses won't be able to keep Grandma away for long.
I don't mind. I unwrapped the baby and settled him against my shoulder. He let out a little sigh that filled my heart until I thought it would burst. Have you heard from Aaron? I rested my head on Bryson's chest.
He'll be here soon.
Bryson tensed, but he was either too happy or too tired to hold it for long.
He told me what happened in the spirit world.
I shuddered at the memory. I couldn't stop her. Not here or there. Thank God Aaron ended her. Bryson went quiet for so long I wondered if he'd fallen asleep. When he finally spoke, his tone grew serious.
You were right before. I was rude to Harris. It's been a long time since I've encountered someone more powerful than me.
I tilted my face up so I could meet his gaze. Aaron and I had a similar conversation last night.
As did I.
He nodded.
But I didn't fully appreciate how he felt until I was in the same position. I'm glad it was Aaron who killed the boohag. It'll go a long way in easing his insecurities.
Me too, but I'll never understand how men think. I fought to keep my eyes open. Between Bryson's warmth, my sleeping son, and the remnants of drugs in my bloodstream, I wanted a nap.
We have another small problem.
He gave me a half grin.
Dr. Dennison is very confused as to how you had a 10-pound baby hours ago, but have no physical signs that you gave birth.
Let him wonder. I wrinkled my nose. I'm not sure how I feel about having that kind of exam while I was out cold. He nudged my side.
He's going to have questions.
Funny, I don't remember a thing from right before the car accident until I woke up here. Bryson flashed me a dubious look. Aaron knocked and peeked inside.
You're awake.
Come and meet your son. I grinned and scooted closer to Bryson to make room. Aaron had stared death in the face and hadn't flinched, but the walk from the door to the bed seemed to scare him. I'd never seen him move so slow or unsure. I eased Quinn into the crook of my arm. It was the kind of moment we'd remember forever. I thought I should say something profound, but words failed me. Aaron cleared his throat and sat on the edge of the bed.
He's beautiful.
Want to hold him? He nodded and reached for the baby, but didn't seem to know where to put his hands.
Support his neck and his bottom.
Bryson grinned.
You're not going to break him. He's sturdy for a newborn.
Aaron glanced between us and held the infant as if he were made of dried dandelion petals that would blow away in the slightest breeze. Fuzzy from the drugs, I didn't notice the change in him right away. His arm is healed? Where's your sling?
It's the darndest thing. After I shifted, my shoulder didn't hurt anymore.
He spoke without taking his eyes off Quinn.
You shifted?
Bryson raised a brow. Aaron sat taller.
Seems I can change into a spirit without leaving my body on the floor.
Wow, I bet you could fly with us. Just when I thought life couldn't get any better. I laughed, startling the baby. Aaron's eyes widened.
Maybe you should take him.
Grandma May marched into the room like her name was on the building. She zeroed in on Quinn, smiled, and took the infant from Aaron. Oh, Tessa, you did good. You all did good. Look at him. He's an angel. Thanks. I tugged Aaron closer. Since the family invasion had started, I wanted to be sandwiched between my mates. Dottie knocked and pushed the door open. Are you up for more visitors? They dressed me in a nursing gown that opened in the front. I did a quick survey to make sure all my parts were covered. Yes, ma'am. Jolene and TJ walked in as quiet as twin cat burglars. Dottie nodded to a set of plastic chairs against the wall, and they sat without as much as a peep. I stared in utter amazement. Did you bribe them? Ice cream from that fancy place where they mix the toppings in on a marble slab? Dottie peered over May's shoulder. I can't get over how big he is. Look at the way he's staring at you. That's because he knows I gave him his name. Grandma cooed at the baby. Bryson stood and embraced Dottie.
Thanks for bringing the kids. Why don't you sit next to Tessa and visit for a while?
Thank you. She sat and held my hand. The set of her jaw and sadness in her eyes told me she'd heard what I'd gone through. I'm glad you're okay. All's well that ends well. I hugged her tightly. Grandma sat beside the kids. He's little now, but you two will have to look out for him once he's big enough to get around. TJ's eyes went wide. I'm his cousin, but I could be a big brother, too. You sure can. Grandma made faces at the baby. You hear that? He's gonna be your big brother. Jolene chewed her lower lip. Mommy, can I talk to you for a minute? Sure, sweetie. I held my hand out to her. Aaron moved to give her space beside me.
I think I'll take TJ down to the cafeteria. Anyone want anything?
Dottie said, I could use a cup of coffee. I'll go with you. The girl waited until they left the room before she spoke. I'm sorry for the way I was acting before. Bryson took the chair next to Grandma and joined her in fawning over the infant. Apology accepted. Wrapping my arms around her, I whispered, I can never replace your mother. But no matter what, you'll always be my daughter, even when you're old with babies of your own. I was so scared. She choked back a sob. Me too. But your dads and I will always do our best to protect you. I kissed the top of her head. Not that. I thought you wouldn't want me once you had your own baby. Oh, honey. I lifted her sweet face and met her gaze. Love doesn't work like that. The more people you have in your life, the more it grows. Another knock interrupted the moment. Jojo wiggled to get up, but I held her tight. Bryson opened the door, but rather than allowing the person inside, he stepped into the hall. Who in the world would he keep outside? The only other person I expected to see was Darlene. Even with her latest shenanigans, I couldn't imagine him keeping her from me. I nudged Jojo. Go see who it is. She hurried to the door, peeked outside, and let out a little squeal of delight. Never one to miss out on the fun, Grandma handed Quinn to me and went to investigate. You're that boy from the TV. My heart sank. I had no idea what Micah Sterling would want with me, but considering the circumstances with his brother, I doubted it was good. Let him in. Bryson returned and took up guard duty at the head of my bed. Micah came in carrying a bouquet so large I could barely see him for all the roses. I'm sorry to bother you. These are for you. Thanks. The flowers were gorgeous, but I still didn't understand the reason for the visit. He set them on the counter next to the sink. They're from my mom. She wanted me to tell you thank you for believing her story. It gave her the courage to have a private conversation with Chief Rosen. I'd never actually spoken to Mrs. Campo, but I was glad she'd found some sort of peace. Micah glanced from Jolene to me. She's clinging to the belief that Noah was a victim, too. I couldn't imagine how I'd feel if one of my kids had done a quarter of the things Noah had done. I supposed I'd cling to a fantasy, too. I wasn't completely honest with you before. My cousin saw the same thing as your mom. Chief Rosen told her. He flashed me his $500,000 per episode smile. Anyway, I'm not sure if you'll be up for it, but I have 2 tickets to the premiere. Yes! Jojo shot to her feet. Please, Mommy, can we go? How can I say no to her dream night out? Thank you. We'd love to attend. Micah laughed. You must be Jolene. I understand you're a fan? OMG, yes. I've seen every episode at least 20 times. Have you ever considered acting? You certainly have the face for it. Jojo's mouth fell open. I used to be in beauty pageants. Have your people call my people. We'll set up a screen test. Bryson frowned. Her people believe she can become anything she wants after college. Daddy! She rolled her eyes. Laughing, Micah turned back to me. I also have 3 duffel bags I believe belong to you. Bryson clamped his hand on my shoulder. They belong to someone else, but we'll see that he gets them. Jed's new liver. Once again, just when I thought the day couldn't get any better, it did. Oh, my Lord in heaven! You're Micah Sterling! Darlene's shrill voice woke the baby. I spoke too soon. Chapter 37. The storms earlier in the month had brought cooler weather in time for Halloween. Jolene and TJ had scoured the internet for infant costumes. We'd settled on a set of Superman footy jammies. I didn't have the heart to tell them Quinn was too young to go trick-or-treating. After setting the last of the clean dishes in the drainer, I turned my attention to the scene outside the kitchen window. Grandma and Dottie sat in lawn chairs watching the kids play fetch with the dog. Aaron and Bryson hung a tire swing from an old oak tree. Life was good. Harris set his bag near the front door and turned to me with a smile.
Thanks again for your hospitality.
You don't have to leave so soon. I dried my hands on my way to look in on Quinn, sleeping in his porta-crib.
I'm needed back home.
The root doctor studied the baby.
Such power. He's going to do great things.
I appreciated the sentiment, but I refused to raise him any different from any other kid. For now, I'd settle for him sleeping more than an hour at a time. He chuckled.
Remember what I said? Folks fed baby screens with their milk for a long time before modern medicine told them it was bad.
I'll add a little cereal to his bottle in a couple weeks. I embraced him. I meant what I said. You're welcome to stay. He pulled back and met my gaze.
You wouldn't be worried about something, would you?
Harris, like the other men in my life, had read me like a flashing neon sign. Are you sure the hole in the veil is patched up enough to keep anything else from coming through? Over the previous week, Harris had been able to teach Aaron how to stitch up a metaphysical curtain. However, I would have felt better if the root doctor stuck around until the rips were 100% repaired.
Positive. And I'm confident Aaron will be able to finish stitching it up. These things take time.
He lowered his voice.
Now that he understands his gifts, he won't tear it again.
Thanks again for helping him. I still felt guilty for blaming Jolene, but how was I supposed to know Aaron had torn it while traveling through the spirit world?
You're welcome.
Harris tensed and turned to the window.
You have company.
I glanced outside and my heart did a somersault. That's Tank, TJ's daddy.
You have more before nightfall.
The root doctor clamped his hand on my shoulder.
Nothing stays the same forever. Change requires open minds and open hearts.
That sounds ominous. I hated riddles, but somehow I didn't need to consult with Charlie to figure this one out. I'd have a visitor, and from the sounds of it, he or she would be a pain in the butt. Don't suppose you'd give me a hint? Harris grinned.
You know how to reach me if you need me, but I doubt you will.
Outside, TJ's excited shouts pulled me from the conversation. Daddy! Tank climbed down from his enormous truck and hugged the boy for so long poor TJ had to wiggle his way free. Although I was no longer pregnant, my hormones hadn't gone back to normal. At least, that's what I told myself when my eyes filled with tears. I should get out there.
Go. I'll keep an eye on the little one.
Pulling on a jacket, I hit the porch steps at a quick pace. A wide grin split Tank's face.
Well, look at you. I'll go away for a few days and you lose what? 40 pounds?
10.5 of it is asleep in the house. I threw myself into his arms. I'm so glad you're home.
Me too.
His voice caught.
Thank you for looking after TJ. How's he doing?
I'm not gonna lie. He's struggling, but he'll be better now that you're back. I had so much to tell him about Noah Campo and the Boo Hag, but I hated to ruin his homecoming. When you're ready, we'll talk. Tank ran his hand over his mouth and nodded.
Do I smell barbecue?
You sure do, with all the fixings. Grandma hugged him. Welcome home. The big guy sighed.
About that. Seems I lost my job while I was away.
She patted his arm. Don't you worry. You and TJ can bunk in my Florida room until you get back on your feet. A flash of emotion crossed his expression. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I had a feeling Tank didn't plan to stick around. The thought of TJ losing his father again made my chest tighten. Then again, maybe he planned to take the boy with him. I didn't know which was worse. Dinner's ready when y'all are. Dottie snuck in and gave Tank a quick kiss. I missed you.
Missed you too.
He shoved his hands in his back pockets.
I'll love you.
Bryson and Aaron took turns giving him the typical half-hug backslap men used to show affection.
Where's Darlene?
Tank grabbed TJ around the waist and set the boy on his shoulders. I hadn't seen much of my mother since the hospital. I assumed she was still bent out of shape about the website incident and Bryson handing Mr. Clemens' loot to Jed. To be fair, the man needed a new liver a lot more than my mother needed a Mercedes in a new house. Grandma gave me a curious look. Oh, no. I pressed my hand to my chest. Was I supposed to call her? Bryson slung his arm around my shoulder.
Yes, but don't worry. I did. She should be here soon.
Harris stepped onto the porch with Quinn in his arms.
Somebody wants his mama.
Tank's eyes went wide.
That's one big boy.
I wish everyone would stop saying that. He's going to get a complex. I turned to retrieve the baby, but Aaron beat me to the punch. Despite his trepidation during the first couple of days, Aaron held the infant to his shoulder like a pro.
Something wrong?
Bryson whispered into my ear. Not a thing. I was just thinking how much I'm looking forward to finishing that romance movie I started on Grandma's birthday.
Take a break after lunch. Aaron and I'll clean up while you and Quinn curl up in Charlie's old recliner.
That's an offer I can't refuse. I turned as a rather expensive-looking sports car eased its way down the driveway. You sure Darlene didn't get her hands on some of the money? Bryson positioned himself between me and the cherry-red car.
I'm sure.
It could be Harris's ride. I nodded to the root doctor standing on our front porch. He shook his head.
I put the wards back up. No one besides blood relations can cross them.
Aaron joined us.
Who do we know that drives a Lamborghini?
Tessa, take Quinn and the kids inside.
Bryson spoke in a low tone, but he might as well have shouted. Whoever, or whatever, had crossed the wards had set him on edge. Aaron deposited our child into my arms and turned away as if he expected me to obey. TJ, Jojo, go help Aunt Dottie set the table. I handed the baby to Tank. Get him and Grandma inside. Don't let anyone out until we give you the all clear. The big guy bristled.
Shouldn't you be the one going inside?
I didn't have the time or the patience to argue with a misogynist, so I hit a little below the belt. Depends on who or what steps out of that car. Tank did as I asked without another word. The Lamborghini parked next to Bryson's SUV. A man with long blonde hair and playboy looks stepped out. He glanced over the property, furrowed his brow, and checked his phone.
You have exactly 30 seconds to tell us why you're trespassing on private property before we remove you.
Bryson drew his magic to the surface, an obvious threat to anyone with preternatural abilities. I couldn't tell if the Firebird responded to her mate or if she sensed danger. Either way, she rose inside me so quickly the tips of my curls ignited.
Aha! I am in the right place.
The guy grinned at me.
You must be Tessa.
Who's asking.
Once again, Bryson stepped in front of me. Much to my frustration, Aaron did the same. I loved them to pieces, but I didn't appreciate being treated like a helpless girl.
Name's Killian O'Rourke.
Blondie seemed friendly enough. That was, until I sensed his magic. It reminded me of a storm brewing over icy seas.
I have to say, this doesn't look much like a wizardly world.
I made a mental note to throttle Darlene. It was bad enough she'd put up a website, but she hadn't had to make me sound so darned corny. I stepped around to the wall of muscle. I'm Tessa. What can I do for you? Behind me, Bryson growled and Aaron sighed. Killian O'Rourke looked me over from my boots to my messy red bun and smiled. A real smile this time, not the flashy, ingenuous one he'd used before.
By the stars, you look just like her.
My pulse raced. I'd heard that once or twice before, but no one ever accused me of resembling Darlene. They said I looked like Achila, my birth mother. Who are you?
I am your brother.
Killian dipped his chin.
I'm afraid this isn't a true social call. Our father is in grave danger.
You've been listening to The Spirit Walker, Book 4 of the Tessa Lamar novels, written by Kathryn M. Hearst. Narrated by Holly Adams, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2019 by Wyndham House. Production copyright 2023 by Wyndham House. If you've enjoyed this audiobook, look for The Spirit Dancer, the stunning conclusion to the series.